Behold the most chaotic tryout for the planet's fanciest magic school. To survive, some crazy teacher zaps the entire class into another dimension, where kids must smack beasties then bully classmates for digital points. Amidst the sea of mediocre teenagers, one lad named Leo rules. He possesses such absurd power that the school's biggest nerd prodigy aims at erasing that lad lest he grabs her expensive top prize. However, her plan flops completely. Instead, our hero casually destroys her reputation, proving to the entire crowd who really wears the crown. You might ponder, why is this youngster so unfairly gifted? Honestly, this dude is a mythical warrior waking from a 5-millennium myth. Eons back, some jerk named Erebus nearly turned mankind into snacks. A fellow famously called the original source of bad vibes to flush this ancient gloom down the drain. 4 legendary champions joined forces. Eventually, the entire brave squad bit the dust, except for a single cranky veteran. That lone champion representing our species' interests, using his buddy's tragic game overs. Kyle smacked the devil away, and rescued the whole species. Yet that occurred exactly 50 centuries ago. Nowadays, the dusty history books are telling huge fat lies. In these stories Kyle is totally ghosted, while the public thinks Lesnius' death actually toasted that jerk Erebus, the primary origin of bad vibes. Nobody doubted this fake news until this moment. Everything gets spicy after Kyle, resurrected in the modern age. Here's the current gossip about that old war, plus observes that his specific identity remains completely vanished locally. Witness the grand journey of resurrected Kyle. Boom. Annoyed that his past vanished, joins the Lumane institution, an elite school guarding those official ancient lists, intent on snatching his rightful glory back once again. Eons flew by since that legendary guy Kyle got a fresh start, landing us right inside the fancy halls of Dylan Academy. Within those boring walls, an instructor lectures a bunch of kids about the specific historical period they happen to inhabit, specifically that legendary heroic era. Exactly 5 millennia elapsed since that magical Tully of Legends first showed up to track every overachiever around, plus this moral realm definitely witnessed some weird glow-ups throughout those centuries. Like for instance, this Dylan institution actually got stuck hosting that big lemon test where everyone tries way too hard. That professor is totally vibrating with height, betting that at least one student here might actually stop being mediocre. But vibes are definitely mixed, because one dude in the back row is basically cosplaying a sloth and dreaming of lunch. Leo the Nap King is currently making his instructor's blood pressure boil, so the grumpy man assumes this lazy kid knows everything already, and demands he describe the ancient hero rituals from 5 millennia ago just to prove he's actually paying attention. That sleepy teenager stands and casually mentions how fame naturally leads to worship without needing any fancy ceremonies, an arrogant remark from a 15-year-old named Leo Plav who belongs to the rich house Plav, but acts like a total bum. Predictably the teacher looks like he just swallowed a whole lemon after hearing that lazy explanation, so he turns to the rest of the room, and begs for a smarter volunteer. A total teacher's pet shoots their hand up faster than a rocket to provide the actual textbook answer. This nerd clarifies that back in the day, he could not just send a direct message to the heavens for approval. People had to perform complicated dances and spooky chants just to get on the local hero leaderboard. A classic choice for these stressful trials involved some messy business involving a whole lot of plasma. The instructor beams with pride because someone actually did the homework for once in their life. That instructor feels certain that a Traton boy like Gullivan will eventually become the most gifted sorcerer throughout the entire realm. Meanwhile, Leo is currently reaching his limit with all this academic chatter that feels like listening to white noise. In his head, hanging out with divine beings was basically like running into a neighbor at a grocery store. Honestly though, those celestial types once dropped a massive magical gift rewarding every warrior who punched Erebus in the face. That legendary heroic Tully. Yet Leo is low. He's salty because his own name seems to have been deleted like a bad browser history. 0 people give him credit, and it is honestly starting to grind his gears just a little bit. Eventually, the whole class piles up at the glass. Everyone is incredibly thirsty to see the Zerdinger squad strutting down the hallway, led by a lady named Celia who everyone thinks is a total icon of beauty and mystery. A loud voice commands every kid to get their butts into the main hall for a mandatory meeting because these VIPs are visiting. Just as the boy leaves, Billevin shouts wondering whether he intends sucking up to those snooty visitors. That boy Leo shrugs indifferently, choosing to ignore the noise. He wants absolutely zero part of this circus. His only dream is hitting his own bed for a nap. Leo's casual dismissal of such a grand chance merely ignited a fire under Gullivan, who simply couldn't fathom such a laid-back approach. To appear equally unbothered, Gullivan declared his own supreme indifference to the Zerdinger clan, though he absolutely planned to scope out Celia, if only because he saw her as a worthy rival. Of course, anyone with eyes could tell this was a ridiculous blah. He was practically vibrating with anticipation at the thought of exerting her recognition. Moments later, Leo was located, somewhat predictably, in the dojo. He appeared utterly spent, having tirelessly thrashed about with his humble practice stick. Eventually, he exchanged his stick for a real sword, and sauntered towards the exit. The very second he ventured outdoors, he was abruptly assaulted by a woman who hurtled towards him with all the delicate subtlety of a freight train on a caffeine binge. Leo, despite being taken aback, quickly parried her powerful lunge with a practiced flourish of his sword. Judging by their rather intense tango, it was immediately apparent this wasn't their inaugural blade. Fly. These two clearly shared a lengthy history, one punctuated by plenty of dramatic sword fighting episodes. The lady, clearly thrilled to resume their sword dancing after such a long hiatus, dramatically proclaimed this particular showdown to be his ultimate trial before she would deign to grant him entry into the illustrious Lumen Academy. Surprise, surprise, this formidable opponent was actually his mom, a plot twist that probably made Leo consider moving far, far away. In a blink, she was upon him once more, their steel meeting with a familiar, resounding clang, an energetic repeat performance, as poor Leo wrestled to keep pace, practically breathing through a straw. His mother, with all the casualness of ordering coffee, mentioned she hadn't even unleashed a tiny percentage of her true power. The sparks, and the blows, just kept on coming, and each strike, rather dramatically, intensified beyond the last. But then, surprisingly, Leo, showing off like a seasoned pro, somehow managed to reverse his fortunes. His incredible skill and unparalleled mastery of the blade allowed him to decisively overwhelm his mom, leaving her no option but to throw in the towel. His mother was left utterly bewildered, deeply impressed by her son's blossoming talent and noticeable progress. She then rose, and in a voice that was suddenly less battle axe and more sweet lullaby, inquired about his fervent desire to enter Lumen Academy. But hold your horses, folks, before we dive deeper. A brief, obligatory academy introduction is in order. Lumen Academy, also known as the Human Hero Academy, proudly stands as one of the 4 incredibly prestigious racial institutions that meticulously guard the revered hero records. These, Leo, with all the certainty of a cat chasing a laser pointer, strongly believes Lumen Academy is his best bet for unearthing clues about his previous, heroic life as Hero Kyle. Given such an overwhelmingly persuasive motive, it absolutely shocked nobody that Leo's resolve to gain entry into the academy remained as solid as a very stubborn rock. Leo's mother then, perhaps with a sigh, mentioned that certain members of the illustrious Serdinger clan were presently gracing Dallin with their presence and would, rather inconveniently, be residing at the Pla family mansion. Despite her personal enthusiasm for hosting them being roughly equivalent to a root canal, she admitted to having one particular request. Her plan involved having a little chat with Zeus, the esteemed vice patriarch of the Zerdinger clan, probably with ulterior motives. She secretly harbored hopes that he might be persuaded to impart the legendary Zerdinger aura technique to Leo. With this secret source, she optimistically theorized, Leo would absolutely be powerful enough to waltz into Lumen Academy by next year. No problem. What she, bless her heart, remained blissfully unaware of, was that her son was absolutely dead, set on storming into the academy this very year. Waiting another entire revolution around the sun for his ambitions was simply not on his agenda. Moments later, our scene shifts dramatically to the Grand Plough mansion, with Celia Zerdinger being formally ushered into the expansive estate. The instant she disembarked from her carriage, she immediately pondered, with perhaps a touch of aristocratic disdain, why her uncle had opted for this humble abode when he could have effortlessly secured an entire hotel. For those just joining this is indeed Celia Zerdinger, a formidable 15-year-old sword princess from the renowned Zerdinger clan. Her mind, a steel trap for all things academia, was entirely fixed on the daunting Lumen entrance exam, and she harbored serious doubts about how a comparatively minor family like the Ploughs could possibly contribute to her rigorous preparation. Just then, Celia's uncle, a fellow who turned out to be Zeus Zerdinger, the rather important vice patriarch of the illustrious clan, hailed her. He playfully inquired if she wasn't just a tiny bit intrigued to finally encounter Leo, the audacious young man who had so famously proclaimed his utter disinterest in the entire Zerdinger legacy. Ever the picture of cool indifference, casually observed that if Leo was merely some aspiring knight who hadn't even mastered aura yet, then, frankly, he probably wasn't worth her time, or a second glance. Zeus, however, apparently didn't get the memo on unimpressed attitudes. Quite the opposite. He appeared rather ridiculously enthusiastic about Leo's hidden potential. Upon their grand entry into the magnificent mansion, Zeus, ever the diplomat, smoothly advanced to extend his greetings to the esteemed heads of the Plough family. He exchanged pleasantries with Dade Plough, the family patriarch, and Raina Plough, his partner, with both hosts graciously returning the welcome, honoring the Zerdingers in kind. Zeus then made the proper introductions, presenting Celia to Rena and Date. The young lady, demonstrating excellent manners, immediately offered a polite introduction of herself in return. She expressed genuine thankfulness for being invited into their home. Rena took a moment to study Celia closely, noting how much she resembled her father and uncle in both appearance and demeanor. Celia, in turn, observed Rena's distinctive combination of black hair and striking red eyes. It quickly became obvious to her that Rena was also part of the Zerdinger clan, which also meant Rena was her aunt. Zeus and Rena, bonded by blood as siblings, soon settled down to catch up, discussing their recent, unsuccessful search for Leo at the Royal School of Dylan. Unfortunately, they were informed that he had already left the school, as he wasn't interested in meeting anyone. Rena, playing the role of the apologetic mother, excused her son's actions, admitting his behavior might have appeared impolite. Zeus, intrigued by the evasive behavior, then pressed his sister for details about Leo's personality. Rena praised him effusively, calling Leo incredibly gifted, which immediately led Zeus to question whether he truly deserved to inherit the Zerdinger flames. The mother continued to gush about her son, but insisted that she wasn't simply speaking from a position of maternal bias. Leo genuinely possessed the talent and potential required to assume the full Zerdinger inheritance. Zeus found this highly intriguing. Even though he relied heavily on her insight, he still felt obligated to conduct his own personal evaluation of Leo before rendering a verdict. Later on, we look at Leo, sitting silently, deep in concentration, having completed his slightly strange mental preparation. He declared internally that he had finally created a proper vessel for all his required energies. Leo reflected on why he had purposefully delayed learning aura until this point in time. The issue stemmed from his unique biology, where absorbing aura prematurely would cause his body to automatically adapt and specialize based on the aura's alignment. This adaptation would then hinder his collection of mana and soul energy, which were both absolutely vital to his long-term strategy. He remembered witnessing the significant risks of unrestrained power during his previous existence. If he had completely utilized the skills and essence of his deceased allies, he wouldn't have created the foundation for a coming catastrophe. To prevent history from repeating itself, Leo was determined to gain absolute control this time, starting with mastering aura exactly how he wanted. Just as he was getting deeper into his internal monologue, a well-known voice broke through the quiet, calling out to him, completely derailing his focus. When he looked over, he noticed Celia Zerdinger standing nearby, sporting a self-assured grin. She condescendingly remarked that he might finally be starting to understand the simplest concepts of practice. With a thinly veiled layer of mockery, she extended an offer to coach him in swordsmanship, provided he wasn't afraid of hard work. Meanwhile, our protagonist hadn't the faintest clue who this arrogant woman thought she was, so she formally presented herself, identifying as Celia Zerdinger. She added with dramatic flair that she was the renowned world-class sword princess, just in case he needed a reminder of her superior status. Leo skipped pleasantries and cut right to the chase, explaining that while he appreciated her consideration, he absolutely refused instruction from someone whose skills were demonstrably inferior to his own. Naturally, this declaration infuriated the girl, as it strongly implied that he believed himself to be superior to her in every way. Leo quickly clarified that during an actual fight to the death, she probably had the edge, considering he lacked the ability to utilize aura. However, he assured her, a sparring match relying solely on swordsmanship was entirely different, and he felt completely certain he could defeat her without any real effort. Celia took his bold claims as a direct personal challenge. With resolve, she scanned the area, selecting a sword from the vast array available. Her goal was to demonstrate that his boasts were merely unfounded arrogance, and she intended to achieve this by thoroughly humiliating him during their duel. To her mind, even if Leo eventually mastered aura, he would never surpass her skills. She simply aimed to deliver a brutal dose of reality. She proposed a wager, declaring that if she won during her current visit, he would have to become her personal servant. Leo remained completely unfazed by her demand, countering by asking what the consequences would be if he emerged victorious instead. Attempting to appear fair, she retorted that if he somehow managed to win, she would accept the role of his servant instead. With the terms of the wager officially established, Leo grabbed a wooden practice sword and immediately initiated the sparring match. He attempted to land a blow using surprisingly high speed, but she skillfully dodged every attack with effortless grace. Nonetheless, she couldn't ignore the fact that his velocity was actually quite impressive and somewhat unsettling. Still, Celia remained absolutely convinced that sheer speed alone wouldn't secure him the victory. The two combatants charged toward each other once more. This time, Leo delivered a devastatingly heavy blow, and the immense power behind the impact completely overpowered her defenses. She rapidly retreated when the physical force proved too difficult to manage, and the momentum caused Leo's practiced sword to shatter upon striking the dirt. However, he didn't pause for a second, instantly charging toward her for another assault. The previously self-assured princess began to second-guess her decision to challenge him, realizing she had absolutely no chance of successfully blocking the next incoming attack. Resigning herself to fate, she tensed her muscles and prepared to absorb the full impact directly. Yet, much to the shock of every observer, she miraculously suffered no harm, having activated an aura armor at the very last second. This, of course, completely violated the rules of their pure swordsmanship match. The pretentious woman refused to admit she couldn't evade his blow, quickly fabricating an excuse that the aura used was simply an involuntary reflex. Leo promptly announced that he had already secured the victory, rendering her last-minute maneuver completely irrelevant. Naturally, this declaration sent her into shock, as she certainly wasn't prepared to concede defeat in such a humiliating fashion. Leo had anticipated her refusal to acknowledge reality. Therefore, he casually removed the magic weight bracelets he had been wearing to deliberately suppress his physical strength. With the very next punch, he completely shattered her magical barrier, leaving the young woman in absolute bewilderment. Meanwhile, Leo showed absolutely zero mercy, allowing her to experience the full force of his power. Later, while walking through the castle courtyard, Leo happened to cross paths with his mother, who promptly introduced him to his uncle Zeus. Leo immediately bowed his head to demonstrate respect, and Zeus returned the gesture, introducing himself as well. The two gentlemen then formally shook hands. His mother then inquired if he had already made Celia's acquaintance, which reminded Leo that she had fainted from sheer terror following their previous altercation. Before Leo could explain precisely what had occurred between them, a knight approached Zeus with a report concerning the young lady's condition. Zeus was genuinely astonished to discover that Leo had defeated Celia using a body that hadn't even learned aura yet. He personally expressed his deep admiration for Leo, calling it nothing short of remarkable, but Leo claimed she simply underestimated him. Zeus then asked what Celia had forfeited in their wager, to which Leo gleefully replied that the terms required the loser to serve the victor. So, for the next week, Celia would effectively be his personal housemaid. Zeus disliked this outcome intensely, but acknowledged the importance of honoring one's commitments. Still, he emphasized that Celia was a member of the prestigious Zerdinger family, so he simply couldn't allow her to be ordered around doing servant work, and hoped Leo would void the promise. In exchange for canceling the bet, he offered to personally reward our hero with something far more valuable, but Leo immediately rejected the proposed deal. He informed his uncle that this was a personal wager between him and Celia, and as long as she carried the Zerdinger name, she had to face the consequences. The uncle then questioned if Leo was also willing to sacrifice the opportunity to learn the Zerdinger family's secret aura breathing method. Leo once again responded with a sharp, sarcastic remark, stating that an aura method offered merely to protect a niece from humiliation probably wasn't worth learning anyway. Since Zeus had no other way to resolve this delicate situation, he decided to declare that Leo's actions were disrespectful, claiming he planned to use a Zerdinger direct lineage member as a servant, and that the family's aura breathing method was worthless. Leo remained totally unfazed, and unafraid of the potential backlash, simply agreeing that his uncle's summary was entirely accurate. Suddenly, the uncle's demeanor softened, and he politely asked our boy if he didn't think his declaration sounded a bit impudent and uncivilized. Leo once again clarified that he never intended to insult the Zerdinger household directly. He claimed that if the aura technique had been offered as a straightforward reward for defeating Celia, he would have gladly accepted it as a prize. However, he had no intention of accepting it as a bribe just so she could escape the consequences of her loss. If his uncle refused to acknowledge Celia's defeat, it implied they believed she was superior, and simply lost the duel by mistake. Leo firmly reiterated that he would have won regardless of Celia's best efforts. This whole situation just made Leo's mother feel even more incredibly proud. Zeus found himself thoroughly impressed by Leo's judgment, realizing the child's rejection stemmed entirely from disliking his uncle's attitude. This only served to prove how outstanding the boy truly was, prompting Zeus to internally wish such an incredible kid were exerting her. Zeus made a distinct, deliberate gesture toward the knights standing nearby. He gave an order for Celia to be taken directly to the servant living area. He looked at Leo, and specifically allowed the boy to address his uncle without using any of the honorifics. Following that very short conversation, Leo went on his way. Zeus then faced his older sister, excitedly sharing that when he eventually returned to his residence, he would certainly persuade their eldest brother to let them train Leo in the powerful technique known as Phoenix Breath. The setting changed soon after to Leo's private bedroom. The first detail observed was Celia's completely humiliated expression. She was absolutely beside herself with humiliation, while introducing herself as Celia the May, who had been tasked with looking after Leo for the upcoming week. Leo was thoroughly enjoying every second of hearing her address him in that particular way. It was truly remarkable how her usual high-class demeanor actually complemented the simple maid uniform perfectly, making the attire look sensational on her. Celia appeared irritated by the compliments, likely because she was already completely aware of her own stunning beauty. Leo quickly offered an apology, assuring her he hadn't intended to cause any offense with his words. He admitted, though, that he once had a friend who went overboard when praising someone's good looks. He suspected that particular behavior must have rubbed off on him. He remembered that specific friend often declared that eternal beauty had absolutely no parallel. He then added that if peace ever returned to the world, this friend intended to dedicate his remaining days to spreading beauty to everyone. The friend in question was actually Duno, the master dwarven smith. Celia's attention suddenly focused on the book Leo was reading, and she made a curious inquiry about its contents. Leo explained it was something he enjoyed reading regularly when he was younger, specifically a book titled The Great Hero of the Beginning. Celia reminisced about reading that particular volume back when she was just 5 years old. Noticing how deeply he enjoyed this specific story, she went over to the bookshelf and selected another volume, similar title. She mentioned there were numerous available books detailing Kyle's life. Leo responded by claiming that many significant historical accomplishments are hard to attribute to just one person. He suggested that many achievements credited entirely to a single individual were probably the result of multiple heroes' collective actions throughout history. He was basically trying to suggest that some of Kyle's accomplishments had also been attributed to different heroes. Celia immediately rejected the idea, claiming Kyle was likely a cheat who simply tried to claim the accomplishments of far greater heroes as his own. She added that this was the general consensus, and she, naturally, completely sided with that perspective. Leo was visibly displeased to discover that everyone considered Kyle to be a total fraud who had made zero positive contributions to the world, so he brushed off all the chatter about Kyle, deciding a vital breakfast was required before commencing his rigorous workout schedule. Celia instantly slipped into her designated role, politely inquiring like any good servant would if she might join her young master in training, looking all sunshine and roses externally, yet harboring decidedly less cheerful thoughts internally. But hey, a girl's gotta play nice to figure out his superpower source. Leo, with appropriate seriousness, immediately started marching toward the practice area to honor her perfectly timed request. Sometime later, we witnessed poor Celia down on her knees, panting like a dog who just chased the world's fastest squirrel. Once that initial sparring session concluded, Leo, ever the critic, offered his expert assessment. He noted that when her energy reserves hit the red zone during combat, her ability to react turned sluggish, creating noticeable gaps between her every move, and precisely when that occurs, she leaves herself completely exposed, which is exactly what's happening to her in this very moment. However, Celia harbored serious doubts that her current state of utter exhaustion was actually conducive to effective skill development. Leo beamed, naturally, because in his view, the youth today are generally as robust as overcooked noodles, attributing this to how much aura methods have advanced, meaning folks stopped sweating the physical stuff. Even though a stronger body also supercharges your aura, that young lady, absolutely refusing to be branded as fragile, bravely dredged up every ounce of courage she possessed to stand for yet another round. Before they resumed, she sternly cautioned Leo that he absolutely must stop taking her abilities for granted this time, but her overly aggressive, rather impulsive, initial rush completely backfired when Leo simply flicked her away with a casual, effortless wrist movement, and subsequently, she tumbled onto the hard floor in a heap. At this juncture, she was primarily fueled by sheer annoyance after enduring one humiliating drubbing after another. Leo then produced a bracelet and offered it over, which she eagerly snatched out of the air with both hands. Unbeknownst to the maid, that fancy wristwear was secretly stuffed with weight magic, making the thing unbelievably dense. Meanwhile, Leo sported a decidedly villainous grin as he unveiled his sneaky plan, intending to force her to perform all future workouts while burdened by that lead-linked accessory. The following day, we find Zeus observing the duo's training session intently, and after witnessing Celia's tremendous struggle, the uncle was absolutely certain this miserable ordeal would be character building, feeling her ego probably needed a good smashing before she ever made it to Lumen. He then called over to Leo, sharing the delightful news that he was planning to petition the family head to grant him authorization to claim the legendary Phoenix Breath technique. The mere mention of Phoenix Breath jolted Leo slightly because, as far as his memory served, that's essentially the founding basis for the Zuringer clan's entire aura system. He understood that only members highly regarded within the family lineage are ever considered worthy inheritors of such a treasure. Celia chimed in, firmly stating her own father would never rubber stamp that permission easily. However, it seems Zeus had already accounted for that familial hiccup, presenting Leo with a specific stipulation. Should Leo manage to successfully clear the upcoming Lumen entrance examination, he would then be officially permitted to study that magnificent skill. Naturally, this declaration did not sit well with Celia, since, in her estimation, Leo was just some pampered youth incapable of even conjuring basic aura, and that entrance test involved actual fighting, posing a real, tangible danger to him. Well, Leo didn't duck the issue, confidently admitting he possessed zero actual practical combat background, which was a first. Of course, this calculation completely falls apart when you factor in his past life's baggage, so Zeus just waits for Leo's input. The young man readily accepts the offer, as long as his parents sign off on the whole arrangement. A week zips by, and the Lumen entrance examination finally arrives. When everyone spots the highly sought, after Celia exerting her among the examinees, they are absolutely mesmerized. In the meantime, Celia pokes at Leo, teasingly asking if he's getting nervous. It appears that after spending so much time playing the role of a personal maid, Celia has completely lost herself in the character, still referring to Leo with the master title. While they stand there, a familiar, an annoying voice interrupts their conversation, belonging to Golovin. He came specifically to see Celia, but spotting Leo by her side throws him off balance. This irritating character insults Leo, claiming he doesn't belong here without knowing how to use aura, while simultaneously attempting to greet Celia politely. Unfortunately for Golovin, the duo ignores his presence completely as if he were invisible. He becomes visibly uncomfortable and attempts to remind Celia that he is Golovin Traton, recalling their previous encounter. To Golovin's dismay, Celia completely draws a blank on his name and swiftly takes hold of Leo's hand, signaling her intention to immediately depart from the area. Abruptly, another person calls out to them. The new arrivals are two siblings, Abad Llewellyn, a 16-year-old from the Llewellyn family, and his younger sister, 14-year-old Chelsea Llewellyn. Celia instantly recognizes the siblings, but Leo is completely clueless about their identity. Celia informs him that they hail from the esteemed Llewellyn family, a heroic bloodline of the Lordran Empire. Celia gets strangely competitive, explaining that these two are also participating in the exam, and cannot possibly be allowed to win. She won't let deserting her name lose to the Llewellyn family. Leo, however, isn't particularly bothered, being applauded rather than asserting her. The Llewellyn siblings extend their greetings to Celia. Celia responds in kind, as she can find a legitimate excuse to ignore them entirely. She also introduces Leo, specifying that he belongs to House Pla, a noble family from the kingdom of Delad. Upon hearing Leo lacks a prestigious title, Abad Llewellyn immediately writes him off as unimportant. The siblings quickly spin around and leave, issuing a warning that they fully intend to claim first place. Unsurprisingly, Celia despises the Llewellyn siblings and eagerly anticipates completely dominating them during the trials. All of a sudden, a representative from Lumen Academy walks onto the main stage, instantly capturing the focus of every person in the crowd. The man identifies himself as Albie Duran, a professor at Lumen Academy. Celia's face instantly twists into an expression of profound shock upon seeing this distinguished individual. Leo appears totally unbothered, primarily because he has zero idea who the man is. Celia looks annoyed that Leo fails to recognize such a famous figure, explaining that Albixerant is listed in the hero record as a hero of the current era. Leo pauses to study the professor closely, and observes a very strange detail about him. A colossal whirlpool of magic is pooling inside Albie's peeper. The instructor then starts yapping to the crowd of newbies, detailing how the admission test usually goes down, and he says the events normally feature a mix of dueling rivals and hunting down ugly beasts. Old-fashioned folks would normally queue you up to finish these chores, but the teacher admits he thinks that slow pace is for chumps and refuses to dilly while showing off. He suddenly toasts the instructions he was gripping, making it look like he is tossing the old rulebook into a dumpster fire. Then, he reaches for a chunky, dusty tome that looks older than dirt. Once the cover cracks, the man brings out the opening section called The Untamed Woods as his first act. Suddenly, a giant glowing geometric pancake of doom appears beneath every single kid standing there. The stage is ready, yet nobody had even the foggiest notion about the teacher's secret plans. One fact is totally obvious though. The guy really hates wasting minutes like a cheap watch, so he shouts that he is smashing every test together into one chaotic soup and starting right now to grasp the current chaos. It turns out that the legend log is way more than just a boring diary. Its true gimmick is summoning a reality known as the Realm of Legend, which stores the memories and skills of former champions. By jumping into this zone, a person can borrow the mojo of old icons, basically making it a high-tech game for future warriors. Every kid is now stuck inside this legend realm, specifically a creepy jungle, where the teacher yells that they just need to not die, since they can hug it out or backstab each other, as anything goes to avoid becoming a corpse, and cowards can just pop their shiny marbles to teleport home, and that is it. After scanning the trees for a bit, our protagonist realizes this dump looks surprisingly familiar. It is a mirror image of his memories, as this crew belonged to pointy-eared folks before a spooky monarch named Seletna moved in. Meanwhile, a few wee brats are already begging to go home, mostly because they assume the whole spooky place is just a fake hologram, but our main man knows much better than that. In his view, even if this simulation grew out of the proctor's brain, every single bruise and scratch here is going to feel very real, especially since the lethal traps around here will definitely send you to the afterlife if you nap on the job. And speaking of murder, Leo senses a hidden stalker and narrowly avoids a projectile that literally explodes the dirt where his feet were just standing, and luckily, he still has all his limbs. But when he glares at the spot where the shot came from, he spots Chelsea, the brat from the Llewellyn clan, who apparently thinks he is part of the rival Zerdinger crew, and wants to delete him from existence. But Leo fast talks his way out, explaining he is actually a member of the Plav group. Chelsea just gets angrier, calling him a big fat liar because she saw him hanging out with Celia a while ago. Suddenly, she launches her frosty spell, the Whimsical. As he observed her chanting, Leo found himself rather impressed by the magical spell, which certainly hadn't existed in his extensive magical catalog from his past life. He quickly noted, however, that the basic principles underpinning this new magic weren't really all that different from the ancient, more common techniques. Conversely, Chelsea grew increasingly infuriated by his utterly unflappable composure, finding his calm attitude incredibly annoying during a supposed duel. So, she decided to really shake him up. She unleashed her most impressive magical ability, aiming for a stunning display of power. Leo, however, casually parried the whole thing with just one lazy swing of his sword, making it look incredibly easy. The powerful Nana blade she had conjured just crumbled harmlessly away into thin air. This whole situation left Chelsea completely unsettled, as she realized he hadn't even bothered using aura, a simple block light that shouldn't have been possible without it. Our protagonist, ever helpful, proceeded to rub salt in her very bruised ego by casually remarking that her attack was far too simplistic to be effective against him. He extended an invitation to form an alliance, insisting it would be mutually beneficial, and reminded her that the longest survivor earns the most points. He helpfully suggested that as a sorceress, she might want to pass at least one test before getting kicked out entirely. Her predictable response, "I assume," needs no explanation. She immediately fired back with a boast, declaring she wasn't some weak, typical sorcerer, but actually a specialized battle mage. His previous comment about her attack being simple clearly struck a nerve, deeply offending her sense of self-worth. Stunned by his words, she channeled every bit of power she possessed, hoping to crush him instantly just to prove she wasn't the weakling he obviously perceived her to be. Her attacks ended up being completely pointless, however, because Leo had already moved, and he wasn't standing anywhere near the direction the blades were heading. To make matters much worse, she couldn't feel a single trace of mana anywhere near her, meaning she had absolutely no way to pinpoint his location. Her eyes finally found Leo again, and to her complete surprise, he was right in front of her, with his fist tightly balled up and ready to strike. We don't actually get to witness if that punch connects with her terrified face. Unfortunately for her, or perhaps thankfully for us, however, one particular thing remains completely clear. Her knees completely buckled and gave out beneath her, which provided a definite sign of victory for our protagonist. Believe, ever persistent, once again reminded her that his offer to join forces was still on the table if she had a change of heart. But before she could respond, the scene cut to the faculty members of Lumen Academy, observing the entire spectacle unfold through a large digital viewing window. They were clearly thrilled to see the intensity of the battle finally increase, like fans watching a tense sporting event. Switching back to Chelsea, it's safe to say she wasn't receiving much mercy from her opponent at all. Leo had taken the precaution of tying her firmly to a tree trunk. The look on his face clearly indicated that his intentions for this unfortunate young woman were far from kind or heroic. He also made sure to ignite a substantial bonfire since the nighttime temperatures were beginning to drop. The fire quickly intensified, and flames began creeping closer toward the damsel in distress tied to the log, causing her to panic immediately. She could easily avoid this rather fiery fate if she just agreed to cooperate and ally herself with Leo. However, this lady proved to be incredibly stubborn, refusing the offer outright. She made it abundantly clear that she needed absolutely no allies except for her beloved brother. She decided to deploy some wind magic, But it proved useless because Leo had already activated a skill that completely blocked magical abilities. He privately admitted, however, that his mana was almost completely depleted, meaning the magic restraint wouldn't last much longer. The woman finally gave up on using magic, realizing she had to find another way to escape her current predicament. But Leo was here specifically to prevent that, keeping a very close eye on her to ensure she couldn't pull any fast ones. He immediately increased the intensity of the flames, and before long, the fire began to catch on her clothes. When her outfit started to burn, she reached her breaking point, finally giving in and agreeing to form a temporary partnership. Leo, ever the skeptic, wasn't satisfied with a simple promise, telling her to swear on her family's good name. The girl quickly fulfilled his demand, vowing on the Lulan family honor that she would cooperate fully with him. Satisfied with her oath, Leo finally released the constraints holding her captive. But before she could tumble into the roaring inferno below, he quickly caught her in a surprisingly gentle maneuver. The perspective then shifted back to the instructors overseeing the examination. They were meticulously watching the students perform their tasks in the competition. Albik Siren, in particular, had yet to witness a single student meet his exacting standards. He found the choice made by most students to compete and fight each other rather than cooperate completely illogical and pointless. The only participants showing genuine potential and strategic thought were two students in particular. One was Abad Lulan, who, along with Celia, was demonstrating excellent teamwork, offering Albie a small shred of hope for the future competitors. His attention then turned to Leo and Chelsea, who were also unexpectedly working together. He was especially focused on Leo, even if he found the fire trick Leo used on Chelsea to be extremely childish. Getting Chelsea Lulan to agree to an alliance, however, at least earned Leo a passing grade in Albie's estimation. This was especially true because Albie assumed Leo lacked the raw power and elegance possessed by Celia and Abad, though the teacher was hilariously wrong since Leo had already beaten Celia easily. Regardless, Albie still viewed Leo as a surprising dark horse in the race. After making quick work of several monsters that appeared in their path, Leo and Chelsea continued their journey, and Chelsea finally started to think that her alliance with Leo wasn't quite as terrible as she initially believed. She asked him about the source of his aura, noting a lack of mana from it, and Leo casually stunned her by revealing he didn't even know how to use an aura. Unsurprisingly, this revelation absolutely shocked her. While a lurking monster watched them from the bushes, waiting for the perfect moment to strike, Chelsea immediately sensed the beast's presence and instantly fired a powerful shot at it. To be completely honest, this particular strike was significantly more intense than necessary. It absolutely annihilated what was, to be fair, a rather feeble monster. Leo admitted that her strength was indeed impressive, but he criticized her for using it inefficiently and improperly. Suddenly, Leo sensed an unusual presence nearby, and orders the lady to stop moving. The boy spotted a funky vibe within the dirt, so kneeling down he found parched earth alongside some very crispy, expired humans. Suddenly, a spicy fireball decides to ruin everyone's quiet afternoon. However, our hero bounces back like a gazelle while cradling the girl bridal style. Those mischievous pranksters who rigged the explosive surprise eventually crawl out from their bushes. Surprise! It is just Gullivan plus his rowdy crew, and since that guy is obsessed with Leo, he arrived specifically to act as a hater. The leader orders a minion to attack, and the clueless sacrificial lamb runs forward without a single brain cell firing. Sadly for that guy, Leo delivers a premium dental adjustment that sends him straight to nap time on the floor. Our protagonist flexes his massive main character aura, and chilly requests that his partner keep an eye on his rear. Chelsea feels a bit shook, realizing he just pulled her out of the fire twice without breaking a sweat. Nevertheless, she shakes it off and scoots behind his broad shoulders, prepared to scrap with the leftover losers. Meanwhile, the coward Gullivan performs his signature move, hauls his miserable butt away, ditching his bros. He tries to outrun his fear of the man behind him while praying he finds a new meat shield soon. Luckily, Celia catches a glimpse of him, but rather than hunting him, she strolls toward the chaos he is fleeing. Upon arrival, the view waiting for them is absolutely mental. This place is a graveyard of beast remains mixed with scholars who clearly failed their practical survival exams. Obviously, her face glows brighter than a light bulb when she sees her sibling standing there. At the same time, Celia gives him the side eye and asks what business he has hanging with Chelsea. Leo boasts about their new team, but Celia finds that harder to swallow than a brick, preferring to believe in parkouring bugs over him convincing that stubborn mule to cooperate. He just offers a creepy smirk and says he used his powers of persuasion, looking so devious that Celia starts questioning if he committed a felony. Regardless, our hero decides to be a nice guy and starts peeling his victims off the pavement. Seeing the kindness Abud wonders why he is playing nurse to his enemies. He explains that there is absolutely no reason for them to keep throwing hands with each other. Grouping up to smack down the trials of this realm is way smarter than acting like solo jerks. Since Abud and his crew seem totally lost, he points at the mummified remains nearby to signal that something scary is lurking. Looking at the shriveled remains, a classmate remarks that these poor souls look like they were sucked dry by a giant straw. He adds that the weirdness goes deeper, noting how this entire zone has suddenly become a ghost town for monsters. It seems like the local creatures are hiding from a bigger bully, as if some ultimate alpha predator just rolled into town and made every other beast flee for their lives. While the puzzle bits click together, Abud suddenly gets the memo, and from what he gathers, Alby's big debut involved clobbering a super buff monster like it was nothing. Exactly then, a thunderous howl erupts from some far off spot in the wild. A creepy noise suggests that something nearby and spooky is waking up in the woods. That shouting makes everyone sweat, proving the beast is tired of hide and seek and wants to play tag. Over elsewhere, Gullivan clumsily wanders the timberland solo, clutching a fire stick to guide his miserable way. He seems spooked, yet even though he is totally doomed, his tiny brain prioritizes petty grudges over actually staying alive. Out of nowhere, he spots a stiff on the ground, and some shadowy junk makes him do a clumsy faceplant. That dark shape is revealed as a massive freak, and since this critter looks like a gargantuan eight-legged beast craving a midnight snack, it is pretty obvious that poor Gullivan is basically history. Why don't we check out the current situation involving Albie and his terrified class? Believe it or not, a ridiculous 500 kids managed to flunk this entire evaluation. The major hiccup is that the quota demands no fewer than 100 survivors, yet merely 50 warm bodies remain in the running to actually pass. Instead of pressuring himself to recruit losers, the mentor refuses to accept anyone who fails his vibe check, given that the head honcho hired him specifically to harvest the top-tier talent. Albie maintains that legendary icons only emerge when life starts throwing massive lemons at people. That teacher developed a weird fascination with our guy Leo, a random dude possessing surprisingly slick moves. Everyone wonders if this sneaky underdog can truly survive such a brutal testing phase. Returning our focus to the kids currently struggling through that nightmare trial. These kids are running wild, struggling to find their way through the pitch black, suffocating air. Celia makes her weapon glow, shouting that she spotted some movement further down the path. That weapon's crimson light exposes a hideous arachnid face busy munching on a very unlucky victim. Everyone gets the heebie-jeebies while Abud panics and tries to whip out some magic mojo to zap the creep. But Leo puts on the brakes, telling Gullivan to just smash that shiny blue rock. Naturally, Gullivan is currently serving as a human taco in the spider's mouth, making it hard to move. He finally chooses to pulverize that azure gemstone, delivering a spicy lightning shock straight into the beast's gullet. Once those kids finish prepping, using his gusty sorcery, Abud flings a sharp draft toward the creepy beast. Yet while the strike slices some flesh, it lacks the power to actually finish the job. This little group feels pure terror once they realize how much danger is actually breathing down their necks. That leggy horror is actually the royal brat tarantula, and she is certainly no supermodel. One dummy tries to poke the beast, hoping a close-range whack will work. He gets humbled instantly when the monster swats him away like a fly, knocking him flat on his face. So Celia steps up, smugly thinking she can finish this with one lazy swing, revving up that fiery prominence trick. She fires a crimson laser right through the bug's guts, giving it some serious trauma. Unfortunately, this eight-leg tank shrugs off damage faster than a toddler ignores rules, ruining her battle strategy completely. Abud takes this chance to insult her, bragging that comparing a flimsy wizard to a beefy knight is like comparing a sparkler to dynamite. He unleashes the Raphael bust, trying to turn that creepy crawler into a finely julienne salad. But once his dramatic windy tantrum finally peters out, he is horrified to see the beast looking totally fine, just judging him with creepy eyes. Noticing her sibling is about to become bug snacks, Chelsea triggers that windbreaker move to rescue him. Abud still gets a nasty scratch, though his sister's spell luckily keeps his arm from flying off. She rushes over to make sure he still has all his limbs after that near disastrous pedicure. They threw the whole kitchen sink at it, but this beast heals faster than a bad rumor. Pure panic kicks in while the big mama tarantula skitters closer to deliver the final smackdown. Leo strolls over, mentioning how this ugly creature happens to be Salatna's precious little nightmare child. She was a top-tier goon for Erebus, known for turning the local elf woods into a giant bonfire. Furthermore, Leo notices that Albus port side peeper is oozing mystical energy from the actual monarch of fairies. This big spider boss governed those spooky woods, totally wrecked the elven trees, and even snacked on the king's most trusted rebellious buddy. Back then, Leo figured Luna had actually done her job and squashed this bug for good. Things are much more annoying than they look. The legged freak stayed alive by turning the Fairy King's right-hand man into a protein shake. That poor guy held a secret cheat code for immortality, which was that super fancy ring of life. A pod is thick-headed as a brick, insisting he must solo the beast since it is officially on the test. He and Celia start spamming attacks, desperately hoping to hog all the glory for themselves. That beast absorbs all their anger, but Leo knows they're just wasting breath, because this thing mends itself like a magic sweater. Honestly, they are going to hit empty on their mana tanks long before the bug flinches. Feeling desperate, Celia finally asks for advice, so Leo explains they actually have to cooperate and use the power of friendship. Abad immediately rejects that idea, because he wants the kill count, and Celia is being just as much of a diva, as the two squabbled like toddlers fighting over a toy. Leo stepped in to deliver a harsh reality check, explaining that teamwork was mandatory, or they would all fail spectacularly. The message finally penetrated their thick skulls. Abad entertained the idea of collaborating, but calculated that a single, synchronized strike strong enough to finish the beast required a good amount of preparation time. The snag was that nobody else present could possibly distract the creature, making their situation incredibly awkward. Stepping forward, Leo offered his services as a distraction, claiming he could definitely buy them a few minutes. Celia immediately called him insane, pointing out his complete lack of aura, but Leo confirmed his 5-minute survival window was the best he could offer in this condition. The magician Abad fretted, worrying that even 5 minutes might not be enough time for their intricate combined attack. Leo remained stubbornly confident in their plan, grabbing a weapon from the dirt to initiate the fight. He clarified that fire and wind elements, sharing a natural synergy, would provide ample power for the task. Putting their rivalry aside for a moment, the Sword Princess and the Grand Magician formed a temporary truce. Meanwhile, Leo regarded the hideous fire as both a stimulating challenge and a nostalgic flashback to his previous existence. The battle commenced as Leo instantly impressed everyone by cleanly severing one of the monster's limbs with a single precise swing. This completely stunned his two companions. Next, he proceeded to absolutely destroy the creature's face. He felt a strange satisfaction recognizing this specific monster as a creature of Tartarus. The narrative shifts to a flashback showing a tiny elven child running away while crying in sheer terror. Tragically, the monster Tartarus ensnared the poor kid in its sticky, disgusting webbing. The boy was now totally immobilized, tangled up in the monster's web. Escape seemed absolutely impossible from this predicament. The massive spider quickly approached its catch, ready to devour him in one enormous gulp. The terrified child begged for his mother while awaiting certain doom. Suddenly, a brilliant, shining figure appeared to save the day. This radiant being intervened just in time, stopping the creature from harming the frightened child. Luna, enraged at the creature for destroying her home and devouring the contractor who served as the elven forest's right hand, unleashed a blinding light attack on the toothed beast. Her magical strike completely engulfed Tartarus in light. The light formed a protective cage around the creature before a massive pillar of thunder descended upon it. Luna hadn't anticipated that Airbus forces would also invade and overwhelm the elven forest. At this time, Leo, in his original life, became responsible for rescuing the child. He helped the elf escape the sticky webbing. Well, folks, let us investigate this unfolding drama. Observe him clutching that massive chopper, prepared to sacrifice his coffee break for the team. Yet he feels rather naked without his flashy magical glow. He immediately yelled for Chelsea's assistance. Leo directed her to deploy some fancy elemental sorcery, making sure she aimed those projectiles right at him, which sounds safe. He performed a highly energetic, spectacular avoidance maneuver. Due to his ridiculously high velocity, Chelsea worried that the friendly fire particle might accidentally vaporize him if this kept up. Nevertheless, Leo bellowed reassurance that he was totally golden, provided she stopped dawdling and accelerated her efforts. Chelsea sparked her mystical abilities, mentally preparing to craft whatever sharp implements the man required. Leo cheerfully confirmed that if it slew the beast, he would happily take any kitchen utensil. A shiny, deadly implement materialized right into existence for his use, all while he tried to guess the shape. Perhaps a curved cutlass, and that oddly named medieval blade, gripping both newly conjured tools tightly. Leo initiated his berserker rage of cleaving attacks, immediately reducing the large arachnid's morale, as every single armament shattered upon impact. Chelsea instantly zapped a replacement item speeding right toward his location. He skillfully snagged a pointy little knife and a huge, like chopping machine. Leo's absolutely terrifying, borderline superhuman athletics completely rattled Chelsea's understanding of physics. She became convinced this guy was secretly a black belt in everything deadly and complicated. Even grumpy old Abad reluctantly admitted the chap displayed considerable vigor. However, since he wasn't Superman, A quick little razor slice managed to nick his cheek, mildly annoying him. Leo mused that failing to neutralize this oversight insect right this minute meant facing an eternity of embarrassing jokes from his pals across the celestial divide. He cranked the aggression dial to 11, aggressively diced the spider, and promptly placed an order for more weaponry. Tragically, Chelsea announced she was completely fresh out of magical implements, a revelation that hit Leo like a punchline. Fortunately, it turned out that Celia had just finalized charging up her incredibly powerful mega attack. She unleashed a magnificent, noisy helix of cleansing flame, immediately turning the nasty critter into a pile of slightly crispy ash. The highly sought after a rain of life drops popped off the creature's corpse, and the terrifying beast was finally put down for the night. Celia immediately collapsed onto the floor, incredibly relieved the ordeal was finished. Much like Monday. Nonetheless, she found herself obsessing over Leo's frankly ridiculous stunt, managing to hold back the mighty Tartarus for a full 5 minutes. Celia attempts to praise the hero, yet Chelsea beats the lady to the punch using some rapid-fire flattery. Now acting like a crazed groupie, she reckons his recent moves were basically on par with those mythical champions from the dusty old storybooks. Leo remains completely unimpressed, though this girl is absolutely losing her marbles because she desires his magical combat wisdom, repeatedly begging for a private lesson. Hilariously, Celia actually wants Chelsea to get that specialized coaching just so the poor girl can experience a spicy serving of genuine agony. Regardless, our main man steps up to snatch that fancy circle of vitality, which transforms Prince Scyllid into a tiny sprite. He jogs the royal spirit's foggy brain by simply uttering his proper title. Following this, that guy retreats inside his jewelry, officially crowning Scyllid as a pixie monarch, simply because Professor Albie tripped over a magical eyeball relic. The ticking clock for the trial zone finally begins its descent. Feeding the flavor face has netted the SWAT a shiny new contract known as the Sprite Sovereign's Vow. Just before the teleportation kicks in, Leo spots a familiar mug from his previous incarnation, jumping ahead to Killian Badian, the big boss who runs this entire school, who is currently grading the performance data coming from the Wild West. His helper asks how many kids actually survived Albie's brutal grading curve without failing miserably. That principal acts quite shocked to find 40 pupils made it through, even though that count is still pretty pathetic. The boss is actually pleased, since he expected a measly 10 survivors, making this outcome a total win in his book. Celia and Abad are the obvious frontrunners, yet the principal caught wind of a mysterious person suggested as this year's top delegate. It is wild that Albie endorsed anyone, so everyone assumes the chosen one must be from the fancy Zerdinger or Lulin families. However, the actual nominee is a total nobody, a fresh face whose stats completely blow Celia and Abad out of the water. Shifting back to Professor Albie, the grumpy educator is busy judging the kids' powers with a very critical eye. He officially nominated that young lad Leo Pluff to stand as the main champion for the warrior department. The principal is floored that the teacher is actually praising this student, especially since he claimed the boy has the soul of a legend. With the stressful testing period finally concluded and put to bed, our protagonist is currently soaking in a steamy private bath, loving every second of that cozy heat. This prize for surviving those trials remains a mystical oath from the Pixie Patriarch. Usually, when someone finishes a champion's memory realm, they do not actually receive any standard physical loot. Yet, for some weird reason, he was granted a special gift anyway. Leo feels totally confused, then suddenly notices his dear old mom standing right there before his eyes. The woman immediately cornered the lad, demanding to know if he understood the actual reason she had been tossed out of the infamous Zerdinger Manor. Attempting to save a dear friend, she unfortunately lost all restraint, accidentally setting loose the legendary, chaotic Zerdinger blaze. However, she still harbors no remorse for her drastic actions, not even presently, instead focusing entirely on her unique child, hoping his astounding abilities will be guided properly. Furthermore, she expressed profound joy in extending formal congratulations regarding his acceptance into that illustrious learning institution. Having arrived inside the magnificent Lumeria metropolis, all incoming students were told promptly to retrieve their various suitcases before exiting the secure arrival checkpoint. Lumeria, you see, serves as the geographical belly button of the entire planet. Plus, their most heavily celebrated school is absolutely the breathtaking Lumina University. Since young Master Leo had successfully shown up at last, his rather dapper relative appeared to welcome him personally, offering lavish praise for his success, making Leo instantly suspicious about his presence. He discovered the Zerdinger family headquarters was embroiled in solving an exhausting, perpetual argument that had already dragged on for roughly 4 weeks straight. The relative tested his knowledge, inquiring whether he knew the cause of the quarrel, prompting Leo to guess it concerned the coveted Phoenix breath legacy. His relative verified that he was precisely correct. adding that even though his mother left the Zerdinger lineage, Leo remains undeniably her offspring. Furthermore, the family's senior members were deeply moved by the youngster's flawless score on the infamous Western placement test, which is utterly brutal to pass. Leo received possession of a specialized, shiny reality, bending access device, which he immediately opted to activate by whispering a magical incantation. This contraction granted him entry to a surprisingly important manuscript. His peculiar uncle then bizarrely ordered him to generously smear his own doubt all over the ancient parchment surface. Leo complied dutifully. He bit his knuckles sharply, allowing crimson droplets to splatter haphazardly upon the fragile text. Since he successfully donated his bodily fluids, he now possessed complete entry to all the secret knowledge held within the document. Therefore, absolutely nobody else could possibly learn these secrets. Although perfecting the Zerdinger family fighting styles requires intense dedication, the uncle firmly trusted the youth's intrinsic skill, suggesting he would adapt shockingly fast. Having concluded the strange ritual, he formally introduced the lad to the Zerdinger ancestral estate. Immediately after their conversation finished, Celia sent a cryptic message asking Leo to rendezvous somewhere secret. Unexpectedly, a female student carelessly collided right into him, resulting in both figures spectacularly tumbling down. The now embarrassed student swiftly scooped up her scattered textbooks, profusely apologizing for her thoughtless hurry and lack of spatial awareness. She hurriedly took off, which is precisely when Leo caught sight of her discarded identification badge. He retrieved the plastic item, discovering the name Chloe Mahler, apparently a nervous new first-year student enrolled at the prestigious academy. Leo pushed open the door, only to be confronted by an exceptionally exasperated Celia, who immediately began complaining about his tardiness and their extensive list of errands. He sheepishly offered an apology, explaining his unexpected meeting with his uncle. Celia's face immediately lit up, demanding the full story. Preparing to fulfill her request for information, the boy demonstrated the Zerdinger family's fiery technique, while simultaneously fretting over whether he'd executed it flawlessly. Upon witnessing this spectacle, her jaw dropped in complete disbelief. The impossibly confident Leo had fully mastered this intricate, ancient technique in less than 4 weeks. This unbelievably quick progress caused her to collapse in disbelief, questioning if he possessed any human characteristics at all. Sometime later that same day, the famous Sword Princess and the mysterious forgotten hero noticed a massive vessel docking nearby. Professor Lendio presented himself as the assigned instructor for the Academy's night class. He ordered the students to immediately get on board, explaining that they were departing for Lumen very shortly. The trip commenced with the students simply relaxing and enjoying the journey. Leo and Celia's perceived romantic relationship prompted a conceited young fellow to conjure a comet near them, much to Celia's irritation. This character, an alchemist from the Moira kingdom, quickly revealed himself to be a persistent merchant selling absolutely everything. He immediately attempted to conduct business with them, suggesting they stock up on essential school supplies right away. Leo introduced himself using his student alias, stating he hailed from the kingdom of Dalad. Thomas was immediately surprised, noting that kingdom requires passing the infamously difficult Western exam. Leo wanted to point out the obvious strange feeling in the air, finding this situation entirely too peculiar. The calm seemed suspicious to him, but Celia insisted this was the expected level of comfort for freshmen who successfully passed the entrance exam. The boy redirected his attention toward their instructor, as Thomas voiced agreement with Celia's assessment of the situation. Without warning, the vessel lurched violently as an enormous tentacle erupted from the water. The appendage almost flattened Thomas, while the surrounding students desperately pleaded with the instructor for immediate assistance. The instructor nonchalantly sipped his wine and scoffed at their desperation, ridiculing them for needing assistance at all. He reminded them that Lumen Academy students must always rise to the occasion during dangerous events. So this creature was simply a pop quiz they had to pass alone. They faced off against the monstrosity of all monstrosities, as a colossal kraken glared down at the fresh faces. In the middle of this high-stress chaos, the forgotten hero kept his cool and efficiently severed the creature's tentacle with his sword. Sira, for her part, was also managing the situation effectively by herself. After receiving the Sword Princess' blazing attack, the kraken responded immediately by dousing her with a forceful water spray, resulting in Celia getting absolutely soaked. A creature snatches Thomas, the one stopped screaming like a maniac. Noticing this drama, Celia plus Leo sprint forward to carve that beast out. Owing to that mixer's greediness, he shows utter bewilderment. That man figured the sword lady would thrive solo due to her status, yet seeing a different pupil act equally aggressive was shocking. Unlucky Thomas barely avoids being flattened by a chilly appendage and screams at the person who almost ended his life recently. Chloe, the 4-year-old girl who collided with our protagonist, is wielding frosty sorcery, while single, handedly keeping that freak at bay. She insults the potion guy, who is basically a useless anchor in this brawl rather than hiding away. Thomas admits that arrogant folks like her ignore the little guys who are just trying to assist. As one more slimy Lynn gets smashed, we witness the powerful pair of Abad and Chelsea entering the conflict. Those two haven't finished the petty feud involving their respective families. Regardless, that mystical brawler keeps her sight locked onto this protagonist while being rivals. Since a swarm of late freaks is invading the school, the teacher views this as a lovely orientation for the rookies. Sipping fermented grape juice, the man remarks about those top-tier fighters, Ken, Sudhir, Abad, Chloe, Walden, then lastly Duran Moira. Regional squad leaders are fighting the menace with great talent, yet, positioned past those folks is a rookie who surpassed their results. Some nameless freshman without regional standing. His swordplay is purely ideal, plus he responds like he is seeing every move beforehand. The teacher is thrilled that he will witness the kid go full power during his upcoming lectures. Regardless, the incompetent potion brewer burns through his jars quickly as they finally hit the dock, jumping from the vessel. The professor wants the kids to adapt to beastly encounters because they will face them constantly. Now we shall wander across that grand lobby. Those Lumini school workout spots are actually wild. A massive crowd waits eagerly, praying the new kids actually provide some decent entertainment tonight. Opening moments for the induction gala arrive, where the shadowy squad huddles around their teacher, demanding every leader march toward the vanguard position. The big boss monitors this official broadcast, anticipating legendary feats from the potential saviors enrolled in this specific academic cycle. Gillian makes it crystal clear that achieving ultimate power requires a level of grit most mortals lack. Kids must gamble with their pulse and constantly smash through every physical or mental ceiling possible, striking the floor with intense power. The principal argues that failing these basic requirements is utterly unacceptable. Such losers shouldn't even step foot inside this elite school. Immediately after, he transforms into a cuddly elder, pretending he didn't just scare the living daylights out of everyone, fatally and gestures toward the crowd, wondering why the room suddenly sounds like a silent funeral home. That sparkling legacy as a master of the blade diminishes whenever he opens his quirky mouth. Following this, the individual everyone is eager to hear from finally takes center stage. You won't hear the names of the typical popular kids. The roadie audience screams that specific boy's moniker repeatedly, leaving the poor guy feeling absolutely bewildered. Glancing toward the teacher, the lad understands exactly who vouched for his skills. Leo walks toward the stage, greeting the grumpy staff and older students with some words. Meanwhile, the crowd gossips like a bunch of hens, trying to figure out if this random stranger is actually someone important. Finally, the tiresome oration reaches its merciful conclusion, as people ask Leo about his ambitions while serving as the primary class delegate. It dawns on him that they just want to annoy the top-tier graduates. The protagonist delivers his remarks with such professional elegance that the mentors anticipate a rather dull and orderly ritual, until the lad loses his mind, and publicly invites anyone to snatch his title through combat. Such aggressive words immediately trigger the egos of the highest-rated combatants. However, our protagonist remains unbothered by whichever chump decides to step up to the plate. Once the talking concludes, everyone retreats to their rooms, since 7 days of trial lessons begin at sunrise. Consider this a free trial where pupils sample various lessons without any permanent commitment. Aids their eventual selection of a trio of specialized academic concentrations. Everyone gets told to catch some sleep so they aren't tardy for their initial morning lecture. Leo finds himself bunking beside Thomas, a guy who is vibrating with energy for the coming dawn. They trade sleepy pleasantries before Leo hits the mattress like a ton of heavy bricks. Thoughts swirl through his noggin regarding his actual purpose within this fancy scholarly dungeon, snagging a prime spot inside this top-tier brain factory. He truly craves discovering that misplaced legendary achievement scroll from ages ago. During tomorrow's lunch break, Thomas hopes to park his gluteus maximus right next to our protagonist. Possesses zero real interest while granting that specific favor. Our main hero gets ambushed by a grumpy stranger he definitely never met before. This fellow named Duran from the Central Lands arrives to verify if that loud invitation for a duel was actually serious business. Our boy realizes his previous yapping was peak bait, since it basically begged for some random ruffian to come kick his teeth in quite violently. The regional hotshot believes he is the undisputed king of the suburban concrete jungle, yet the student genuinely possesses 0 dams to distribute. Calmly sipping his sugary liquid vitamin blend, truly triggered by such blatant disrespect, the brew explodes by launching a massively violent leg swipe, launching the furniture skyward. Luckily, the hero possesses some truly supernatural velocity, as he snatches the flying toppings, and reconstructs that divine beef burger. This stew personifies peak sophistication by turning a violent outburst into a gourmet dining experience. He taunts the bully, claiming that letting delicious snacks hit the floor would be a cardinal sin. The bully, conversely, feels like deleting this kid with mean words, since he assumes the rookie leader is a total weakling who offends his massive and fragile ego, halting the brawl. The teacher nonchalantly drapes his heavy limbs over the shoulders of both squabbling pupils. The teacher softly reminds them of their high statuses as student leader and regional boss, hoping they are mentally ready for a world of pain on day one. One can witness their terrified expression screaming for a rescue mission. Time to skip forward and witness the debut scouting session for the nocturnal education branch. For some strange reason, Celia feels quite anxious about the mysterious absence of our main man. He finally shows up, wheezing like a very broken steam engine. His ragged state piques her curiosity. As she assumes he threw some hands, our hero chooses to keep his mouth shut for the current moment. Education begins. As Aang presents himself as the Grand Master for these rookie midnight scholars, the lanky sidekick notes that the angry bully and our protagonist are currently beefing quite hard. Professor Aang blabbers about the three big mana flavors, specifically magic and soul stuff along with aura, though that last one is basically the spicy level of difficulty. Celia chirps in that aura is tricky since mana gets all stiff and awkward during its transformation. She nailed it because the first two types keep things chill and natural, whereas aura aggressively hijacks mana and forces it to wear a meat suit. He flexes his shiny glow to show off and asks if any students actually understand how to squeeze that refined energy out of their own physical frames. Brain buffering. Celia comes up completely empty-handed while trying to find a smart response. The new kid finally speaks up, explaining that tapping into aura basically requires torching your mana like a cheap candle. The teacher confirms he is a genius, then probes him for the most vital ingredient needed to keep that mana fire blazing. Leo fires back instantly, claiming that raw physical endurance is the secret source. Blown away by the kid's aura wisdom, and wonders if he spent his toddler years reading magic textbooks. Surprisingly, he has not, which makes him a total overachiever, considering a complete rookie somehow understood the deepest vibes of aura without cracking a single book. Tired of the boring lecture talk, Aang decides the class needs to get moving and actually do something physical. Flexing his glow, he summons a wavy floor called the aura step, which is just fancy leg day training using concentrated energy. Aang floats back down to earth and eagerly blurts out that you can do almost anything with this sparkly power. A few random classmates start poking around and lightboxing, while Celia starts trolling our hero, offering him a tutorial if he agrees to call her big sister. Leo is not desperate for her coaching, since he already feels like an expert on how aura physics work. Spotting Duran brooding in the corner, the teacher figures it is time to bring up that embarrassing food court brawl from earlier. Random people like Chelsea are completely clueless about the spicy drama, and Thomas fuels her gossiping needs with his annoying play. They play. The professor drags both Leo and Duran to the stage for an awkward showdown. Initially, Aang gets in Duran's face to ask why he is being such a grumpy pants. Since Duran gives a rude answer, the teacher comes up with a brilliant plan to settle things. He challenges the regional big shot to a foot race against the new student, hoping to find out who truly deserves the class leader title. Aang explains that everyone can use their glowing powers without any annoying rules or safety breaks holding them back, which basically feels like a massive cheat code handed to Duran. The race day finally arrives, and Thomas, acting like a shady bookie, starts taking illegal bets from his classmates. Picking off the duel, we have the gifted prodigy hailing from the Moira family, plus the zappy Cloud King himself, known as Duran. His rival is a random guy with zero pedigree, the underdog who somehow outpace every regional boss to snatch the title of rookie leader. Leo plot. The peanut gallery expects miracles from their rookie boss, yet they feel utterly bamboozled seeing him fail at basic magic jogging, leading everyone to gossip that he definitely stole the jig from the much cooler central leader who actually has skills. Sensing the peak of the hype, Aang declares the laws of the game, stating that whoever touches the line first gets the trophy, while the loser must suck it up and deal with the shame. This high-speed jog is ready to roll. Honestly, even Celia wonders if Leo is biting off more than he can chew today. Duran is basically a caffeinated bolt of energy with his electric vibes, but despite those scary stats, Celia prays Leo pulls a rabbit out of his hat and shocks the world. The sprint kicks off with Duran mashing the gas pedal and taking first place. Momentarily after the teacher screamed start, the athletes vanish, and Duran Moira wrapped his body in a spacey coat of static electricity, feeling completely assured that such rapid movement might render the newcomer totally obsolete. Showing off some truly elegant sprinting posture, our hero totally ignored the pathetic insults thrown his way at the gates. Just as the viewers predicted, it seems the fancy Central Region boss is planning to delete this entire race course in record time. Meanwhile, Our rookie leader is playing catch up, so Leo began pumping some glowy juice into his shoes to find another gear. The mob immediately decided he was just a lucky fraud who lied his way into the top spot. Surrounded by a sea of haters, a single brave soul screamed for Leo, as Chelsea Lulin made herself heard above the grumpy noise. Hell-bent on deleting his rival, Duran proved he was a true heir to his family name by moving like a spark in a pan. Watching him fly past the midpoint like a cheating rocket made Care sweat for his pal, since it looked like Leo was destined for a participation trophy. Therefore, the teenager scanned the circuit for some inspiration. To the absolute bewilderment of the observers, he actually hit the brakes rather than trying to zoom ahead. After coming to a total halt, Leo decided to exit the lane and began jogging straight toward the bricks. Even if the Zerdinger girl trusts him, this specific behavior makes no sense, and the boy looks like a total clown. While the onlookers scratched their heads in total confusion, Leo concentrated on packing more magical batteries into his ankles. Easing several wild bounces, he ditched the path for the lawn and eventually hopped into the seats, casually glancing back as Duran kept zooming along in the distance. Leo finally maxed out his power levels, and the burning energy in his toes started smashing the platform beneath him. Using a singular massive spring, he threw himself back onto the pavement with a scary amount of velocity. The landing was so ridiculously loud that it triggered a tiny boom behind him, causing Duran to nearly trip over his own feet. Out of that smoke, the rookie soared forward like a spicy crimson comet, burning up the remaining distance of the race. That little show off couldn't resist mocking his rival as he zipped by Duran, labeling the haughty kid as nothing more than a turtle on vacation. The human blur shot past the finish line in a flash. His landing was so elegant, it looked like a superhero movie scene, just without the cape. Duran stood stunned just a few feet away, completely flummoxed. His powerful lightning aura had fizzled out like a cheap firework, signifying his humiliating defeat. Leo tilted his head back slightly, flashing a confident, smug grin. The victory was his, pure and simple. Unfortunately, the audience seating area suffered significant structural damage during the spectacle. Despite the destruction, it was totally worth it. The previously trash-talking crowd was now in utter shock, realizing they'd just witnessed something genuinely serious, not a casual sprint. Everyone knew Duran was the quickest new student, so the notion that anyone could possibly defeat him seemed completely ridiculous. Adding insult to injury, he lost to someone who hadn't even mastered the basics of aura control. Out of all the wide-eyed spectators, Celia was one of the few who actually recognized Leo's move. She understood he hadn't used a simple aura step, but rather a perfect execution of the highly advanced Phoenix step technique. Following Leo's triumph, Tara and Chelsea absolutely burst with excitement, showering their victorious friend with non-stop praise. The professor silently processed the events he had just witnessed, noting that Duran had utilized his signature lightning aura to boost his velocity. While that specific action was anticipated, the actual velocity achieved by Leo's initial speed seemed comparatively sluggish, but his mastery of aura manipulation was far superior. He concentrated fire aura into his feet for a powerful propulsion, creating one precise and effective aura step, demonstrating perfect execution of a simple principle. Always the perfect gentleman, Leo approached Duran and extended his hand, acknowledging a good contest. He even conceded that the outcome would likely change if the race had involved a greater distance. Fuming over his defeat, the spoiled child refused the handshake, deliberately bumping Leo aside as he stomped away. The professor felt confident that among the current crop of students, a truly formidable hero was finally about to emerge again. The moment Leo rejoined his friends, Chelsea immediately launched into a flurry of praise. He was so impressive that she practically demanded he let her train alongside him. Kara turned to Celia, wondering aloud why Chelsea was so captivated by Leo, and completely ignored him, even though the reason was plainly evident to everyone else. With classes finished for the day, Kara extended an invitation to the group to visit the nearby cave, even volunteering to cover the cost for everyone. Leo politely declined the offer, explaining that he was unable to join them for a relaxing break. Without another explanation, he quietly departed from the group. When questioned about his destination, he revealed he was going to observe the summoning curriculum. Baffled, his companions questioned why a night division student would bother sitting in on a summoning course. His standard response, as expected, was for research purposes. One question still puzzled Leo. Why had the Fairy King bestowed the pledge upon him as a prize? He understood that rewards in the hero's world usually align with the owner's abilities, yet the reward he acquired appeared directly connected to summoning. However, Professor Albee strictly practiced magic, not summoning, which meant Leo logically should have obtained a magic-based ability instead. Moreover, contacting a fairy requires traveling all the way to Fairyland, making his reward completely useless in the current situation. As Leo waited outside the summoning class area, A recognizable voice inquired if he was enrolled in the summoning program. The person turned out to be Chinsha, the Eastern captain and high scorer, a pleasant, kind, and cheerful woman. Unlike the recently defeated captain, they shared a brief, polite greeting, and she immediately encouraged him to simply address her as Xia. Xia knew for certain that Leo belonged to the Night Division, which made discovering his interest in summoning quite a shock. He clarified that he was merely researching spiritualism. If that was the case, she noted, they would likely be running into each other frequently in numerous lectures. Upon being grilled about her supernatural partner, Xia manifested a stunning puddle-dwelling pixie out of nowhere. Sadly, our protagonist lacks any supernatural packs currently, but the kind-hearted girl suggested he contact her for help with manifestations, as he never rejects a chance for support or networking. He then proceeded to walk directly into a trap by asking the lady exactly how many birthdays she had survived. The maiden smirked, admitting her age was currently 17, while fully aware her companion was a younger child of only 15 years. Internally, the boy marveled at her youthful glow, since she appeared even more like a fresh seedling than Chelsea ever did. His friend spotted that brief trance and accused him of thinking something naughty, which he instantly refuted. Smart move, gents, always deny everything. Regardless, she simply wanted to mention how she was totally floored by his high-speed dash against that Duran fellow. She was actually lurking in the crowd during the main event, and the sight of him zooming past left a permanent scar on her brain. Fueled by pure ambition, she challenged him to a future showdown whenever the stars aligned for them. Feeling quite entertained, the boy smirked and refused to retreat, following a long string of loud and crazy personalities. It felt delightful to finally bump into a somewhat normal human. Consequently, the Summoning Division's introductory lecture has officially launched, and their setting was bizarre right away, because they were standing in literal dirt instead of a desk-filled room. A couple of prominent figures have appeared, specifically two individuals possessing defined features and snowy hair. They clearly qualify as vital protagonists rather than merely generic background furniture. Looking around, the lad noticed the student count was sparse, which the maiden expected, because summoning spirits is not exactly a trendy pursuit for the youth. Precisely as the youth pondered the reasons for conducting this session in the wilderness, an enormous bladed monstrosity featuring sails which blotted out daylight swooped past the pupils' skulls, dropping the solution from above. The monster landed hard, flaunting its scary muscles for the whole world to see, revealing itself as a pitch-black wyvern. Several youngsters possessing the spinal fortitude of a soggy noodle collapsed instantly upon witnessing the terrifying predator. Suddenly, the woman riding that overgrown lizard smiled and declared that her pet seemed to find this class quite tasty looking. After leaping from that skilly ride, the woman stated her identity was Uramaran, the magic teacher tasked with babysitting the freshmen all year. Urat is a certified 10 with long snowy hair, a game body, and demonic vibes. The thirsty boys in the group were ready to volunteer as their teacher's personal summons at that exact moment. The boys suspected that should that creep do no visit, his mental state might collapse upon witnessing a female possessing a distinct brand of allure compared to Luna and Licinus. That guy would have been deeply moved to produce a massive amount of highly questionable artwork, diving straight into business. Yura chatted with her little newbies, saying that being in this fancy program meant they probably had some skills, which the students confirmed with much enthusiasm. The instructor enjoyed their cocky attitudes, so she decided they should all shuffle over to the training fields immediately. The lady summoned Carlo, who serves as the freshman associate professor, to release those grouchy winged beasts. Dura explained that everyone would be riding in pairs, and that they had more than enough griffins to handle everyone's behinds. Unfortunately, this represents the initial attempt for anyone to manage a creature as fussy as these monsters. The instant a grumble reached her ears, Ura's gaze hardened like granite as she questioned if they preferred a lecturer or not to listen. Hopping astride her ebony-hued wyvern, she declared loudly that anyone feeling inadequate about griffin riding should just pack their bags and skedaddle. Her plated reptile buddy totally matched her fire mood, letting out a bellow and beating its wings to launch skyward, asserting Tobal alpha status, while everyone else looked utterly flustered. One tall student stood tall, looking perfectly cool and completely unfazed by the drama. Associate Professor Carlo chirped in sweetly, urging the fliglings to hustle up and keep pace with their leading instructor. Once they wrestled down their initial nerves, and that what am I doing here feeling, most scholars discovered the mighty griffins were surprisingly more cuddly than expected. Truth be told though, some of these majestic winged quadrupeds can be absolute little pains in the tail feathers. It really just comes down to sheer luck. Leo paired up with Thea for the aerial fun, and she charmingly inquired if she might take the reins, to which Leo happily conceded the command post, and so, the eager pupils were lofted into the blue, delivered skyward in pairs, Just like that, those who grasped the hang of it swiftly shot ahead of the leading instructor, using the air lanes to zip right over the ocean expanse. Nobody foresaw being permitted such a daring feat as piloting a griffin on day one, but that's Lumen's legendary training for you, wiping out all apprehension about the beasts. Some students were even squabbling over who got the controls next. Chad and Leo were soaring along beautifully with Gia firmly in charge of the direction, though she was a tad jumpy, their chosen griffin being an absolute angel of a creature. Nevertheless, it's always wise to keep your wits about you, considering these magnificent beasts are notoriously fidgety for novices holding the straps. Observing that the whole operation was cruising along splendidly, the usually stern Miss Yura decided it was high time to inject some chaos and produce a tiny whistle. She puffed into it with mighty force, releasing a tone so faint it was basically inaudible to humans, but crystal clear to every griffin present. The moment those four-legged feathered friends registered the sound, it was as if some deep, ancient instinct flipped a massive internal switch. Their claws snapped out like sharp cutlery displays, and every single bird erupted into chaotic motion. The less resolute pupils instantly squeaked for the professor's intervention, unaware that she was the puppet master behind the current beastly breakdown. Miss Yura sternly calculated that any student incapable of managing a berserk griffin shouldn't bother claiming the Lumen Academy mantle. Even Zaya, a summoner with decent prior experience, was having a real time of war with her particular flying mount. As she wrestled valiantly with the leather straps, Leo reached out, steadying her grip and her balance by holding her hand and waist, advising her with a serious tone that griffins are too proud to be dominated by brute force, which only encourages worse shenanigans. His physical contact, though, was surprisingly soft and reassuring. Leo delicately adjusted her fingers in small, precise ways to keep the bucking beast obediently on course. Taking the helm from behind her, he smoothly shifted his command, urging the griffin into a speed that outpaced anything they had managed before. They maintained such incredible velocity and unflappable stability that they zoomed past both the professor and her supporting instructor in a magnificent blur. Miss Yura applauded his masterful handling of the creature, then turned to Carlo to confirm if this first-year superstar was, indeed, gunning for the night major track. The paperwork backs that up, he replied, noting that his flying skills were so polished it suggested he might have a private griffin chilling in his backyard. Yet Carlo's files showed Leo hailed from a family too modest to afford such luxuries, which meant, clearly, that this amazing skill was simply raw, unadulterated natural talent shining through. Although the course is barely warming up, Miss Yura felt a genuine thrill, suspecting she might have just unearthed a genuinely spectacular, secret talent. Following that rather dramatic airborne escapade, every single student eventually landed safely at the designated island of summons, the main training ground. Many poor souls were busy emptying their stomachs onto the shoreline after that dizzying, turbulent flight, whereas Leo was already strolling the pale sand, looking for a perfectly ripe piece of fruit. When he finally located a specimen of fruit that met his very strict standards for ripeness and size, he reached out to pluck it from the branch, but paused when he noticed a small, charred feather nearby. His brain immediately started spinning with wild theories, yet he chose to keep quiet about them for the time being. After securing the perfectly ripe fruit, he presented it to the griffin as a token of thanks for delivering them safely to the island. With all students present and accounted for, Professor Yura called everyone together, informing them they would begin with an impromptu practical exam on day one. Of all things, some students were simply hoping to check out the class during an exploratory phase, but now they face an immediate, surprise assessment instead. Yura explained that compared to the two other main academic tracks, the journey of a summoner requires far greater dedication, a fact they should all recognize already. When it comes to effective summoning, simply possessing control over magical energy is woefully insufficient for success. To forge a lasting bond with a suitable spiritual partner, an individual must first possess the appropriate spiritual resonance. To skillfully command your summoned allies, a significant aptitude for taming techniques is absolutely mandatory. The path is extraordinarily difficult and full of complexities, which explains why there are so many fewer summoner heroes than heroes from the two traditional classes. Despite this challenge, summoners who successfully earn the title achieve far more significant feats than most heroes from other disciplines. Legendary summoners have etched their names into the very foundations of history, and this promise of lasting legacy is the true appeal of the profession. Every student here harbors the personal ambition to become that very sort of unforgettable, legendary figure in their own right. Liza Hergen, representing the prestigious summoner hero lineage of the Northern Hergen clan, stepped forward to confront the challenge, inquiring about the specifics of the examination. As it is, Yura clarified that, as the name obviously implies, the Isle of Summons is teeming with wild creatures, and spiritual entities. Since a summon essentially functions as a tool or weapon for a summoner, the assessment will primarily evaluate each student's taming capability, making the test requirements quite simple. They merely need to capture a summon in the forest and escort it back to the shoreline, and after forming a contract, they are permitted to keep the creature permanently. The students erupted in joyful chaos, as securing a personal beast for free was a rare opportunity, and everyone else enthusiastically charged into the woods to find their new companions. Leo, meanwhile, proceeded into the forest with a significantly more measured and calm pace. Surprisingly, Eliza followed him from the entrance. The rumors regarding his victory over Jaran had circulated quickly, and seeing him in the summoner course compelled her to say hello. The other high-achieving students in the class immediately took notice of this peculiar interaction. Leo waved off Eliza's comments, casually insisting that he had simply done his best under the circumstances. Eliza found herself deeply irritated by his casual dismissal, feeling as if she were being treated like a nobody. Observing her new students from a distance, Yura quickly began identifying the key individuals who would define her freshman class. Only a few minutes later, several students had already initiated the process of trying to tame their selected creatures. None of the unfolding events managed to capture Leo's attention. However, some students noticed the freshman representative venturing far too deep into the woods. They secretly hoped for his failure, thinking he would receive a 0, prove incapable of taming anything, and run back to his brute force knight major. Completely unbothered by all the surrounding drama, Leo continued down the path as deeply as he possibly could. He followed the feather he had seen earlier near the orange tree. Only a few minutes ago, its tip had been badly burned, but now it appeared entirely perfect. Stumbling upon a quiet gap between the trees, he double-checked to ensure no nosy critters would crash his party. He tapped into his spicy internal furnace, quickly changing that bird fluff into a pile of crispy charcoal dust. Searing heat slapped his backside, proving his gut feeling that things were becoming way too toasty. Meanwhile, in his childhood village, daily existence became quite boring since the little rascal finally packed his bags and ditched the house. Rena prepared outdoor snacks fancy enough to win awards in a cartoon. Still, her motherly brain spiraled, even though it was just his debut class, meaning she should probably chill out. Had she witnessed the chaotic mess her spawn was actually facing, she would realize her panic was totally justified. She lied to herself that her lad would survive, claiming he was built like a sturdy brick outhouse. That same kid was currently being rotisserie roasted by a mythical fire chicken, a legendary phoenix of great renown, and this fire-breathing bird felt quite puzzled seeing a toddler wielding the ancient Zerdinger spar, having only appeared because of Reina's scent. Upon hearing his parent mentioned, Leo questioned the bird about their connection, making the timing of this, he and arrival perfect. This mythical creature was actually old pals with his mother, claiming it still needed to pay her back big time. This is Furina, the legendary firebird who absolutely hates playing hide and seek. She gave a formal greeting, treating the boy with the high regard usually reserved for his legendary mother's lineage. The boy bowed back politely before begging the giant fire chicken for more juicy gossip regarding her history with his mother. The bird admitted that Rena saved its former boss, Ellen Landa, a name that made the boy jump like a startled cat. Ellen was a legendary warrior who nearly bit the dust while raiding a siren dungeon, having lost her entire squad before things went south. Suddenly, Rena arrived like a flaming meteor to rescue her friend from a grisly end. Though she was a noble warrior, the cost of that heroic rescue mission was the permanent loss of her shiny power glow. Without that setback, Rena would have been a top-tier legend, a revelation that hit Leo like a ton of heavy bricks. However, his mother claimed she never felt a single regret about that day, causing Farina to chuckle at Rena's predictably selfless and very stubborn knightly nature. Voting quickly, Leo wondered why a celebrity bird was hanging in Loonman, though she kept her secrets, and she wondered why a shrimp was exploring the island of summons. He mentioned he was currently learning how to call forth giant magical monsters. Farina felt the urge to squint and scrutinize the small human standing there, witnessing a power level so massive that it seemed impossible for a mere toddler. She realized he was quite the special nugget. The phoenix cackled loudly, deciding their meeting was purely written in the stars. Now she could finally settle her tab with the woman who gave him life. The bird urged the boy to extend his palm and catch her spicy, glowing energy. The sparks waltzed across his skin before hardening into a glowing oval, which contained a tiny, unborn baby fire chicken. She dreamed that when he finally grew up to be a master wizard, he would sign a magical deal with her offspring. It sucks that some random wizard was supposed to get that magical omelette, but Farina likes Leo way more anyway. The firebird nearly fainted on the spot when the kid asked if he could pop that egg open and domesticate the beast right this second. A spacey orange glow started engulfing the dude before she could even shout a warning for him to keep his pants on and stop the ritual. Farina attempted to explain that he was basically trying to microwave a turkey on high before it was even seasoned. Death was on the menu if he messed up, but Leo stayed focused like a laser, while crossing the line into madness. And Farina realized he inherited that suicidal stubbornness from his mom, so she just wished him luck. While cracking that shell, the entire universe seemed to vanish, leaving only the boy and the spicy inferno trapped inside. Mesmerized by the pretty flickering lights, Leo stuck his hand out like a toddler reaching for a hot stove. The second his hand made contact with that tiny spar, it exploded into a giant, angry bonfire that refused to be tamed. The kid freaked out and yanked his limb back as the air turned into a thick soup of heat, proving that Phoenix fire is basically sunshine on steroids. This ordeal was basically a demo of the bird's life, where the creature has to toast its own flesh daily just to look cool and stay spicy. The legend says they spend forever being grilled alive while healing up at a speed that would make a lizard jealous. Leo finally got a taste of their suffering, so he quit whining and let the flames hug him, becoming one with the bird's agonizing heat. The inferno finally hit its peak, throwing a massive tantrum and swirling all over his shivering frame. Out of nowhere, the shell he was holding began to crumble and pop like a bag of overheated popcorn. The boy blinked his eyes open, now possessing a graduate degree in suffering and a soul that learned to love the burn. The heat that was busy cooking him started gathering around the shell, putting the hatching speed on a serious fast-forward setting. Farina wondered if he actually pulled it off, and he gave her a cool nod to confirm he was indeed that guy. She beamed and labeled him a total genius for that crazy stunt, because when a firebird says you are the goat, you better believe that high. Even before the baby bird popped out, Farina was already high, fighting the kid for locking down a legal spiritual marriage with the beast. The shell bits turned into dust, leaving behind a cute little nugget of feathers that he decided to call Fior. Farina got so hyped that she switched to her human skin and handed her precious little fluffball over to the boy. Honestly, Fior just looks like a standard spacey chicken nugget, but she is definitely the most adorable snack in the forest. Around noon, most of the class limped back to the shore with boring, harmless pets they found hiding in the bushes. Yura looked at her buddy Carlo and asked about the clock, noting that the stragglers had about 5 minutes before they were officially late. Just as she predicted, the only people missing were the 4 overachievers she had her eye on from the start. A loud boom rattled the forest. Then a massive, terrifying bear came sprinting out, flattening the landscape like a fuzzy steamroller. Riding that fluffy tank was the messy-haired Chen Xia, who successfully recruited a wet bear baby for her nightly quest, which is actually pretty cool. Her big moment was immediately ruined by a giant dark spot that covered her and her new fuzzy friend. The silent emo kid caught a goth bird and was now showing off by hanging onto its foot as it flew him to the sand. Even elite families struggle with those edgy crows, so while he has not signed the papers yet, Yura was impressed enough to give him a pass. Moments afterward, the pupil lost their marbles, seeing a pristine snowy snake slithering shoreward, while Eliza surfed its scales. Eliza smugly claimed she snagged that mythical reptile solely for the family collection, treating this epic hunt like a casual monster-catching game. The instructor eventually shouted the deadline, officially terminating that stressful afternoon trial. Luckily, the final kid hit the sand just in time, but unlike the flashy arrivals earlier, Leo nearly sauntered out wearing a tiny bird hat. While his peers projected pure terror, his vibe was basically just aggressive adorable energy. Those dim-witted average peers roared with laughter, assuming he befriended poultry because he definitely lacked the juice for real magic. Amidst the sea of giggles, Professor Yura got the creeps, and nearly let a nasty swear word slip past her lips. That cheeky little rascal actually dragged a literal firebird to his introductory trial. When the sun dipped, the rookie beast taming session concluded, and the youngsters were led home to their dorms. Though the others clocked out, Leo still had some juicy gossip to settle with the higher-ups. He straightened his neckwear and rapped his knuckles against the wooden entrance. A sugary melody of a voice invited him to enter. Pushing the heavy door open, he found Yura lounging in casual clothes, while the setting sun painted her profile, and she quickly paused her work to let him grab a chair. Yura admitted that witnessing a newborn firebird was a brand new experience for her seasoned eyes. Honestly, she remained clueless that such a legendary creature was even lurking on that monster-infested vacation spot. A brand new kid bonding with a solar hawk is absolutely wild business. That feat completely shattered every record ever held in the long annals of this school. Professor Yura approached the young man, cornering him in his seat with a curious expression, and claimed she knew exactly what he was hiding. Leo gulped hard, fearing his massive display of power had accidentally leaked his hidden true nature. However, his stress vanished when she crushed him in a hug, yelling that he was the greatest magic prodigy of all time. Despite wanting to celebrate his win, The teacher suggested they keep his spicy bird contract on the down low for a bit. If that tea spilled everywhere, the entire campus would turn into a chaotic circus of drama instantly. She urged him to commit to the summoning major immediately after the intro phase, convinced he has the raw power to become a legendary icon. And just a heads up for the fans, you have zero chance of being her familiar or getting a date since reality is brutal. Sunrise arrived at the campus, greeting the tired students with a gorgeous start to their Tuesday morning. Chloe stumbled along the corridors, practically a zombie because she stayed up way past her bedtime. Carlo spotted her stretching her jaw and joked that her face might split open if she kept gasping like that. Chloe appeared totally drained because she spent the whole night nerding out over dusty spell manuals. He recognized the lady he had clumsily collided with earlier that week. Leo fished Chloe's lost identification card from his pants and handed it back to the rightful girl. She expressed gratitude to the class leader for preventing a boring trip to the office for a replacement badge. What baffled her most was the fact that Leo, of all people, was also intending to attend the magic lectures. He argued that the exploratory period meant he should sampled everything, but Chloe, a dedicated magic specialist, only bothered to attend classes related to her specific field. Par leaned close to his buddy, whispering that this ice woman Chloe was apparently gunning for the top spot in the entire magic division. Unfortunately, Far's vocal projection was about as subtle as a foghorn, so Chloe Mueller heard every single word of it. Par immediately felt the room temperature plummet as soon as she looked at him, quickly prompting him to try and slink away to the back row. A massive, crystalline ice pillar suddenly materialized, completely blocking his escape route. The perfectly formed pillar looked exactly like an iceberg, effectively sealing Carr into his spot. With nowhere else to go, Chloe dragged Carr to the front seats, demanding he behave and pay attention to the upcoming lecture. Just a moment later, another familiar individual strolled into the lecture hall. In fact, two of them, the unsurprising duo of Abad and Chelsea Lulin, members of the esteemed Lulin mage family, also showed up for the magic course. The door swung open dramatically, and the atmosphere of the entire room instantly changed. The moment he stepped across the threshold, he effortlessly commanded everyone's attention, and as he walked toward the podium, the girls started blushing and whispering about how unbelievably handsome their magic professor was, sporting a slick, back hairstyle, a perfectly knotted tie, and an immaculately sharp outfit. Len Hors introduced himself as the first-year magic division professor. He arrived carrying a significant stack of paper, announcing that before they started today's introductory class, he wanted to do something drastic. With a casual flick of his finger, the aforementioned stack of paper on his desk went soaring through the air, before settling perfectly onto every student's individual workspace. He announced that for an introduction, everyone would immediately take a magic theory exam, which understandably shocked everyone since they hadn't had a single lecture yet. Professor Len Hors asserted that any students who failed to meet specific performance standards would be instantly banished from his course. Since they were now all Lumen students, he suggested this much should be considered the absolute bare minimum standard. Upon finishing the exam, they were instructed to hand the paper to his assistant, Anna, who, unlike the intense professor, seemed to be a walking ball of pure sunshine. The student most thoroughly doomed by this surprise quiz was undoubtedly Leo, who stared at the first question and instantly knew he was cooked. Clueless about current magic trends, the increasingly complicated formulas presented on the page were utterly meaningless hieroglyphics to his untrained eyes. As the clock ticked, every student desperately tried to wring every last bit of knowledge from their brains to tackle the challenging questions. With every grain of sand descending in the hourglass, the tension in the room thickened, as everyone knew their magical future hinged on this single test. When time was called, the students collectively agreed the exam felt surprisingly easy, yet strangely, none of the top students had managed to solve the final question. By contrast, Leo was completely freaking out because, even after giving it his absolute best effort, he only managed to answer a single question, handing in his paper with trembling hands. He deeply regretted not studying up on modern magic before setting foot in this place. Convinced of his failure, he immediately bolted from the room, unable to bear the sheer embarrassment, deciding to just teach himself magic later on his own schedule. During the previous century, wizardry transformed radically, shifting from a deep intellectual exercise into a tedious chore of memorizing absurd rules like a trained para. Old Man Horse scanned the papers at light speed, eschewing tools to basically read the ink using those bare, meaty digits. Meanwhile, Leo concluded that this shift toward brainless rote learning has essentially turned modern spellcasters into a collection of unthinking, incompetent buffoons. When that marking finally finished, the teacher displayed his supernatural mojo to intimidate the young scholars just a tiny bit. He birthed a glowing ball of brilliance that flooded the auditorium with bizarre glyphs and spooky metaphysical concepts spinning around. Witness the heart of his handmade wizardry. A complex spell framework, he constructed one agonizing block at a time like a magical architect. His primary mission involves training kids to actually investigate and create their own brand of sorcery rather than acting as mere copycats. This explains why he traumatized them with a massive assessment on the very first morning of their new exploratory curriculum. Those 49 minor prompts carried a measly point each, testing their capacity for remembering annoying facts that grew progressively more irritating. That 51-point final scrutinized a wizard's genuine spirit. The teacher prayed that eventually his pupils might quit being average and solve it. Chelsea exhaled a massive cloud of relief, feeling certain that nobody else correctly cracked the impossible riddles she could not even begin to understand. Glancing over, she noticed Leo's abandoned chair and neatly placed paper, assuming he quit like a loser, which ruined her dreams of casting spells together. Following the instructor's sweaty and passionate rant, his helper hurried over and murmured some frantic news directly into his ear. Anna softly mentioned that one random student actually cracked the 50th problem, which completely rattled the grumpy old man's entire world. The stern and stiff version of Len Horse evaporated, replaced by a guy laughing like a hyena because he finally found a gifted child. He demanded to know which legendary hero just made history by acing the ultimate question and earning a flawless grade on their first try. Master Horse was essentially turning pink and drooling while imagining himself training a once-in-a-lifetime arcane prodigy. However, Anna corrected his excitement by stating the grade was not perfect, which he ignored, figuring the kid just missed some basics while being genius. Next, the helper delivered a shocking revelation, murmuring that this peculiar scholar solely solved the concluding puzzle while ignoring every previous section. That instructor demanded to know the name behind this absolute lunatic. So Anna presented the official folder belonging to one Leo plot. Horse roared Leo's name like a drill sergeant, but the boy had already ghosted the room after quietly submitting his work in total shame. To fix the painful silence, Chelsea timidly raised her hand and explained that Leo vanished the exact moment he finished the test. That grade is a total statistical dumpster fire, since he technically topped the class by ignoring the easy stuff and hitting the jackpot. This catalyst for that academic Roy had already occupied the canteen alongside Celia, who began mocking him ruthlessly for failing like an absolute amateur. Between summoning a useless puffball and bombing his magic exam, Celia thought Leo was failing at school, suggesting he stick to hitting things with swords as a knight major. So when he asked if she wanted to go do some cardio, she suddenly became very interested in her lunch and stopped talking. Their casual chat was ruined by a terrifying aura appearing behind Leo. As Professor Horse arrived, fuming that this sword-fighting kid mocked his class, he confronted the boy for leaving after a single answer, asking if the exam was so pathetic that it was not worth his time. Our protagonist stood and politely clarified the mess, admitting he truly felt there was not a single prayer of surviving that specific test anyway. To that fellow, every single puzzle besides the final challenge looked like ancient runes, leaving his poor brain completely lost without a compass. The lad craftily mentioned that his sorcery skills came from dusty, ancient scrolls, making him about as current as a dial-up modem in a fiber-optic world. As a realization dawned on the academic, he scooped the youngster off the tiles, handling him much like a confused feline being rescued from a bathtub. Once released, Leo felt a level of bewilderment that surpassed any previous mental breakdown he had ever endured. In the meantime, the instructor's gaze sparkled with unhinged delight and chaotic potential, while he beckoned Leo to tag along for a bit. Before Leo could mutter a protest or query their destination, Professor Horace seized his shirt and hauled him from the dining hall like a toddler with a shiny new rattle. Celia remained paralyzed, witnessing her inaugural encounter with the school's theory expert, who definitely radiated strong weirdo energy, while poor Anna missed the spectacle by mere moments. That unfortunate helper, Anna, failed to intercept her employer by a fraction of a minute. Her mission to prevent Len Horace from engaging in his usual brand of public insanity was an utter disaster. That exhausted woman could barely fill her lungs before being forced to sprint after the absolute nutcase once more. The expert guided the boy into his private den, and began frantically sketching arcane puzzles upon his slate surface, requesting that the fellow decipher those riddles for his own benefit. He calculated that unless the kid was incredibly lucky with the last answer, he must possess a unique internal logic for casting spells. Horace hovered nearby, eagerly anticipating a glimpse of a revolutionary casting method hidden within the boy's handwritten answers. Within a mere heartbeat of 10 seconds, Leo had already scribbled his concluding response onto the dark surface. Stunned and slightly terrified by the speed, he questioned whether Leo had crunched all those numbers entirely inside his skull. That essentially summarizes the boy's mental gymnastics for the afternoon. The teacher struck gold, finally discovering a talented sprout worthy of being groomed for the elite ranks of legendary champions after years of boredom. Outside in the corridor, Professor Brojo said Toru, was casually strolling along, blissfully unaware of the impending chaos. He had no idea his peaceful schedule was about to be sabotaged by a coworker with zero self-control. Horace sprinted over, wearing a suspiciously massive grin and eyes that were practically vibrating with chaotic glee. The man completely opted out, realizing that his colleague's joyful expression signaled the immediate destruction of his peaceful afternoon. Consequently, he performed a quick about-face, but Len Horace lunged for his ankles, yelping gratitude like a puppy on a sugar rush. Albie resorted to mystical barriers to maintain distance, noting that while Len often acted weird, today he had truly vaulted over the fence of sanity. Horace ignored his lack of gravity while floating, obsessed only with praising the heavens for the discovery of the brilliant Leo plot. Albie was baffled, wondering why a sorcery nerd would label a lowly apprentice swordsman as some kind of arcane prodigy. Listening to the terms knight and Leo in one breath drove Horace livid, prompting him to command that the youngster study wizardry instead of swinging glorified skewers. At length, that wary subordinate and occasional nursemaid, Annette, fought her supervisor, as he rumbled that forcing Leo into armor would mock the sacred arts of wizardry. He simply let go, letting him hit the floor. The professor felt quite thankful that Anna stopped him from becoming one with the dusty floor. Following a frantic sprint across the grounds, the assistant's bubbly personality evaporated as she barked orders for their immediate return to the lecture hall. Right on cue, Leo sauntered past the chaos, earning himself a comforting grin from Professor Albie during the madness. The lad concluded that magic users remained predictably weird, failing to evolve even a tiny bit since the ancient times. Everyone is absolutely bonkers, and thankfully, those trial lessons concluded 7 days after that disastrous session regarding magical hypnosis. Leo perched himself atop the building, ditching the theatrics to study his family history, while ignoring the noisy world below him. Modern society views Kyle, the alleged pioneer savior, as a total phony, a realization that heavily burdens his soul as life continues. As he sat upstairs pondering the fleeting nature of existence, the freshman faculty members scrambled frantically through the corridors like headless chickens. They stormed into the headmaster's quarters without a single tap on the door, shouting various grievances about the new teaching staff. Inside, Ellen's grips at Leo Plus registration papers, which boldly declared his intention to master the prestigious path of heavy knighthood. He picked magic and spirit calling too, covering the holy trinity of hero skills because his hidden talents are simply that ridiculous. The staff members are currently embroiled in a fierce tug-of war to recruit him. Given that a pupil pursuing every single major is completely unheard of in this military school where everyone usually picks just one path, Headmaster Badian merely chuckled at their petty bickering, remarking how the boy resembles those legendary protagonists found in dusty old fairy tales. Listening to the administrator caused the teachers to halt their messy arguments immediately. Badian pointed out that the legendary fifth champion, often celebrated as the original savior who started it all, was quite special. Kyle remains the sole individual in records who supposedly achieved mastery over every combat category available. Elsewhere, Celia and Chelsea are gasping for air and sweating buckets while they trot around the circular running path. Car spotted Leo relaxing beneath a leafy canopy and questioned why the ladies were putting themselves through such brutal physical torture on Saturday. After Chelsea begged for some pointers, Leo agreed to help, but that hardly clarifies why they are simply jogging in endless loops. Leo explained that bottomless endurance matters more than any fancy sword, and this tedious cardio routine is the secret to building that. Chelsea actually fell for the prank, now firmly believing that lung capacity is the primary requirement for any aspiring wizard of war. During their timeout, the pair swarmed Leo like thirsty pigeons, as he distributed chilled water to keep them from shriveling up. Oddly enough, Chelsea appears to enjoy this weekend torture session and expressed a keen interest in jogging right alongside her mentor. Hearing that ridiculous request caused Celia to spray her drink everywhere, as terrifying memories of her previous workouts with Leo flashed before her. Because he intended to exercise regardless, he figured he could lead the group, yet Celia swore a blood oath against joining him. Observing their chemistry, Kara probed about their relationship and why they acted so familiar, even suspecting they might be a romantic couple. Celia cleared the air by revealing the shocking truth that they are merely relatives, since Leo is actually her father's sister's child. The startling news that Leo carries the prestigious Zerdinger lineage in his left care, and Chelsea, absolutely floored and speechless. Leo finally hauled himself up and began some limbering movements, preparing to accompany the girls for another brutal set of endurance drills. Refusing to spend his free time sweating, Car took his leave to wander through Lemuria City and see what else the town offered. Celia wanted a cozy city stroll, but Leo snatched his cousin's scalp for some violent exercise, because skipping leg day is a sin. Car realized that his post-social circle possessed about as much self-respect as a wet cardboard box in a hurricane. Time flew by until that day when everyone learned which academic dungeon they would finally inhabit. Leo trotted toward his designated torture chamber, which the school registry officially labeled as Class 1-5. He spotted Care already lounging inside, frantically waving his arms to secure a nearby seat for his partner in crime. That crazy entrepreneur beat everyone there because his spy network is better than the government's, proving that Carrot is a professional stalker. Chelsea appeared in the corner looking like a taxidermy project, probably because Leo's weekend boot camp nearly sent her to the afterlife. Care wondered what demonic rituals the ladies endured, but Leo claimed they merely practiced the simple fundamentals of not dying immediately. Two irrelevant background characters mocked the room of suffering, betting on how many freshmen would drop out or explode before winter break. A lethargic mumble cut through their insults, suggesting that these upperclassmen were actually the most pathetic losers in the entire building. Those two nameless fools spun around and felt their internal organs freeze into solid blocks of ice. A hobo with a bird nest for hair and a messy beard loomed over them, radiating pure, unadulterated menace like a radiator. Meet here at Edmund, the teacher for this disaster class, famously nicknamed the Wailing Wall, because he makes grown men cry like babies. The scary man ordered the intruders to transform into human furniture, and they obeyed. Because survival is better than dignity, lounging on his flesh throne, he welcomed the group of bottom feeders, explaining that Class 1-5 is basically the trash bin of the academy. Professor Edmund assumed the kids had already heard the scary campfire stories regarding his lack of mercy. He queried the group if any genius knew why a legend like him would babysit a bunch of cursed, low-ranking losers. Kara timidly lifted a finger, suggesting that the legendary wall was here to magically turn their garbage grades into actual gold. The teacher recognized the bottom-rank student, dismissed his blatant brown-nosing, and asked if any lowlife truly understood their actual responsibilities at this fancy academy. Chelsea mustered some courage, stating their job was to conquer fictional realities via those dangerous training missions the school forced upon them. She was right, though the professor only saw a room full of corpses who would likely perish within seconds of spawning elsewhere. He figured tossing the weaklings into the trash was easier than watching them fill, which is exactly why he claimed this specific class. This habit of destroying dreams is why the public calls him the Great Wall of Infinite Tears. While everyone else was busy wetting their pants in terror, Leo just sat there looking like he was waiting for a bus. The grumpy teacher privately noted that the stoic boy could likely survive a nuclear blast or a trip to a hostile dimension today. He commanded the group to swap their fancy suits for gym gear, and march their miserable behinds to the training field immediately. Since it was the opening day of the semester, he decided it was the perfect time for some high-intensity physical violence. The failure class obeyed his whims and gathered on the track faster than a lightning bolt. While the kids slowly roasted in the sun, the teacher relaxed under a giant parasol with a cold cocktail, ready to break their fragile little spirits. He posed a final riddle, asking what magical thing would keep them from dying when reality decided to punch them in the face. Shy Knight Major Nella Carvet, possessing a rare sparkly healing vibe, softly whispered that her pals nearby would definitely keep her from dying. Wrong move, barked Professor Edmund, claiming personal talent is the only true lifeline, because only by sharpening skills while staring death in the face can one help friends. Then he asked who actually thinks they can guard their buddies. A cheerful, spacey, and very steady voice piped up from the mob, declaring that she felt totally great about her own destructive powers. Testing that claim, the teacher ordered the last to summon a spicy orb of flame to prove she wasn't just a poser knight. That feisty girl happens to be Eliana Litton, a multi-talented warrior who juggles two different classes like a pro. Once she showed off her little heat ball, the grumpy teacher remained completely unimpressed by her mediocre attempt. He mocked its punny girth and weak warmth, suggesting it wouldn't even cause a minor inconvenience to a tiny garment. Triggered by the professor's rude banter, Eliana pumped a massive dose of magical juice straight into her flickering incantation, spawning a pair of blazes, while turning the floor into a literal oven. She grew the count and doubled the fatness of her fire. Professor Edmund mouthed that her magic was super cool while casually sucking on a tiny box of apple juice. He popped a small breeze bubble into existence and dared Eliana to actually whack the tiny guy with her majestic flaming rocks. That airy sphere transformed into a sentient wind ghost and began zooming through the sky like a caffeinated bird. It hovered near Eliana and jiggled at her pathetic heat before booping her on the nose to assert dominance. This high-strung young woman became predictably furious at the blatant disrespect from a ball of air. She began hurling fire globs in every direction, praying to clip a wing of that irritating little breeze monster. Following a massive drain of her magical gas tank on strikes that hit absolutely nothing but empty air, the educator interrupted, asking why one would grow the scale of a punch if they constantly whiffed the air. Explaining the lesson aims to show their lack of real combat finesse. Students must sharpen their tools and shatter their ceilings, for that is the true path of a protagonist. The stone-faced man grinned and declared nobody goes home until someone manages to kidnap his gusty pet. Thelt. Leo stayed silent and observed, noting that while the teacher was a jerk, his brutal feedback was actually spot on. Perhaps he ought to give this lesson a go, and see if he can snag that elusive wind spirit. As the rest of his frantic peers scrambled across the field like headless chickens, Edmund kept his gaze glued to Leo Pla, wondering if the boy was a total fraud who was just full of hot air like the imaginary legendary hero Kyle. Sadly, despite the entire group of students joining the frantic pursuit of the floating breeze, the airy sprite was basically just doing victory laps around their tired and confused bodies. Standing far back, Leo leaked his glowing energy, steering the flow until it gathered tightly around his ankles. Taking a single wild leap, he fired himself forward like a red-hot missile, wrecking the ground as he flew. His velocity hit absolute maximum while his concentration stayed perfect, suggesting he might actually be the first genuine multiclass legend ever. Carl and Chelsea were huffing and puffing after failing to grab the stupidly quick ghost of the atmosphere. Suddenly our protagonist appeared, his limbs and torso wrapped in a blazing coat of pure radiant energy, utilizing that fancy upgraded glowy footwork maneuver. That lad propelled himself into those clouds, that wild wind ghost, sneaky hidden corner, harnessing natural falling forces plus spirit speed. He dived like a hawk, giving that air fairy zero time to escape his sudden descent. That initial attempt flopped by a tiny hair, making it seem as if he totally screwed up that opening move. Yet his smug smirk tells a different story. That boy artfully toyed with energy bits in his palm, creating a leash which stuck to that spirit's ankle. He essentially anchored the breezy critter so he could snatch it up. Sadly, no one from those dregs in room 5 reached the dazed fairy, as that speedy little gremlin Duran swooped in first. Predictably, his velocity is top, though he only bagged the catch because Leo's magic string had already paralyzed that poor target. Regardless, that kid's punchable expression of superiority remains incredibly grating to witness. A fresh face strolled onto the grass while enthusiastically smacking his palms together. Beat Sejim, that cocky instructor leading room 1, who currently ranks second in campus popularity, wanting to showcase his pupils while offering condescending tips to those fifth group underdogs. At the same time, old man Edmund is ignoring everything, lunging comfortably in his seat while chugging down little boxes of free liquid. Then he requested that coworker to handle his teaching duties for the afternoon. Although Sejin takes the silver medal in the polls, this relaxed dude habitually claims the gold trophy as the school's favorite annually. Those pupils, Far in particular, are vibrating with excitement to witness a duel between these veteran legends who have served 20 years and even trained faculty members like Anne, Iura, and Len back in the day. Catching wind of his chatter, the cute Nella Carvin questioned how Carr managed to possess so much inside info about school business. Regrettably, this lad possesses zero social charm and is fundamentally destined to weird out any girl in his vicinity. Sejin chuckled with immense pride, although he remains clueless about what his lazy peer is planning by leading that trashiest rookie group. He is dying to see the result. Consequently, he proposed a showdown between Class 1 and 5. Regarding that specific game, they decided on the school's ancient sphere, tossing pastime known as Bastara. Old Edmund rose from his comfy throne and labeled Sejin a total mastermind. He gripped his friend's palm, remarking that getting hands on training is truly the superior way to educate. Once that wager was finalized, he plopped back inside a soft seat, dumping every ounce of organizing plus refereeing work onto Sejin. Sejin simply cannot comprehend why he keeps falling behind in those favorite teacher polls, whereas those personal disciples observe him with utter pity. Fortunately, that stone-faced mentor spoke toward his pupils again, explaining how this vintage Bastara showdown versus those elites provides a chance for sharpening their talents, and he dropped a final bomb, cautioning that a defeat means the entire roster gets kicked out of school permanently. Upon hearing those stakes, the kids were absolutely stunned, considering they had barely spent 5 minutes in his presence. Plus, those kids must face the prestige of Room 1, which boasts a trio of legendary leaders on their team. Hero, apparently allergic to student illibus, simply shrugged off their pathetic explanations and suggested they double their effort immediately. Bless their hearts. Furthermore, he reasoned that stressing was pointless panic since the undisputed, shot freshman poster child was actually enrolled right there in their very own study hall. He assigned Leo the heavy burden of picking half a dozen gladiators for the forthcoming contest. Leo mulled over his instructor's odd demand, absolutely positive that this whole scenario was just some bizarre pop quiz designed specifically for him. It wasn't derived from disdain, but rather the unfortunate reality that every single student in the cohort had somehow misplaced their will to live following only 7 days of classes. Since Class 5's collective morale was flatter than a pancake, Leo deduced that Herod intended to utilize him as a glorified shepherd to guide these utterly vanquished, featureless sheep. The highly dramatic instructor for Class 1 whipped out a spell to conjure the battlefield. Meanwhile, Leo racked his brain, determined there must be a secret escape hatch hidden within this Buster championship. Some clever method to yank his depressed colleagues out of this misery pit. The intimidating bigwigs running Lumen Academy were lined up opposite the hapless Class 5 crew. Poor Chelsea looked terrified, perspiring profusely, completely overwhelmed by sheer panic. She patiently attempted to clarify the Buster regulations for Leo, who appeared utterly clueless about the combat spectacle, which had been a hallowed, brutal tradition since the institution's founding. Frankly, hearing it explained like that, the whole thing sounded suspiciously like nothing more than glorified kickball. Thomas quickly interjected that they shouldn't be fooled, clarifying this contest was far from elementary, and was actually significantly more perilous than mere recreation. Sudit, the renowned sword-wielding royalty, began mercilessly teasing Chelsea about her sickly, frightened pallor. That aggressive heckling immediately made Chelsea explode in fury, loudly declaring she would absolutely never surrender victory to any Zerdinger. Leo, conversely, displayed the chilled composure of a refrigerated vegetable, calmly instructing his teammates to take a deep breath, because defeat was certainly not on today's schedule. Celia became genuinely irritated, promising to promptly demonstrate the spectacular fruits of her exhaustive physical regimen directly to him. Chloe, meanwhile, was maniacally determined to achieve a decisive victory against the despised freshman poster boy, completely flipping the script from their last disastrous encounter. Regardless, Sejin shouted instructions for all the competitors to march toward the competition venue. Leo glanced expectantly at the demoralized faces of his peers, silently questioning who dared to volunteer for duty. Chelsea and Eliana bravely took a step ahead of the group, recognizing the terrifying fact that failure meant immediate permanent expulsion, hence their unwavering resolve to seize victory at any cost. Thomas and the remaining students rapidly decided to join the fray as well, just as Leo confirmed with the supervising professor that his enthusiastic cohort was absolutely prepared to rumble. Sejin dramatically produced the official game's sphere, and lobbed it theatrically high into the atmosphere. Every single combatant from both opposing groups immediately locked their focused gaze onto the airborne projectile. The intense match commenced with Duran and Leo simultaneously lunging forward, eager to grab the coveted sphere. However, the ridiculously named Lightning Boy demonstrated superior agility, managing to pilfer the ball a split second quicker, and thus immediately controlling the entire engagement. The competition had merely kicked off, yet somehow Leo decided that this specific, high-stakes moment was the ideal opportunity to begin figuring out how to play the actual game. As it happens, the directives were fairly straightforward, requiring only that he charge the sphere with raw and mystical energy and launch it through the hoop without physically touching it after the initial catch. The objective is clear: secure 11 points, and your team achieves sweet victory. Duran was on a completely unhinged rampage, launching the ball with the force of a small explosion, forcing Leo to pull off an immediate, last-second dodge to avoid getting flattened. Thomas, on the other hand, was less fortunate. He failed to even spot the projectile as it sailed past him, and scored a point for the opposition. Duran of Class 1 managed to claim the first goal of the match. This initial success deepened the already crushing despair settling over the students of Class 5. Tide felt the pressure mounting rapidly, convinced that their entire class would be expelled at this rate. So, Leo decided to inquire about the necessary procedures for actually gaining control of the ball. There are 3 primary methods. A turnover occurs if the opponent throws the ball out of bounds, or if someone successfully catches it mid-flight. Just as Tide started explaining the third and final technique, their conversation was abruptly cut short when Eliana took a brutal hit from Celia's powerful throw. The Sword Princess proceeded to mock them for chatting carelessly when they should have been focused on the game. The immediate forecast for Eliana's continued participation was looking incredibly grim. Since players cannot directly attack or block opponents, the third method involves rendering the other participant unable to continue playing. This can only be accomplished by using the ball itself as a projectile weapon against others. Leo had heard enough explanations, immediately seizing control of the ball for himself. He strongly believed this was the ideal moment for his team to mount a proper counter-offensive. Eliana was officially out of action, leaving Class 5 with one less person to contribute to the fight. Both professors were observing the ongoing match from the sidelines. Sejin reflected that any team possessing a dominant fire element ability usually held an overwhelming advantage in this kind of contest. He knew for certain that when discussing the House of Zerdinger, their mastery of flames was simply unrivaled. Sejin was completely baffled as to why Herod had accepted the challenge. Knowing the formidable sword princess was on class 1's side, he saw absolutely no chance for Herod's class to fight back successfully. The Leahy professor, in typical fashion, merely yawned in response, completely dismissing Sejin's observations. Herod then ignored Sejin entirely, instead reminiscing about his very first student from the legendary house of Zerdinger. That particular woman was known throughout the land as the Empress of Bastra, a veritable monster. When it came to this game, Herod happily shared the fun fact that her child was currently playing in the match for Class 5. This revelation completely shook Sejin to his core. Back on the field, the game continued. Class 5, acting like a collective bundle of spoiled complaints, were busy regretting their entire decision to join the academy in the first place. Celia noticed Leo summoning his own flames, immediately realizing that he was finally ready to play for real, powering up a spicy eternal sun. The boy yeets that sphere with such terrifying savagery, velocity necessitating her frozen peaks to halt that temper tantrum. Flaunting massive hubris, she presumes her chilly barrier blocked his violent attack. Suddenly the lad materializes nearby, predicting her tactics, then boldly claims he will definitely net points anyway. Soaring upward, he will lobs that glowing orb using a massive knuckle sandwich, shredding through her magical protection as if it were margarine. Sejin feels totally stunned seeing how that kid utilizes his noggin. The fifth group hollers loudly for their favorite rookie poster boy. The first team's instructor realizes the real fun is only starting now. Soon numerous points fly onto the big scoreboard quite rapidly, pushing the tally higher until it reached 9 versus 10. Several athletes got completely wrecked throughout this chaotic sports brawl. Eventually, that speedy electric dude Duran launches his finishing attack, praying this specific toss finally finishes off the entire contest. However, Thomas decides to use his torso as a shield, giving his all to prevent points, barely grabbing it while his magical batteries are completely empty. Eventually Thomas faints, making the score equal, though only Leo remains for the fifth group while the first team keeps their whole trio of leaders. This looks like a total nightmare scenario based purely on the head count. Frost Wizard Chloe wants payback now, because she got totally destroyed during the last testing period. She makes several clones to beef up their protective wall significantly. Leo now readies a massive concluding pounce while specifically targeting both Celia plus Duran. His toes pushed off the floor. He zoomed like a caffeinated ninja, startling the trio of leaders by disappearing in a literal blink. Leo teleports with such immense velocity that the boy simply dances around poor Celia. She didn't even notice, since he avoids direct combat to focus purely on hitting that target. Now the whole defense rests on Chloe's shoulders. She struggles immensely to spot the genuine guy within those fake clones. Merely tracking such high-tier sorcery makes her gasp while Leo flies right past. Chloe faceplants, feeling completely destroyed. She wonders why some random mortal is slinging elven spells like a pro. Ultimately, even that trio of bosses failed to halt his chaotic momentum. Eventually the fifth group is declared the absolute champions today. Everyone shrieks Leo's title as the fifth group starts a wild party. They almost got booted out of school for good. Our protagonist feels stunned because Herod placed those kids in a graveyard just to secure a victory. Meanwhile, those three leaders look like they just dropped their favorite ice cream. Noticing he must fix things, Sejin walks toward the defeated Chloe, inquiring if losing has made her feel particularly salty. The man mentions that falling short requires honoring the winners, as custom dictates. He observes the hard work spent trying to grab Class 1's trophy. The instructor feels warm inside seeing kids work hard, while others scream their lungs out. His shiny motivational speech totally makes everyone fall in love. Herod lacks any chill, bluntly labeling them pathetic failures just to be a huge cheer. Every single student played their hearts out during the big game. The first squad successfully flaunted their gifted abilities. Yet the fifth unit showed grit by battling until the finish. Sejin stresses that shattering personal boundaries secured the victory. Wishing these competing teams would finally start studying one another's strengths, they swap handshakes with very serious faces. Celia certainly grinds Chelsea skiers, who claps back with some spicy verbal fire. Thomas acts way too happy, while gripping Duran's hand for a friendly shake, who looks like he just saw a terrifying phantom. Chloe nearly cries, because she feels so incredibly embarrassed. Leo offers a polite gesture, while praising her, believing that extra training combined with life lessons could transform the girl into a total powerhouse. She initially thinks he is just being sarcastic. Then she realizes he actually looks honest. She rethinks everything and vows to crush Leo later before clasping palms. And suddenly a whole month flies by. The group chomps on food while Thomas acts nosy, asking why they chose specific hobbies instead of an actual team. Leo's cooking up a scheme that's about to send Thomas into a frenzy, with Chelsea cheerleading him every step of the way. She's totally on board to jump into this adventure right away. The club, That is, the brainchild he's cooking up will be christened the Hero Research Society, a rather grand title. It's a peculiar moniker, but Leo's got a burning desire to dig into the legend of Kyle, a supposedly mythical hero nobody thinks has any historical weight, and Thomas is convinced no one's signing up for such a club. However, Chelsea's genuinely a trooper, showing just how eager she is to join, and then, a bit of a ruckus erupts nearby. This commotion jolts Thomas, making him recall a rather significant event happening today. It's the day the fifth-year seniors make their grand return, having conquered the dreaded dungeon after collecting fragments of the heroes' records. These heroes, it seems, are occasionally tasked with conjuring up their own dungeons, a rather meta situation. These self-created challenges are affectionately termed hero dungeons, and the Academy's senior students bravely venture into them to snag the fragments, typically being away for weeks, sometimes even months. Leo muses that his own dear mother likely went through similar diving escapades back in the day. Gazing at the returning seniors, Chelsea realizes they represent the absolute cream of the Academy's crop. Leading the charge is the brawny Lejanua from the east, accompanied by the captivating Southern Belle Torwayan, and completing the trio is Alta, a devotee of all things comfy. Yet, one key player appears to be absent, the Academy's reigning champion, Student Council President, Reese. Thomas is just about to spill the beans on him when, presto, our guy vanishes into thin air. The authorities nabbed him for being ridiculously overpowered. Just kidding. Celia whisked him away in a hurry. It turns out, Reese himself, the esteemed council president, had personally requested a private powwow with our boy. Leo's a bit baffled, wondering why he's suddenly summoned for a chat, while Celia figures he's a bit dense when it comes to school matters, believing he'll grasp the reason upon arrival. So, off he goes, settling into a spot that strikes Celia as rather peculiar. And then, lo and behold, the sword-wielding princess leaps to embrace her brother. Yeah, you heard that right. No room for misinterpretation. Reese is, in fact, her brother, and he's absolutely thrilled to finally meet Leo, who's got his sights set on a legendary academic run. They then proceed to share a delightful meal of dumplings together. But for some inexplicable reason, Celia is feeling a tad jittery, never having sampled these culinary delights before. She takes a tentative bite and finds herself utterly charmed by the exquisite flavors. Her elder brother had been longing to treat her to this very eatery since she first arrived, and more importantly, he was quite curious to meet Leo, whose mother had a rather esteemed reputation within their family circles. He also recalls vividly how Leo's mom was quite the talk of the town during her own academic tenure. She was, apparently, a student who went above and beyond to etch her name into the annals of Ladin. For instance, she fearlessly dished out harsh critiques of the Academy's dessert offerings, and on one occasion, she rallied the entire student body for an audacious raid on the principal's office, leaving Celia utterly astounded by her connection to this infamous event. The brother and sister chat merrily, while Leo finds himself thoroughly impressed by Reese and his remarkable achievements. Convinced of his own superiority, he genuinely considers himself the most exceptional student the Academy has ever produced. It won't be long before this character fulfills his destiny and becomes a proper hero. Reese decides that it's high time they stopped being productive and focused on enjoying some delicious dessert instead. He instructs the others to head outside and wait for him while he handles the final bill. While they were making their departure, Reese unexpectedly discovers a peculiar item tucked inside the pocket of his blazer. He had absolutely no idea how it managed to appear in his clothing. The focus shifts to Hirat's classroom. Eliana appears desperate to finally ask him a burning question. Hirat has absolutely zero patience, immediately dismissing her query as pathetic without even allowing her to finish speaking. Eliana questions the delay in selecting a representative for Class 5, wondering why the process has stalled, especially considering all the other classes have already finalized their choices. Hirat shrugs off her concerns, acting like it's no big deal, and freely confesses that selecting a representative completely slipped his mind. In a supremely lazy move, he simply points at Leo and declares that he will be the class representative, avoiding any actual war. Both Eliana and Tide are forced to remind this oblivious teacher about the proper democratic procedure for selecting a representative. However, they are quickly reminded that sometimes keeping your mouth shut is the smarter option. It turns out Hirat just wants the new representative to handle all the tedious note-taking so he can avoid doing any work himself. A broadcast suddenly informs all students that they must attend a combined hero studies class. First-year students are ordered to report to the auditorium right away, prompting Leo to ask if they need to leave instantly. The teacher immediately approves his proposal to depart. Upon arrival at the auditorium, Leo and Thomas bump into Chloe, who looks absolutely drained of energy. She resembles a walking zombie, and desperately pleads with the alchemist to sell her every last recovery potion he possesses. The transaction is completed, and she takes possession of the alchemist's entire remaining stock of potions. Leo suggests that she is probably pushing herself far too hard, especially considering the academic year has barely begun. Chloe immediately gulps down the potions without hesitation and dismisses Leo's suggestion completely. As the #1 student in magic theory, she is incredibly worried about maintaining her top spot, a position she desperately values. She fears it's inevitable that Leo will master modern magic soon, and then effortlessly surpass her in those specific exams as well. Domitus, being completely dense, doesn't understand why second place is such a terrible outcome, forcing Chelsea to explain that it jeopardizes Chloe's status as the Tower Magician. Battle mages don't stress about theory rankings, but Chloe's entire purpose revolves around it, as magic research and investigation are the central focus of the Magic Tower. Therefore, her professional standing and personal self-respect are completely on the line. Chelsea is starting to lose patience, seriously questioning if the alchemist has any magical talent whatsoever. Meanwhile, Chloe hasn't perked up at all despite the potions, though she does spot something unusual. At that exact moment, we find Headmaster Killian observing the peculiar reaction coming from the hero's tattered page. Riz brought the hero's page back with him, claiming it unexpectedly responded to something nearby. It was so damaged that it shouldn't have been able to react at all, yet somehow it did, without even a proper relic present to trigger it. The headmaster inquires if the page had another episode since the initial incident, but discovers it has remained dormant. Killian falls deep into thought, determining to personally investigate this strange matter on his own time. He instructs Riz to get some rest, seeing as he only just returned from a stressful mission. The headmaster hands the battered hero's page over to his assistant, Elena. He directs her to take it to the auditorium in the Hall of Beginnings, where it needs to be displayed during the first year's joint class. We learn that even these minuscule fragments can react to contact with the actual person named in the hero record, which is Leo, though no one else knows that yet. The first-year students gather in the Academy auditorium for their first combined class session together. The room quickly devolves into a loud and chaotic mess, forcing the adorable Professor Artine to ask for silence. The students immediately ignore her polite warning, continuing their thoughtless chatter and bickering. Artine finally hits her breaking point and unleashes a frightening surge of fiery rage. She delivers a truly chilling warning for them to shut their mouths unless they are actively trying to commit suicide by Professor. Her cute and shy disposition vanishes, replaced by cruel, murderous intent, and she starts cursing them out for being absolute morons. Artine visibly flinches slightly, realizing that every single person in the room has gone completely quiet. She rapidly reverts to her delicate and shy demeanor, acting as though absolutely nothing out of the ordinary had just occurred. The students, meanwhile, are pale and sweating profusely, having simply come to accept that she is terrifying when she needs to be. Leo observes her abilities and accurately identifies her as a spiritualist, a type of magic user he knew to be incredibly rare even in his past life. Artine officially begins the lesson with a dagger clutched firmly in her hand. She starts discussing the origin of the hero record and the very circumstances that led to the formation of the hero clans. To open a hero's world, she explains, one must possess an object with great sentimental value to that specific hero, acting as a magical medium. This connection is why it's significantly simpler for a hero's descendants to access their ancestors' world without much fuss. This also explains the Academy's practice of carefully collecting and preserving the hero's records, treasuring the long-standing relationships that have developed between those ancient families. A perfect analogy, she suggests, is thinking about the relationship between a magical key and its corresponding treasure chest. Leo is thoroughly impressed by her thorough explanation and leans in, eager to hear what information she will share next. Professor Artine keeps harping on about hero research, claiming it is vital for digging up juicy secrets about legends and boosting brain power. Eventually, these kids will pick a champion to borrow some mojo from so they can finally fix those messy historical archives. The teacher's lecture ends abruptly when Elena teleports in like a caffeinated ninja. She flaunts a shiny scrap of ancient lore that some exhausted upperclassmen managed to scavenge during their last field trip. Spotting the magic trash, the class erupts into uncoordinated nerd screams. She offers a tiny peek before snapping the artifact closed like a stingy librarian. Artine wishes to share some wisdom before they touch the artifact, so she asks what they plan to do once they graduate and stop being useless. Celia lunges forward to brag about her desire to be the beefist warrior her bloodline has ever seen, making the teacher actually look surprised. At the same time, Chloe plans on penning a massive tome filled with her own weird magical recipes and flashy explosions. Other pupils trade their own big dreams to keep the chat going. Bombas only hopes to be a helpful backup dancer for the actual protagonists. Finally, Leah stands to announce a crazy plan that sounds like total insanity. He plans to trash Airbus so hard that the villain just stops existing entirely. That bold statement grabs the focus of every single student and makes the teachers drop their imaginary coffee mugs. Artian attempts to change the subject gracefully, even though the boy's terrifying speech just rattled her brain. Kids from the neighboring classrooms are busy whispering about his flashy nonsense, convinced he is just blowing a lot of hot air. Regarding the staff, Hirab looks confused, because he realizes Leo is not the type to blabber without some secret master plan. A millennium has passed since that villain was chopped into bits and locked away, yet he keeps popping back up like a bad rash. Just one tiny leftover chunk can cause more mayhem than a clumsy giant. But this boy is aiming for the impossible, seeking to wipe out the whole demon instead of just shaving off a tiny corner. Artian finally prepares to examine the relic, letting everyone guess the identity of the legend before explaining how to win in those weird ghost worlds and warning them about lethal surprises, reminding everyone that the teachers are watching like hawks, so the kids should probably avoid acting like complete idiots for once. The pupils are vibrating with hype and stumbling over words at the thought of finally poking a legendary historical artifact. Artian decides it is time for the class leaders to walk up front and face their destiny or just look cool. Celia leads the first team. Leo represents the 5th squad. Next, the pair known as Abad with Chen lead the leftover squads. They actually dug up 2 shiny bits from the cave, though only one will be used for today's magic show. The other fragment is a total shrimp compared to the first, but it serves as a nice visual aid for different shapes. Leo goes first, reaching out to poke the relic with a mix of guts and curiosity, making that ancient book finally pop open. The hero's name and associated chapter details remain frustratingly concealed. However, even the highly educated professors are becoming anxious about the record's rather aggressive behavior. Everyone gets yanked into the anonymous hero's dimension, totally bewildered by the absolute anarchy and devastation surrounding them. The student leaders and faculty members suddenly found themselves in an alternate reality, where they were welcomed by a gigantic pile of dead monsters strewn across what looked exactly like a combat zone. Attempting to make sense of this sudden, baffling turn of events, Professor Edmund issued a severe caution, explaining that they had inadvertently entered a hero's virtual challenge zone. Professor Sejun, using his brain for once, spotted a significant structure that would help them navigate, a defensive wall far from where they materialized. Strangely, Leoplav recognized the location from the disastrous Age of Catastrophe, specifically identifying it as the final barrier protecting humanity's last bastion. These were the walls of Gardaslan, and if his theory was even remotely accurate, assuming the chronological events match his memories, Leo was potentially the sole individual with insight into the situation. From afar, he heard a familiar sound calling him Kyle, his former identity, as the voice regretfully confessed her past desire had been truly ridiculous. The voice belonged to a woman whom people today consider nothing short of a myth. It was Lysis, an original legendary hero and Kyle's loyal friend. Despite how absurd her previous desire might have seemed, she maintained complete confidence that they would ultimately rescue humanity, which, to her credit, they did. Encountering a long-lost friend from millennia past stirred up quite a cocktail of feelings within Leo. Confronting lessons in this deteriorating combat zone was precisely the kind of surreal event he never expected to experience. Her expression was so bright, it illuminated the entirety of the Dark Hero Challenge area. The Force shattered their surroundings, instantly returning every individual back to the physical dimension they started in. This sudden, weird occurrence originated when Kyle impulsively grabbed a tiny fragment of the unidentified hero's record, which was strictly intended for exhibition purposes. Cheja anxiously inquired with the professors about the incident, but they were all completely clueless regarding how to proceed. Looking utterly fed up, Professor Edmund quickly announced that all lectures were cancelled for the day. He then insisted everyone remain composed while evacuating the assembly hall systematically. As the students began making their bewildered departures, Leo remained frozen at the front stage, clutching the small scrap of paper, and lost completely in his contemplation. He felt absolutely convinced that the item in his grasp was his personal record page, the exact account belonging to Kyle. This fragment of his own history represented the single most significant lead in completing his current assignment. Witnessing Leo immersed in such profound consideration intrigued Professor Edmund considerably. After the initial excitement subsided, the students dispersed throughout the campus, searching for vacant lecture halls to occupy because all remaining lessons had been cancelled for the afternoon. Inside a classroom, Leo revealed that they had witnessed the mythical Lysis, known as the King of Wisdom, for a brief moment. Assuming the Academy had discovered Lysna's hero record, Chelsea's eyes lit up. Realizing this was a genuinely groundbreaking occurrence, Eliana clenched her fist in annoyance, lamenting her lack of effort in the class presidency election. She figured she would not have missed this enormous chance if she had tried harder. Power shot her a look suggesting she never really had a shot at winning anyway. Noticing the obvious sarcasm, Eliane proceeded to appropriately assault the unfortunate young man with a flurry of blows. Professor Edmond entered the premises, having heard the racket, and immediately began reprimanding them for the excessive volume. He offered a choice between independent study or outright expulsion. Given his eccentric personality, figuring out if he was truly serious proved difficult. Once the faculty member departed, the students refrained from creating any further disturbance, prioritizing self-preservation. Lost in contemplation, Leo pondered why his specific hero records seemed to be a total disaster compared to all the others. The document was in such disarray that even he couldn't easily identify which historical period it depicted. The initial instructions conveniently left out the name of our world, and the specific chapter in the chronicles. It seemed as though someone deliberately trashed his hero record, perhaps to disrupt his entire existence from history. Because these hero records are precious artifacts that allow us to carry on a hero's legacy, tampering with one clearly signals that someone really doesn't want a new hero to emerge onto the scene. The only plausible culprit, who had both the opportunity and the reason, is none other than Airbos. Even though he might be in pieces, his formidable power remains limitless, and this whole mess just ignited a fire under Leo to figure out why his hero record ended up in such a sorry state. Following the whole hero record fiasco, a completely uneventful month of school life went by without a hitch. Now, let's switch gears to the magic department's classroom. There, the incredibly stylish Professor Horse is laying out the details for their upcoming practical exam. The first-year students are being tasked with inventing their very own unique spell. Just hearing the phrase original magic sent shivers of dread down the spines of the budding sorcerers. Crafting original magic is essentially a way for a mage to flaunt their unique personality, inventive flair, and raw power. In this day and age, with activation spells being the go-to, mages hardly ever bother to invent their own magical incantations. However, a special, self-made spell can turn out to be a lifesaver in a really sticky situation. This concept traces back to the celestial magic that every elf masterfully learns. In reality, celestial magic is actually a watered-down imitation of original magic. History only remembers one individual who ever truly mastered the complete and utter might of celestial magic. That luminary was none other than its ingenious creator, the founder of Nebula, and one of the original heroes, Luna herself. When the professor really hammered home the significance of the approaching midterms, Chloe became intensely focused. Leo, sitting next to her, couldn't help but notice a peculiar book resting on her desk. Merely being in its vicinity gave him the creeps, as it radiated a strangely sinister and oddly familiar aura. Noticing Leo's keen interest in her mysterious volume, Chloe quickly stashed it away into her backpack. If Leo's hunch was correct, that was definitely a spell book, and as if on cue, Professor Horse then declared the class over, wishing them good fortune in conjuring their own magical creations. As the freshman students gradually shuffled out of the lecture hall, Leo darted after Chloe, gently taking hold of her hand. Startled, she shot him a look that clearly conveyed her displeasure. Leo grinned and asked her to join him for lunch, admitting to himself that he had some ulterior motives for the invitation. He'd observed her shifty behavior when she hid that grimoire, and was eager to uncover its secrets. Brushing his hand away with force, Chloe firmly rejected his lunch proposal, claiming she had no time for such trivialities. Her mind was entirely consumed with the ambition of outshining Leo in the upcoming practical assessment. Just in the nick of time to ease the awkwardness, Thor chimed in with his usual boundless enthusiasm. He playfully called Leo a scamp for even daring to compete for the top spot in the Ice Queen's magical study. Chloe still felt the sting of her past defeat against Leo in terms of magical technique. However, when it came to raw magical prowess, she absolutely refused to let anyone else claim her prime position. With her fists clenched and a steely resolve etched on her face, she declared her unwavering determination to win the midterms, no matter the cost. Leo understood that if he faltered or simply went through the motions, it would be a sign of disrespect towards Chloe's unwavering convictions. Therefore, acting like a true competitor, Leo extended his hand and graciously accepted the challenge, vowing to put in his best effort. Chloe grasped his hand with a look of intense focus in her eyes. Ivy genuinely never witnessed anyone more determined than the renowned Ice Queen. The lovable goofball hair, observing the scene from the periphery, was utterly amazed by his friend's uncanny knack for subtly manipulating a girl into a hand-holding situation. Just before the sun dipped below the horizon, Leo found himself standing before the imposing and grand Tower of Heroes. He had been informed that somewhere within this immense structure lay Lumen Academy's highly restricted forbidden library. Gaining access to that elusive place might just provide him with the crucial clues he needed to unravel the perplexing mystery surrounding his vanished hero record. Scaling the mountain of stairs, several older students were absolutely mesmerized by the young man's charismatic energy. Halfway to the peak, Some random person hollered out his entire government name like they were serving him papers. It was a senior with a deep tan, wild curls, and massive spectacles, basically a certified fashion icon. Popping her bubblegum, she mentioned that Professor Horse kept yapping about this gifted kid, revealing herself as Toru Yan, a fifth year in the Lumen Magic department. Leo offered a polite nod and a quick hello, barely registering that he had just interacted with a campus legend. He tried to keep climbing, but Toru threw out her long legs like a roadblock, questioning what business a tiny freshman had at the Tower of Heroes. Leo kept it real, and mentioned that he was just heading up to pester the student council president for a bit. Observing his total confidence, Toru felt her curiosity begin to spark. She swore that joining the magic department exclusively would give him major tower perks, being quite the salesperson even though he already took their classes. Toru finally quit being a menace and moved her leg, so Leo marched on, and thanked her for finally being reasonable. With a low-key threatening vibe, she reminded him to officially swap his major to magic before the current semester kicked the bucket. Her message was crystal clear, and the boy was left to wonder if that was a friendly invitation, or a subtle hostage situation. Leo just flashed her his trademark, overly courteous smile. Eventually he reached the actual summit of those cursed stairs. He stumbled upon a few more upperclassmen who were actually using the elevator to go even higher. He hopped into the lift with them and mashed the button for the 9th floor with high hopes. To his immense social horror, the button stayed dead and lifeless no matter how many times he poked the thing. He kept frantically clicking the controls, while the broken elevator seemed to be laughing at his growing frustration. Leo would have been stuck there forever if a helpful voice hadn't pointed out that the buttons only respond to a spicy dose of mana. That deep voice came from another senior who knew him, sounding way more chill and friendly than the previous bubblegum lady. This friendly giant was Lee Samuel, a fifth-year night student, who greeted the legendary freshman rep with a massive, toothy grin. Once more, Leo gave the standard polite bow, while Lee immediately questioned what business brought him to this prestigious spire. He explained with a pleasant smirk that he was there to chat about some business with the student council president. Lee was fascinated, as finding a freshman who wasn't shaking in his boots was quite rare, especially one brave enough to visit the president's solo, and he really respected the kid's titanium mental fortitude. Lee suggested that Leo should really think about making the night department his main hangout for the rest of his school career. Tired of hearing the exact same recruiting speech for the 100th time, Leo just let out a dry, tired laugh. Finally, after a gauntlet of annoying distractions that drained his social battery before the main event even started, Leo made it to the office, knocked on the wood, and asked if President Rees was ready for his scheduled arrival. A soft and inviting voice from within the room told him to come on in without any further stalling or fuss. It seemed President Rees was buried under a literal mountain of papers despite the sunset, yet he still greeted Leo with a warm expression. Rather than burning any more of the leader's already dwindling patience, Leo skipped the fluff and requested a VIP pass into the school's high-security book club, the Forbidden Archives. This specific appeal turned Rees' face from casual to stone cold, since he realized Leo wasn't just pulling his leg. Thus he clarified the immense weight of the favor, noting that normal kids only get in two ways. Option 1 involves beating a legendary dungeon, which sounds fun until you realize you might die. Winners then bring back lost manuscripts to the central hero logs housed deep within those restricted shelves. Realizing he was nowhere near ready to qualify via that particular route, Leo inquired about the alternative entrance strategy. The head of the council tilted himself forward, displaying a devious grin, while pledging to reveal the other tactic only after Leo officially enlisted in the governing board. Shortly after being bullied by upperclassmen and the boss man, the evening division's big test day finally hit. For the opening ceremony of this massive trial at the outdoor stadium, a massive horde of pupils and teachers gathered to witness the chaos. True to his hustler spirit, Carr dragged out a full snack station to fleece the crowd for their pocket change. His pitch was simple: nobody can enjoy a violent beatdown without some buttery kernels to chew on. Watching their pal go full capitalist, Chelsea was stuck between clapping and hiding her face in shame. Eliana figured Kerr would be a billionaire by now if he was currently trapped in this magical wasteland called Lumani. Leo stood with the other nocturnal rookies and checked the bleachers, noting that Chloe was predictably absent from the cheering section. The instructor known as Aang took his place on the dirt path, glaring at the youngsters to make sure they took this grading period seriously. Quickly, he shouted out the names of the initial duo scheduled to beat each other up for the opener. Leading the pack was Hall Snape from the top-tier class, a slippery fellow whose shady gaze and grin screamed used car salesman. Standing across from him was our main man, Leo Plav of the 5th Division. Both fighters hit the floor, making the spectators go absolutely wild with excitement. Up in the seats, Kiara was hunting for fresh wallets, Eventually spotting Professor Sejun as his next potential victim, he skipped toward the sour-faced academic, desperate to squeeze some extra gold out of the man. Holding out free tasters, he nudged the professor to see if he wanted a snack combo to enhance the viewing experience of the impending violence. Being an elitist, he scoffed as if fried corn was beneath his dignity, assuming only messy fools like Edmund Harlan would indulge in such garbage. Realizing the old man was a tough nut to crack, Farr searched the first-year seating area for some tactical backup. Luckily, Celia was on standby, and she instantly read the situation and Kerr's desperate plea for help. Activating her ultimate weapon, she cranked her adorable factor to the max and wondered aloud if their kind teacher was treating everyone to snacks. With the bait set, Kerr just had to get the entire class to start chanting in praise of their teacher's legendary wallet. Witnessing his pupils scream his name so loudly, Sejun's icy heart began to thaw, since he secretly craved their love despite his grumpiness. The mighty educator surrendered and told Kerr to distribute one snack set per head, all while the young businessman began raking in the serious stuff. The gladiators scheduled for the inaugural bout moved into their respective starting blocks. Wearing a smirk that looked dangerously close to arrogance, Leo told his rival he was fortunate to be the first one eliminated. Sape realized the star rookie was totally underestimating him, so he vowed to make Leo cry, especially since he came from the prestigious Snake bloodline. Just before the opening whistle sounds for the brawl, we should probably listen to our resident snack dealer explain the fundamental rules of this whole grading process. For the night department, the midterm practical exam involves a simple series of duels where students must secure 5 sparring victories to scrape by with a passing grade. A tangible uncertainty hung over the crowd. Even though everyone knew Leo was the first-year representative, few had seen him in action, yet because he was managing 3 majors simultaneously, people assumed he possessed a significant advantage over those dedicated to a single field. Furthermore, All holds the respectable position of third, best in Class 1, trailing only the monstrous duo of Celia and Duran. His weapon of choice is the spear, which perfectly complements his sharp, distinctly toxic aura. Paul showed off his skills by brandishing his spear with impressive, accurate movements. In his head, he only recognized Leo as that arrogant kid constantly orbiting around Celia. Professor and delivered the final warning. The person who makes their opponent unable to continue fighting wins, and this sparring session should be approached as if it were a real, light, and death battle. The signal for starting immediately sounded. Leo was completely caught off guard when a wave of dark aura, a sensation he hadn't encountered for ages, washed over him. To Leo's utter surprise, that potent dark aura wasn't coming from the opponent currently standing opposite him, but instead originated from the direction of the main Lumen campus. The slick, vile dark energy clung to his mind, planting a seed of deadly premonition, though Leo himself wasn't consciously aware of the warning. This worrisome aura was traced back to the library, precisely where Chloe was burying herself alive under countless magic books in preparation for the magic department's midterm exam. The formula she was currently writing joined the expanding mountain of torn pages, each one representing another underwhelming idea she had discarded in frustration. The relentless pressure was starting to crack the Ice Queen's composure. No matter how desperately she tried, she couldn't seem to forge a unique, winning magic spell using only her current abilities and knowledge, pushed past her limits. She vented her accumulated frustration by lashing out at the books scattered haphazardly across the desk in front of her. The constant reminder of Leo's effortless talent had taken up permanent residence in her brain, slowly consuming Chloe from within. Her determination not to lose to the boy wonder was driving her to the absolute edge. As she stared at the mess of books she had scattered across the library floor, one specific volume stood out, almost as if it were actively calling for her attention. The specific item in question was the grimoire she had been carrying around with her for quite some time. Left without any other options, she became convinced that this grimoire represented her sole chance at victory. Her desperate desire to keep the #1 spot in the department left her mind completely vulnerable and exposed to external influences. Her internal crisis and the dark energy radiating from the grimoire were so overwhelming that they managed to reach Leo's senses in the very middle of his first sparring match. Noticing Leo's obvious distraction, Paul immediately capitalized on the opportunity, closing the distance and preparing to punish his opponent's carelessness by stabbing his spear directly at Leo's head. Luckily, our hero snapped back to reality, recovering his senses just in the nick of time to avoid the blow. After pulling back slightly, Paul unveiled his family signature technique, transforming his spearhead into a winding, poisonous blade that exuded a truly foul toxic stench. The snake-like spear moved with unpredictable slithering movements, persistently coiling and drawing closer to Leo's chest. Remaining completely calm, Leo casually reached out and grasped the spear with his bare hand, not faltering or even blinking in the face of the toxic weapon. Paul was completely stunned. His snake attack had been stopped cold. The sheer power required to halt his signature move must have been truly immense. Having made the fatal error of being surprised, Paul lost his hold on the weapon just as Leo yanked it forcefully out of his hands. Stubbornly refusing to release the weapon, Paul was dragged along with his spear, looking exactly like an amateurish fool who didn't know what to do. Once he was close enough, Leo finished compounding the embarrassment by delivering a kiss on the cheek in the form of a hardened fist straight to Hall's face. The impact sent the poor snake boy barreling across the arena floor, flying like a weightless rag doll. Although he might have been briefly distracted, a veteran like Leo would never commit the critical error of being careless during the heat of an actual battle. Deeply insulted by the humiliating opening exchange, Paul pushed his aura to the breaking point, flooding the arena with toxic green gas. He yelled at Leo to stop showing off, insisting that the real duel hadn't even started yet. The perimeter was quickly engulfed in poison mist as he continued pumping out the foul green aura. Paul reasoned that since there were rumors claiming Leo couldn't even utilize aura, he could gain an advantage by leaning on his own unique strength. Even if Leo possessed greater physical strength, Paul assumed it was impossible to compensate for such a basic weakness. The green mist continued to waft through the air. Leo unleashed his blazing aura, secretly scoffing that his opponent's rare poison aura was about as common as finding a good parking spot on campus. The mist attempted to encroach on his personal space, but Leo swiftly vaporized the poison without a second thought, maintaining his completely unfounded confidence in the strength of his abilities. Paul intensified his aura, mentally calculating that victory would be his unless Leo's flames reached the exact intensity of Celia's, all while the snake Beamby boy was thoroughly convinced of his own brilliance during the spar. Leo had successfully eliminated the gap between them completely unharmed, and it was now time to teach this foolishly arrogant young man a hard lesson in humility. Leo finished traversing the distance with a confident strut worthy of a JoJo character. As his fire absolutely annihilated the poison aura, the vivid spectacle of clashing auras within the arena completely captivated the audience, who munched excitedly on their popcorn as if watching a blockbuster movie. From the prestigious Class 1 section, Duran observed the duel, sporting his characteristically furious expression that never seemed to change. Celia sat completely dumbfounded by the display, while Chelsea cheered wildly for her boyfriend, certain that every single move Leo made was undeniably impressive. Celia could hardly believe that Leo had somehow managed to intensify the destructive power of his flame aura to such a truly terrifying extent. Poor Hall Snape, feeling the sudden, unexpected heat from Leo's flames, realized with dread that the blaze was now equal in power to Celius, the strongest knight in their entire class. Nobody would ever have guessed that a student juggling every single major offered at the academy could possibly perform this brilliantly as a pure knight. Nonetheless, Hall strengthened his resolve and prepared to unleash a specific technique he had meticulously saved, intending for it to be the perfect counter to Celia. It never crossed his mind that he would be forced to deploy this ultimate strategy against Leo Plock during the midterm's very first match. He shaped his aura into a huge poisonous serpent, creating a binding snake prison to launch at his rival. Intrigued by the sudden new strategy, Leo deliberately permitted the snake prison to capture him, remaining completely motionless as he analyzed the serpent's form with a genuine interest. Paul was thoroughly convinced that he had just accomplished something extraordinary, even managing to glance at Celia in the audience while a faint blush crept onto his cheeks. The poor soul had dedicated himself to perfecting this technique, hoping it would finally allow him to match Celia's flames, and he felt immensely optimistic about its first public showing. Celia responded to his shy blush by letting out a small sigh of impatience, and pointing directly toward the far end of the arena. Paul's momentary burst of arrogance unfortunately distracted him from realizing that Leo was actively boiling his elaborate snake prison, causing the serpent's body to bubble and sizzle dramatically from the intense heat. With one decisive final surge of power, Leo completely vaporized the pitiful aura spell, finishing it off without any real effort. Paul's eyes popped open wide in shock. The specific technique he had worked tirelessly to create was instantly incinerated, as if it were merely a worthless, discarded spell. Feeling utterly frustrated, he immediately abandoned his aura techniques entirely and instead raised his spear, preparing for a physical attack. For the entire match, Leo hadn't even bothered to take out his sword, but when he finally did, he parried the spear with such powerful force that it instantly flew from the enemy's grasp, pressing the sharp tip of his blade against the youngster's neck. Leo issued a final warning, telling Hall never to take his eyes off a flame or risk getting severely burned. As the young man collapsed to his knees in defeat, Professor Ian announced the winner of the opening match, confirming that Leo Pluff had secured the victory with a fiery show of dominance. Chelsea, his most devoted admirer, felt a deep sense of fluttering excitement in her chest while she cheered for Leo. Tar, having unwavering faith in his friend, knew Leo would take this victory without breaking a sweat, while Hall retreated to his corner, accepting that Leo possessed unique talent. even in actual fights. This explained why Leo could remain by Celia's side continuously, much to his astonishment. A familiar voice unexpectedly complimented his performance, despite the fact that he had been so thoroughly defeated. Upon glancing up, he saw Celia smiling at him from the spectator stands, complimenting him on his innovative technique. Despite suffering a defeat, Paul had received praise from the girl he was trying to impress, making the entire ordeal feel much less painful, and he promised himself to cherish that compliment forever. The professor then proceeded to announce the next match, calling Class 5's Ileana late into the stage. Bursting onto the scene with fiery energy, Ileana immediately demanded to know who exactly her rival would be. Ileana's enthusiasm instantly vanished the moment Professor Ain singled out Chen Xia from Class 10 to come forward. She had been hyped up for a good fight, but fate dealt her a cruel hand by pairing her against one of the night department's top 3 students. The two competitors faced off, standing a careful distance apart as they awaited the official signal to begin. Chen Xia offered a calm smile and a graceful bow, wishing her rival good luck, yet even her simple courtesy exuded an aura of immense strength. Ileana, never one to retreat, responded to the greeting with a determined grin, ready for the challenge despite the stack odds. Just as the starting signal blared, Chen Xia's hand drifted elegantly upwards, preparing to summon her wire-based aura. The liquid waves swirled and danced around her, mimicking the calm surface of a tranquil sea. In stark contrast, Ileana's fiery determination manifested as raging wildfire. Clinging tightly to the rapier she held, Ileana plunged forward, leveraging her rapier's might and pushing her speed to maximum with a quick thrust, while Chen Xia simply erected a sturdy water sphere around herself to absorb the blow. From his seat in the audience, Leo observed that taking a direct hit from that rapier would undoubtedly be agonizing. However, charging headlong into a solid water-based barrier at top speed would be equally painful, a mistake Ileana made out of pure haste. Her attempt to finish the match in a single decisive strike resulted in severe consequences, a lesson learned the hard way. Chen Xia's water sphere was far more than a simple defensive shield. It was apparently capable of boiling her opponents alive. In the end, her calm, serene power secured the victory quite easily for the second match. Ileana stood, rubbing away the pain from getting completely annihilated in a single exchange, yet despite the embarrassing defeat, she somehow felt she hadn't performed all that poorly. Leo had predicted the outcome, recognizing the terrible mismatch from the start, but figured Ileana might have fared better had she kept her composure. Next up, Professor Ain announced the third match, calling upon the night department's undisputed leader, Celia Zerdinger of Class 1. To the astonishment of everyone watching, this third round was turning into an unexpected blockbuster fight that nobody anticipated happening this soon. Celia's opponent was none other than Duran Moira, a student forever destined to finish second in Class 1. Celia glanced at her perpetually sullen classmate and flashed a grin, sensing immediately that this particular bout would be truly entertaining. Unlike her lighthearted expression, Duran clearly approached the friendly spar with a grin, utmost determination. In the bleachers, Gar had somehow acquired 3 glasses, and was already completely absorbed in his own snack supply. He pushed the entire bucket of snacks toward Leo to share, even as every single person's attention remained glued to the stage below. It's rare to witness a battle between two such heavy hitters, and the atmosphere in the arena was electric. The stage quickly began to heat up as an electrifying energy filled the air, with both students' offensive auras roaring to life as they drew their blades, ready to commence the battle for the top spot in night studies. The moment the starting signal blared, a grumpy Duran launched the first assault, moving with astonishing speed. His body and sword seemed to fuse together into a single, thundering form. Yet Celia, a talented swordmaster, parried the initial blows without difficulty. For most first-year students, this was their inaugural glimpse of the top competitors' combat prowess, leaving them utterly captivated by the intense match unfolding on the platform. Car leaned over and whispered to Leo, inquiring about his chosen winner for the spar. While nonchalantly stuffing handfuls of popcorn into his mouth, Leo stated that Celia would likely fall behind if the pace remained unchanged, taking Care aback by the cold analysis, though Care still refused to count his cousin completely out of the fight. From his vantage point in the bleachers, he could distinctly perceive the serene, composed expression gleaming within her intensely fiery gaze, perhaps hinting she had fire insurance. He astutely suspected this young woman certainly had a few tricks tucked away, patiently awaiting the perfect opportunity to spring her surprise, likely more effective than pulling a rabbit from a hat. Duran, discovering another gear, notably increased his velocity, maintaining his incessant, aggressive assault. Clearly a stranger to rest stops, caught completely by surprise. Celia nearly sustained a nasty scrape to her neck. Fortunately, her lightning, fast reflexes kicked in, prompting her to shift just an inch, a move as smooth as a cat avoiding bath time. Convinced he could now absolutely dominate Celia, Duran decided to engage his top adversary in a fierce, close melee, a bold strategy that might have just backfired spectacularly. That, to put it mildly, was a grand miscalculation. Celia, with a flourish, brandished her ornate sword and ignited a magnificent flame that utterly outshone any inferno witnessed previously today, making prior sparks seem rather quaint. Its flames raged with such furious brilliance that the arena's protective barrier began to sputter, noticeably struggling to hold back the raw force, much like an overstretched rubber band. A contest of the sheer caliber was completely foreign to most YA freshmen, making their prior experiences seem utterly mundane. Leo heartily commended Celia's extraordinary patience and impeccable timing, emphasizing how she flawlessly executed a truly ingenious maneuver. Predictably bewildered, just looked utterly lost, prompting Leo to provide further explanation. Look, the training grounds for first years are quite compact and enclosed, Leo explained. Celia likely deduced that since matching Duran's sheer, unadulterated velocity was impossible, she could simply transform the entire battleground into her personal inferno, effectively making it her backyard barbecue, and evening the odds beautifully. Seizing this potent home court advantage, she effectively backed Duran into a perilous corner, forcing him to meticulously monitor his every move lest he become a crispy critter in the inferno. Additionally, the intense heat naturally obscured vision, creating a double whammy, much like trying to fight a ghost in a sauna. Celia was already a truly impressive combatant, but she had grown immensely stronger and far more ingenious in harnessing her unique abilities. This formidable woman had just unveiled her own personal, overwhelming zone, aching everything her rules. As the intense heat gradually softened the grumpy blonde competitor, Celia shrewdly exploited the sudden gaps in his weakening defense and, as if by magic, simply vanished, then reappeared instantly behind Duran. Her blazing, incandescent strike would undoubtedly have concluded the entire match then and there, were it not for Duran's annoyingly swift and incredibly persistent reaction time, which apparently defied all logic. Pushing himself to his absolute threshold, Duran gritted his teeth and wildly brandished his blade in a desperate act, knowing full well that losing his composure during a spar against someone as remarkably capable as Celia was a virtual death sentence, or at least an express ticket to utter humiliation. She expertly disarmed his weapon, brazenly clutching the sharp steel with her uncovered hands, a surprising and effective tactic. No sooner had she blanketed the entire arena with her fiery power than she began utterly outclassing her opponent, the famed number 2, turning him into a proverbial punching bag. Her unique blend of immaturity and savagery was on full display as she concluded the bout with a rather unorthodox attack, forgoing her blade, fists, or legs. Celia instead opted to headbutt Duran, a move as surprising as it was effective. The testy blondie instantly fell unconscious, deactivating her impressive fiery aura. Celia asserting her claim to victory in the third thrilling match, making the enthusiastic crowd absolutely erupt in a joyous, deafening pandemonium. Brushing the dust from her uniform, she smiled sweetly and advised Duran to perhaps incorporate more strength training into his routine, instead of banking entirely on his agility. A perfectly polite, yet pointed, critique, finally stirring back to awareness. After briefly blacking out from the impactful headbutt, he looked utterly disoriented. Duran meekly grasped her outstretched hand, pulling himself back to his feet from the grassy arena floor. The Academy's eager press corps, plus fervent fans shipping the top contenders, reveled at the charming sight of the friendly rivals, possibly writing their romance novels. Leo was immensely pleased to observe his cousin's notoriously tough training had clearly yielded significant, positive results. Suddenly, the rather inquisitive Professor Edmund unexpectedly manifested behind the two lads, happily munching his own freshly popped corn, clearly enjoying the post-fight commentary. It transpired he had diligently overheard his class representative's entire commentary, from the very beginning to the absolute end. He found Leo's astute observations and explanations remarkably insightful, deeming them quite exemplary. As the day concluded, every single match within the night study's practical exam successfully wrapped up, proceeding without a single glitch. Celia Zertinger completed the day's challenges with 4 clear victories and only 1 minor defeat. Duran Moira finished his day with the exact same, noteworthy competition record. Chen Xia mirrored that result, as every contender barely scraped by with a single defeat across 5 rounds. Conversely, Leo Plot absolutely crushed it with 5 straight wins, claiming the top throne without breaking a single sweat. 7 days after that intense practical exam night, the linguistics written test concluded. While the perennially messy Professor Edmund offered some begrudging praise for his students during this academic term, exiting the room with a casual wave, he dropped a terrifying bomb about how poor grades could still get people booted. The moment the portal closed, Group 5 went absolutely bananas, especially a panic-stricken Eliana, who feared her spicy personality wouldn't save her from being kicked out. Elsewhere, the local intellectual mob surrounded Chelsea to inspect her magnificent scores, with every bookworm aggressively wrestling for a glimpse of her divine, holy grail of an answer sheet. Our glorious leader was merely catching some sweets at his table. Parked right in front, prodded Leo awake to inquire about his scores, but his lying face totally gave away his internal linguistic agony. Seeing their untouchable representative look like a stressed teenager was hilarious to Nilia, who offered her magical services to fix any physical or mental trauma he suffered. Siffing a freebie, Gar jumped in immediately, whining about his supposed back issues and stiff joints like a geriatric patient seeking charity, just as he tried to finesse some free labor. Chelsea delivered a swift, painful reality check right to his spine with a hammer. Fist. With the trash disposed of, Chelsea interrogated Leo regarding his summoning drills, noting that Tide hadn't seen him frequent the training grounds lately. If ever, naturally, Leo was grinding in secret like a hidden boss, which was totally on brand for a guy who loves his mysterious protagonist vibes. She excitedly queried which placement he planned on snatching during the next big evaluation. What a silly inquiry, considering it is Leo. Gold is the only color he recognizes. As the summoning exam dawned, legions of upperclassmen and professors flocked to witness the annual first-year spectacle, the grand race of summoned beasts, which defines their first term. Runmates, a seasoned third-year from the Lumen Division, stepped up to the microphone to give us the play-by-play action today. Witnessing the insane theatricality, Celia asked her council president brother if this was actually a grade-worthy exam, prompting him to explain its status as a vital, high-profile tradition for the upcoming inter-departmental showdown. Detecting the scent of easy cash, Kara promptly deployed his popcorn and soda operation, managing to move massive amounts of inventory to the hungry crowd before the competition even officially kicked off. The audience was getting rowdy and having a blast. Their joy stood in sharp opposition to the spooky quietness engulfing the students waiting on the platform. The new kids were shaking in their boots, and the thunderous cheering from the stands only served to rattle their fragile nerves. In the meantime, the heavy hitters, including Leo, that snowy-haired girl, the pale-maned guy, and Chen Xiao, were all laser-focused on the upcoming trial. Eliza Hergen, the silver-topped heiress from that legendary clan of northern hero summoners, approached Leo to compliment his nighttime performance before skeptically grilling him on his race readiness, clearly doubting he had any real tricks up his sleeve. Honestly, her skepticism was fair, as the supposedly prepared candidate had only graced the practice field with his presence a single time. Observing the moment Leo got roasted, the mindless crowd pounced instantly to doubt his readiness, suggesting that Leo should quit if he treats summoning like a hobby, especially since nobody has witnessed him actually hugging a mythical beast yet. Tide attempted to soothe his peers' random rage, advising them to consume a massive chill pill. However, those clowns kept barking away, shouting that Tide shouldn't defend the privileged brat who was currently making a complete mockery of their entire prestigious beast-calling division. Shenxia felt quite anxious about the vibe getting thicker than cold gravy before the exam kicked off. Sinlu Liu, a first-year beast master from the east, approached her with the logic that because her evening test scores were already stellar, she could probably just slack off and ignore the summoning curriculum entirely. Getting totally sick of the pointless yapping, the southern leader and top-ranked scholar of the spirit, Danning Branch, Walden Tadun, finally intervened to mute the cacophony of these annoying background characters once and for all. He declared that if they wanted to debate their pet training schedules, they should definitely migrate to another zip code, far from his delicate eardrums. Listening to that incredibly smug flex, Sen Liu exploded with pure indignation. Walden pushed further, stating that hearing amateurs boast about sitting on a monster is as tiresome as watching paint dry on a slow Tuesday, completely missing the obvious clues. Sen Liu questioned if the leader felt any shame, considering the guy was a total ghost during all the mandatory training sessions. Truthfully, Walden skipped out because such basic drills are a massive waste of his precious life, and he isn't some amateur who needs a tutorial to ride a feathered lion. That clueless idiot Sen Liu actually prepared to throw a punch at the legendary gay guy. Walden. Leo lunged forward to prevent a brawl by snagging the idiot's swinging limb. He cautioned that brawling before the test would result in getting kicked out entirely, rather than receiving a simple slap on the wrist. Such a threat finally convinced the blockhead to retreat and behave. Tide nervously approached Leo, feeling quite awkward about the spacey vibe radiating from the group of new recruits. He noted that the beast-calling division has a massive divide in talent between those specializing in it and those just visiting. Because Chen Xie and Leo were beating the specialists at their own game, the grumpy sophomores arrived to roast the first years for being outclassed by part Timers. Besides his absenteeism, they view Leo as a lazy rich kid, despite his secret desire to absolutely dominate this competition with maximum effort. In the distance, it appeared that some sketchy villains were observing the drama with curious eyes. Eerie shadows surrounded a mysterious guy in a cloak who seemed way too obsessed with this contest, particularly focusing on a single participant. That student is Sin Liu, and the Morin is leaking some seriously creepy vibes from within, and he basically plans to use that mojo to cause mayhem and potentially end lives just to secure a trophy. Prior to the starting gun, Runba Test is going to quickly ramble about the essential guidelines of the game. Initially, the rookie can only utilize beast falling techniques, which implies that multi-talented students must leave their sparkly magic and glowy auras at the door. When the timer begins, they have to tame a random winged lion inside the barn. They are required to launch into the clouds and navigate across the enormous landmass dedicated to summoned monsters. After clearing that, they will treat the quiet pond as their turn spot before sprinting back toward the school grounds. Who will truly achieve first place in the first semester midterm? The highly strategic captain of the South with the Eastern Challenger. Will Eliza successfully live up to her family's esteemed legacy, or will Senlu's secret ace up the sleeve completely change the game? Or perhaps our resident superstar Leo Plav will simply deliver yet another incredible performance, solidifying his status as the unchallenged top dog. All the competitors gathered at the starting line, waiting for the sound of the signal bell to finally release them. Miss Yura passionately addressed her students, urging them to shake off their nerves and simply stick to their practiced routine. She warned that anyone who panicked and messed up would definitely be left behind after the race. Her message to stay calm and focused only seemed to successfully increase the anxiety levels of every single racer. Miss Yura commanded them to ready their positions, then unleashed a shout that echoed throughout the arena, officially beginning the annual summoned creature race. While most students frantically rushed toward the Griffin stables, following the standard procedure, a certain group decided to launch the race immediately, utilizing their various elemental summoned creature skills, without so much as a single warning. This rogue group launched their techniques specifically at Walden and Leo. Even the official commentator was completely taken aback by this unexpected opening move. The summoning students were openly making a hostile move against the competitors favored by the crowd. Leo yelled at Tide to ignore his current situation and keep moving forward with the race. Tide heeded his words, prioritizing the exam, and stayed on top of his tamed griffin while leaving the class representative behind. The spectators immediately made their feelings clear, believing it was highly unfair for the summoning department students to target the supposed frontrunners. Leo knew these jerks disliked him, but he never thought they would go so far as to completely ruin his performance. Rumbate suggested that despite the crowd's jeers, this was technically a valid strategic move. Furthermore, Walden easily dispelled the elemental magic with brute force in just a few short seconds. With a few wisps of elemental magic still swirling around his body, he calmly proceeded toward the Griffin stables. He quickly tamed a griffin without much effort and mounted the beast, then turned to Leo, offering assistance if he was struggling. Leo instantly declined the offer, believing that these petty attacks were little more than child's play. Without exchanging another word, Walden took off on his loyal steed, quickly accelerating into the sky faster than all the other competitors. Leo remained the only competitor still trapped on the stage instead of soaring triumphantly through the skies. Chelsea watched her beloved, trapped and surrounded by elemental magic, with eyes filled with deep concern. Miss Yura frowned deeply as she scanned the competition area, realizing the freshman class rift ran much deeper than she first anticipated, to the point where they openly collaborated to target the top student. As far as she knew, Leo's core strengths lay in summons rather than spirits, meaning extricating himself from this predicament would be immensely challenging. However, her assumption proved completely inaccurate, as a brilliant light suddenly illuminated the arena, immediately capturing the attention of every single spectator. Leo calmly closed his eyes and began chanting a rhythmic script, beckoning elemental spirits to shatter his restraints and forge a path forward, and immediately, sylphs of various elements responded to his command. These days, merely understanding a few words of the ancient spirit language is exceptionally rare, and performing an entire chant with such absolute fluency is unheard of. The source of endless unexpected talents known as Leo Plav just keeps on providing new material for his fan base. Yura inspected the boy's unwavering gaze, then expelled a massive lungful of air. Her anxiety was baseless. Hence the instructor decided on kidnapping that youngster for her wing. While Leo remained glued, his competitors had surged vastly forward toward the distant skyline. Those punks who sabotaged that pair giggled while mocking their prey, convinced Southern Stars must finish and they better. Once those bullies creed the girl, she insisted on wrecking both champions without using slimy, dishonest tactics. Additionally, She felt anxious concerning how everyday folks perceive that specific conjuration department. Those bullies only desired that the brilliant prodigies endure a brief moment of intense embarrassment. Tired of such moronic babbling, she accelerated while advising those idiots to think twice before moving again. Liu noticed that arrogant tone, which caused his inner rage to begin boiling like hot soup. Considering this ongoing competition velocity, snagging the runner-up medal behind Eliza looked like a simple task. Besides that lady, he sits atop the rankings for managing winged creatures in the clouds, while that boy daydreamed. A blurry, fast-moving beast sliced right through a group of losers. He sat in the sea, though surfing describes her posture better, and her weird method actually functioned. That girl's velocity stayed unmatched despite lacking magical fuel. Hence Liu's terrified gang redirected their aggression toward the eastern fleet. A random female conjured a shining orb then fired it at Xiao like a magical frisbee. That sky-high gymnast felt the strike approaching then moved toward the front, perching on the monster's wing. Once that spark arrived, the girl leaped toward the clouds then executed a fancy, elegant somersault. Those pathetic amateurs watching the girl's mid-flight acrobatics were left completely stunned and mouth-breathing. Following her touchdown, those thigh muscles tightened like loaded springs then she catapulted far from her beast. She aimed for the girl who threw the spar, using momentum to deliver a staggering boot. The victim tumbled from her beast while shouting that she had definitely used illegal cheats. The girl is simply brainless, since she used zero energy, and rely on raw martial skills. Once that pest was handled, the athlete regained focus on the match then increased her velocity. During the flight, she waved at Liu, as they shared a hometown and knew each other. Liu responded with bitter glares, snarling that provoking his wrath represented a truly monumental blunder. Although that girl lacks fighting experience, Liu currently faces much more terrifying issues. The athlete sensed some disgruntled student, who hated the earlier prank, approaching with violent, fiery intent. Out of nowhere, a giant explosion of fire turned the clouds a bright, angry crimson. That titan began grilling birds through horrific phantom mastery, since he settles debts by deleting those fools who tried unsuccessfully to hinder his movement. Such mid-air slaughter served as one tiny, spacey gift our hero organized to repay foes. Observing their allies go down, the lackeys bolted in every direction like startled hens at a fox convention. However, Walden remained a stubborn wizarding satyr, sniping every winged monster to disqualify each rider as the heavens turned orange. At the gate, the announcer obsessed over Leo's struggle to close the gap, noting the star rookie might totally fail this by having escaped his ghost cage. He must now charm the final grumpy pit in the barn, or he is doomed. Leo performed a quick visual audit of the avian and discovered a hideous gash slicing through the port side plumage. Since the injury looked fresh and intentional, it was obvious those trap-setting bullies were responsible, which is a pretty garbage move for future do-gooders. Our hero snatched up the leather guidance cords, causing the hybrid monster to go absolutely bananas. As everyone knows, jumping on a grumpy eagle lay-in without a proper first date is a recipe for disaster. The Zerdinger pair watched from the crowd, where the sister felt anxious while the brother wondered if the kid would just bully his way into the cockpit. Even though he recognized the immense fury and dread shaking the beast, he definitely needed to speedrun this whole friendship ritual immediately. He locked eyes with the frantic creature and paralyzed it with a terrifying look, sternly commanding Leo's beast to bow. Thinking its time was up, the creature decided that further rebellion was a genuinely awful idea. The hybrid monster chilled out significantly once the pair officially swiped right on their magical partnership for the sprint. Our hero extended an arm toward the beast's mangled limb to pluck out the sharp junk piercing its skin. In a single graceful leap, he settled into the leather seat and readied himself for takeoff. The boy skillfully navigated the massive flying mud out of the barn and into the blue, focusing the cameras on the lonely straggler. The crowd watched as the announcer joked about Leo potentially winning a participation trophy for coming in dead last. Leo privately pitied the flying companion, feeling how the oversized animal was bearing a tremendous pile of hurt. Consequently, following his official spiritual pact, he summoned his only magical partner to manifest. That tiny fire bird popped into existence right there, looking as precious as a spicy marshmallow. Using a mental ping, Leo told the hot nugget to patch up the damaged feathers. Glowing celestial heat clouds wrapped around the baffled eagle. Cat, the female student staring at the monitor, felt totally baffled, realizing she had no clue what kind of weird spicy fire was appearing. The older sibling realized this was not their family heat or some basic energy, but something much more exotic and powerful. Up at the front, most of the thugs were battered, and survivors were paddling away from Walden the madman, just hoping to avoid the basement rank. Sadly for those kids, the actual hero has finally joined the server, and he is feeling particularly aggressive today. Dressed in divine solar glitter, Leo's mount took off with more energy than a caffeine-addicted rocket, spotting the far-off outlines of his enemies. He figured the moment had arrived to discover if this beast owned a turbo button. Yet, right when he planned to snatch the gold, some lunatic arrived on an actual dragon, or at least a very convincing impersonator. However, for a prehistoric fossil such as Leo, that scaly lizard creature feels uncomfortably recognizable, much like an old roommate. Behold, the legendary Fafnir. The guy assumed his retinas were hallucinating, although the beast definitely existed. Just a handful of moments before this specific scrap, Eliza abandoned her lead position, opting to duel Walden in a messy scrap. She understood that clobbering this titan was the only path to claiming the championship trophy. With a single crack of his knuckles, Walden tossed some spicy soul embers toward Eliza's current direction. The ghostly napalm erupted in a chaotic surge, yet she pirouetted away without a singe. Observing that Walden was essentially a mad scientist combining air and heat spirits to craft custom grenades, performing such complex wizardry demands Walden's bizarre innate ability, which left Eliza feeling like a very confused tourist. Mounted upon his winged predator, Walden appeared to be a wandering stone barricade designed to demolish every obstacle. Nevertheless, Eliza carries the reputation of a fancy conjuring clan, harboring several clandestine surprises within her wardrobe. Regardless of the firepower, a hit is worth nothing if it misses. So her genius strategy involved using jittery reflexes to dodge every single projectile thrown her way. Noticing her professional dodging skills, Walden pivoted, abandoning his fiery gadgets to craft a barrage of massive, enchanted ice spears, which were incredibly pointy and boosted by a variety of spectral elements to ensure maximum pokiness. The Hyrus merely snorted at that display, choosing to overclock her Pez hidden biological engine, causing the winged carnivore to inflate while becoming super grumpy, acting like a high-level Pokemon. Her winged beast spat an inferno to liquefy those icy toothpicks. The student steered the inferno, liquefying every danger before the flames ruined her expensive hairstyle. Walden's offensive was entirely neutralized by the girl's beefed, but summoned companion. Viewing this legendary boss encounter, the narrator was grinning like a fool at his desk. However, while the honor students were busy beating the stuffing out of each other, Chen Xia exploited the mayhem, gliding past everyone like a slippery eel to snatch the lead. But Eliza planned on charging her a heavy tall, utilizing a violet-colored enchanted lasso. She snagged Chen Xia's throat, yanking her into a very awkward proximity. With her movement effectively shackled, a random spark manifested, warning her that she was about to get roasted if she did not relocate immediately. The contestant and her bird performed some wild gymnastics to evade that massive explosion. Right when Walden's ghostly pals united to cause a colossal boom, while airborne, the girl used raw strength to snap Eliza's violet leash, whistling for her pet with impeccable rhythm. Chen Xia reclaimed the pole position using some very sneaky driving, rather than trembling. She felt genuinely stoked witnessing the peak power displayed by those elite conjuring prodigies. A peculiar flying beast cast a long, weird shadow just ahead of her path. Chen Xia felt totally bamboozled while squinting at what looked like a dragon wearing too much black eyeliner. Sen Liu was steering the thing, losing his grip on sanity while his brain marinated in pure, unfiltered malice. Chen Xia yelled that bringing a scary lizard to a griffin race was a major violation of the student handbook. He couldn't care less, mostly because his grudge against the privileged overachievers had reached a boiling point. Eliza and Walden finally arrived as things got weird. Though Eliza's monster, mirrored brain knew this was no ordinary wyvern. Leo Plav eventually zoomed into the front group, riding a griffin that looked like it survived a spicy buffalo wing challenge. His momentum was top tier, especially since those phoenix flames gave him a literal fire under his butt. Sen Lu figured he could probably delete all these geniuses from existence, and felt pretty smug about his chances. Leo addressed the group with a voice cold enough to preserve a side of beef. He glared down, asking where the little punk managed to find such an oversized, grumpy gecko. Sen Lu cackled, thinking Leo was just green with envy, then boasted about his legendary skills in beast management. Leo looked at the absolute clown who failed to realize he was actually riding a legendary Fafnir. This was a nightmare creature from the pits of Tartaros, supposedly hunted to extinction by Kyle's old squad during the dark times, making its sudden return very confusing. Mistaking the Fafnir for a basic wyvern, Sen Lu gave the signal to fire, and a massive laser beam sliced the air. Leo and Walden dodged like uncoordinated toddlers, while Eliza did a clumsy barrel roll. Yet none of them were the primary target. That giant glowing beam of doom was actually aiming right for Chen Xia. Leo screamed out a warning, while she desperately tried to inflate a glowing magic bubble to save her skin. It was too late. Her shield was too thin, and the laser punched through it like a finger through wet toilet paper. The magic barrier finally exploded violently. Chen Xia's bird got knocked out cold, leaving them both to experience the joys of free falling without any parachutes. Leo engaged his nitro speed to save the day. Catching a falling classmate was actually quite easy for him, as his main goal was preventing her from becoming a pancake. He commanded Walden and Eliza to take their fancy birds down to the dirt immediately. The arrogant top-tier students actually listened, trusting the guy who had a handle on the chaos. Meanwhile, the fanfare drifted through the clouds, looking like a hungry predator at a buffet. Senla's brain was getting hijacked by something dark, but he really enjoyed the feeling of looking down on everyone else. The announcer mentioned that the leaders had wandered off the track and were no longer being caught by the cameras. After the audience witnessed Senla's lizard assault the school's top students, Miss Yura stormed the broadcast booth and literally yeeted that kid away from the microphone. Yura grabbed the microphone to order all the professors and their staff to fetch more birds, pausing the race for a massive rescue operation. Brainy Prof Slim plus Sijin stumbled inside looking like they saw ghosts, while Yura dropped the bomb about some kid playing tag with a hellish monster. Hearing about those beasts made the professors shake like wet leaves in a storm. They realized the fuzzy little pet was about to scramble the poor brat's brain like a morning omelet. Crusty old Edmund waltzed in, suggesting that maybe some other puppet master was pulling the strings on that overgrown lizard. The messy educator took charge, ordering Yura to handle the capture as the others protected the kids, proving even bitter rivals can work together for the sake of their pupils. Those two grumpy old men would happily transform into the world's most chaotic tag team. Meanwhile, returning to the action, Leo tucked the sleeping Chinchilla into a cozy nook to see just how badly she got racked. Eliza plus Walden suddenly appeared on the scene following the hero. The tiny break vanished once that creepsome Loom noticed their presence with his buggy eyes. That gigantic beast slammed onto the soil, salivating over the young prodigies like juice sticks. However, that weirdo Sun Lu is hallucinating if he thinks Leo is actually trying to escape. He attempted to school the numbskull that his transport was no basic black bird, but actually the legendary hellish entity, Fafnir. That announcement made the entire group extremely tense. As Leo stepped forward, he started looking less like a student, and more like that ancient legend. Dad. He remembered the good old days when his daily workout consisted of wiping those nasty critters off the map. Being a former savior and a future legend, Leo decided to increase his disgusting creature body count just for the nostalgia. The boy just kept marching forward until the immense monster loomed high above. Senlu, that idiot, just cackled, convinced the poor boy had finally lost his last marble. His eyes were bloodshot and his temper was exploding, fueled by an inferiority complex and a desperate need to show up the summoning aces. The boy commanded the giant dragon to sneeze out its spicy, glowing laser of total destruction. Exactly when the lethal energy stream almost fried their skins to a crisp, an enormous palm built from boulders exploded through the dusty dirt. The rocky beast pulled itself up to tank the laser beam, and Walden finally felt motivated after hearing Leo's plan to butcher those disgusting creatures. Watching his ultimate move get slapped away by a bunch of rocks made Senlu start sweating buckets. Eliza joined the party too, since she realized the danger, but still found Walden's attempt at looking cool absolutely annoying. The trio decided to boot that peasant from that dragon before the crumbling rock giant finally fell apart, so they could strike together. Watching his teammates argue during a deadly fight made Leo smile, because heroes have always been complete weirdos throughout history. When that rock monster turned into dust, Senlu resumed being arrogant, challenging Walden towards producing anything tougher. By the time that stone heap became a pile of pebbles, the three students had vanished into thin air. Eliza launched the brawl using her enchanted violet leash, proving that accessorizing can be deadly. That lanky string wiggled and lengthened just like her mood swings, eventually slapping into Senlu's personal space, while she managed the unruly mobs. A single spicy finger snap triggered the painful festivities. Sizzling embers danced across that scaly Fafnir jerk as it prepared its giant glowing laser beam. Walden tucked explosive surprises into sensitive nooks and blew his ghostly grenades with a theatrical bang. Since the boom expert finished his chores, Leo Pluff finally needed to carry his own weight. Once the spacey fog dissipated, Leo zipped towards Senlu faster than a toddler chasing a loose cookie. He snatched the hobo by his follicles and planted a heavy boot on his mug, nearly ejecting him from the monster. However, a creepy tent now occupied the boy's brain, no matter which ghost had moved in. Senlu applauded the plan to separate the lad from that monster, yet with a suitable body, the spooky parasite already won. Feeling the heat, Leo got kidnapped into the clouds by the beast, leaving the other two grounded. The head-jacked loser inquired if Leo was feeling the sudden urge to pee his pants yet. He answered by punching the ghostly underworld pet trainer occupying the body, giving the phantom a very rude awakening. His secret identity was usually bulletproof, so Leo's eerie stillness during the mayhem reminded the ghost of dusty old warriors, proving this kid was a gigantic nuisance who needed to be deleted immediately. employing a fancy ghostly maneuver. The trainer slapped Leo into the distance with some serious attitude. He failed to find a solid floor in the air, and started a rapid, ungraceful descent. Still, he kept his cool, and summoned Fiora for a rescue. Bird fire waltzed above as Leo played with a burning ball, feeling quite nostalgic about his past. He used to be Kyle, the pioneer protagonist, though he frankly confessed he was just decently talented. He dabbled in every hobby without becoming a genius at any, basically a professional amateur. In the aura department, Aaron and Duno were miles ahead. Magic, wise, Luna definitely held the superior wand in that relationship. Regarding summons, Luceness was simply a different breed of crazy. However, being a generalist let him mix powers and test weird combos that nobody else ever dared. Blending soul juice, sorcery, and his friendship with Fiora, Leo whipped up a truly terrifying incantation. Vibe energy, spells, and ghost fuel are separate roads, but smashing them together creates total gain. Breaking chaos, the tiny yellow puffball Fiora vanished, replaced by a teenage firebird with a serious attitude. Powerful and elegant, her glowing crimson plumage brightened the sky as she snatched Leo with her claws. Witnessing the bird's glow, the hellish monster started twitching nervously from all that spicy phoenix vibes. That creepy villain turned serious while demanding to know the kid's true self. But got a joking proposal to swap and sell on how Sin Liu obtained his lizard. However, this weird overachiever knows way too much history about the gloomiest era, making him a prime candidate for a permanent dirt nap. Sensing an incoming dragon strike, Leo grabbed his weapon and focused Evian firepower onto the sharp point. Fortune smiled on our hero, because Zerdinger's classified combat style was specifically designed to vibe perfectly with Avian fire blasts. Consequently, his signature move, the prominence, can ascend to levels of power that would make a god blush. The dragon's lethal mouth laser crashed into Leo's legendary Inferno, creating a cinematic explosion that looked like a classic anime beam struggle. Leo stood firm like a stubborn mule, refusing to budge or blink even for a fleeting moment. Meanwhile, Sin Liu's head seemed to be functioning like a bowl of mashed potatoes thanks to the demonic takeover. The massive dragon faltered while flying, crying out in agony, while making the puppet master trip for a heartbeat. Seizing the moment, Leo went full aggro once he noticed the monster's spiritual battery was finally hitting the red zone. The boy shouted loudly and spent his full stash of gathered energy to utterly demolish his foe. This jerk had nothing left but to scream some nasty words. Incandescent, avian heat flooded the monster's anatomy, tearing its insides so thoroughly that sparks and soot eventually escaped through all its various openings. Leo triumphed using a loud and rather gross magical kaboom. Our hero thanked Fiora for her perfect timing while gasping for breath, deciding it was finally the right moment to return home. Unfortunately, the magical bird disguise timer just hit 0 and expired. Leo realized his estimates were garbage, so he was currently plunging toward a lethal impact on the soil. While he shrieked at maximum volume during a terrifying plunge from many miles above the ground, the actual body belonging to that Tartaros beastmaster stayed silent, while focused within the dense trees. Right when he prepared to launch some more unfair nonsense, a blindingly bright glow swallowed up the trees. Then an insane gravity-like force slammed into the villain, forcing him to take a very involuntary knee. The legendary Sijin appeared and put the criminal on a permanent timeout. Nearby stood the gloomy Edmund, whose physical form was oozing very edgy vibes. The jerk instantly spotted the duo of famous icons from Luminen. Knowing he lacked the strength to survive such a confrontation, the villain shredded reality and decided to leave the scene immediately. Missing his target was frustrating, yet he would just postpone his mayhem. Suddenly a hazy beast boasting numerous eyeballs and jagged maws sprang from the cosmic tier. That beast pivoted toward its conjure and threw its incredibly dense physical form straight into the villain. As soon as the mist cleared, the portal and its master vanished, leaving some debris and smelly fumes, which made the staff worry that evil organizations were finally making significant progress. Sijin gathered the scraps for some future lab work. Those famous icons from Lumen realized quite clearly that their school was currently about as secure as a paper tent. Regarding the plummeting Leo, his quick journey into the afterlife proceeds apace. Gripping that petite solar, Avian, our protagonist pleaded for Fiora to vanish homeward instead of sharing his terminal gravity experiment. Miraculously, an armored aerial predator snatched the boy before his body turned into messy sidewalk decorations. Occupying the dark dragon's mount was the unmistakable Yura, sporting a joyful expression of absolute comfort, while expressing gratitude to every divinity for her perfect arrival. Both descended quietly onto a meadow, with that bony creature continuing to carry our protagonist like a tiny feline. That creepy monster Tamar escaped into some mysterious cavern, a hidden base containing his collection involving extremely disturbing biological atrocities. The boss loomed nearby, radiating pure shame and revulsion because his idiot subordinate got clobbered by a mere rookie hero student. Holding his bleeding sides, the tamer insisted that his recent opponent was definitely not your average trainee protagonist. After discovering the toddler owned a fire spirit for his magical agreement, that boss's curiosity spiked significantly. However, learning the toddler actually recognized Fafner's authentic hidden form altered his curiosity toward extreme wariness. Displaying a devious grin, that manager's tongue moistened his thirsty lips, eagerly anticipating whatever surprises that peculiar warrior in training might throw their way next. Returning to the academy, that mid-semester conjuring competition was scrubbed because of some massive, unplanned chaos. Unfortunate Senlu suffered such a massive psychological collapse that he basically stopped breathing permanently. The rookies started understanding the intense danger of their school, given that following the disaster, the entire campus gossiped about the boy's tragic fate. Following the teacher's instructions, the four witnesses stuck to a fabricated yarn involving a solitary, rogue obsidian drake. Currently, Leo must ignore the tangled mess of dark plots for a moment. The sorcery performance test has finally arrived, with Professor Lenz waiting at the front as the entire student body flooded the room. Those two, Kara and Chelsea, were present earlier, peering at the portal. Those two noticed Chloe arriving like a zombie, possessing ruined hair and such dark eye shadows that her bed clearly felt neglected. Leo trailed right in her footsteps. He clearly observed that the girl looked like absolute garbage. When the remaining students eventually appeared several minutes later, the instructor finally began his speech. That intense vibe confirmed this evaluation would be brutal, because the instructor demanded a demonstration of personal wizardry and stylistic flair from everyone. Deciding it was criminal to hog all these impressive youth spells for himself, the teacher invited 3 external guests to visit their session and this morning. That trio features past graduates who exited the arcane program previously, and each has earned a solid reputation across different supernatural industries. That were remarkably perceptive Rilda Penny, that robust fellow known as Slack, plus the grinning Seam Hoge, who is destined to critique the fresh meat today, and this trio gave warm hellos to the underclassmen to boost morale. Char believes luck is on his side, thinking these graders are suckers for high numbers, especially now that the opening speeches are finally done. The educator summoned a girl named Layden forward, and after grinning widely, she bounded into the spotlight while posing with immense pride, activating maximum adorable mode. Those orbs glittered similarly to stolen jewels, while offering polite welcomes toward those older classmates. Listening to her fake noble routine nearly triggered Kare's gag reflex, as he definitely recognizes she is just putting on a show for the crowd. Moving to the performance phase, Ileana sparked a dazzling rave within the hall, as her ability to create glittery nonsense stems from unusual light magic. However, those sparkles were merely the appetizer, as she decided mixing in fire might spice things up a bit. When blaze and brilliance merged, Ileana got wrapped in swirling, burning beams, and by blending her top tiers, she produces rather intense heat ray sorcery. But Hoge viewed that visual presentation, while feeling quite amazed. However, the judge noted this heat magic is basically just a glorified laser pointer trick that any amateur could manage. Ileana assumed she was slaying the game, yet the panel was already scribbling her doom without asking a single follow. But these folks thoughtfully reviewed their grading scales to provide a suitable rating. Following a brief huddle, the group passed their verdict over toward Professor Len. The judges Hoge and Arilda handed out mediocre C- grades, while Slack offered a slightly higher C to reach that final C-. Witnessing Eliana's flashy performance get absolutely roasted, the other students felt their hearts drop into their boots. Sequence after sequence, the mages were summoned only to realize their blood and sweat earned them nothing but depressing average marks. Some deviations occurred, such as when Carl Thomas stunned the room by earning a D+ for his clever usage of gold. Predictably, the girl named Lulin took top rank, snagging a solid grade for those gusty wind stunts. The sneaky fox and the clever cat cheered for their consecutive victories, and they felt happy the test didn't end in disaster. Secretly, the graders were bored out of their skulls, as Professor Lulin had tricked them into coming with lies of finding geniuses. But everyone was plain. Checking the remaining stack of files, only 3 candidates were left to face the firing squad. Edma and Slack sensed these final 3 were the genuine articles, who were the elite talents saved for the grand finale. The subsequent person to appear happened to be Chelsea's male sibling, Abad. As soon as he arrived, the girls lost their minds, and had they been the ones grading, he would get top marks just for existing. Unlike the previous clowns, Abad skipped the fireworks and launched into a deep lecture about the complex mechanics of his custom spell. Once that nerdy groundwork concluded, the man revealed how he dubbed this unique magic as the Tempest. Professor Len looked satisfied, and the panel was actually paying attention for once during Abad's speech. This wizard prodigy insisted his finished tempest would be world-class, essentially because he had been grinding for this test for ages, returning to where that specific noble clan resides. He tinkered endlessly, constantly polishing his tempest skill. The lad recruited his senior relatives to establish a safety zone just in case his project exploded. Utilizing intense focus, those Abad clan sorcerers maintained their magical barricading. Deep within that boundary, Abad utilized total liberty to calibrate and eject those scary internal fides, hovering skyward like spirits when the preliminary version of his tempest appeared, bellowing like a wounded beast. He nudged every microscopic fiber to bully that atmosphere into total obedience. Those unruly gusts finally merged into a ruinous cyclone capable of vaporizing anything within reach. That tempest discharged massive energy which even a fence managed by a quartet of experts failed to block. After the fellow unsealed his lids, he witnessed his cyclone kidnapping a confused squirrel and launching it upward. Anxiety flared, because the boy hated the thought of his clumsy power hurting a random creature. Wanting to save that fuzzy sack gave him the boost needed to finally put the wind in its place. This fellow is essentially a saint. Possibly the premier savior prospect excluding a specific overachiever. Returning to the classroom, Abad displayed a tiny edition of his tempest since the complete variant would probably flatten the campus, essentially a spell that amplifies gusts to the absolute limit. Yet the experts realized this logic stemmed from a complex branch of advanced wizardry. Following that, Abad Llewellyn retreated toward his bench holding those early marks, and his relative Chelsea boasted to the crowd that her sibling was forged from unique stock unlike regular humans. On the topic of being unique, the mentor named Len looked like a kid at a candy shop awaiting the next act. Inevitably, a campus celebrity emerged, specifically an iconic young man named Leo Plave. The lad rose and lectured with absolute certainty while facing the panel, explaining his tier magic lacks any elemental traits. He kept it quiet, but this was the same cheat code he used when he was the original hero carrying the planet. The youth took his spot and declared his non-elemental magical framework, which was something the panel had never encountered before. And being intrigued, they requested more info, so Leo happily obliged, noting that while standard charms require a specific elemental flavor, his method skips that requirement. The main argument felt straightforward. The boy builds a premium magical framework designed to simplify the whole incantation method for superior results. Upon processing those words, the evaluators felt conflicted, with half acting doubtful, while others seemed rattled. To be certain, they asked if he truly intended to invent a fresh method for casting. While the three veterans refused to buy such a preposterous claim, Mentor Len beamed broadly, eyes glinting like crystal, motivated by a craving to grab Leo for a solo apprenticeship. 8-Man Slack assumed Leo was merely telling tall tales and felt let down, since they arrived to evaluate logic rather than fictional anecdotes. Ignoring that sour mood, old Len jumped in to entreat Leo to scribble his theorem for everyone to see. Because the teacher appeared so eager to witness the demonstration, the remaining skeptics were forced to remain somewhat objective. That Plave kid grabbed some white gypsum and began scribbling complex math across the wall. The chamber stayed completely hushed for several minutes, excluding the rhythmic scraping of white stone against the dark slate. That penny lady claimed that just one wizard throughout all time ever utilized a unique spellcasting framework for their peak magic. This fellow nonchalantly mentioned his awareness of the situation, noting how merely the stellar wordsmith Luna previously achieved such a feat. The judge felt quite grumpy about this tiny rookie, basically hinting he would soon be hanging out on the same pedestal as a legendary historical superstar. The kid bashfully dismissed that thought, claiming he had no such delusions, because comparing his magic to Luna would be like comparing a toaster to a supernova. The student explained that being some terrifying prodigy is never required for inventing spells, suggesting the panel peek at his chalkboard scribbles to observe the magic. Suddenly, every single component regarding his sorcery logic appeared perfectly airtight. This youngster certainly refrained from winging it or acting trendy to garner social status. Based on the structural design, this framework allows for using every single elemental flavor without suffering any annoying side effects or awkward penalties. A girl named Chelsea, usually a textbook queen, found herself unable to decipher any squiggles that the boy wrote. Meanwhile, a student quit attempting to interpret the chalkboard, while another girl watched using creepy sunken sockets that never moved, having caught a whiff of massive brain power. The panel curiously investigated the motivation for crafting a very complex magical recipe. His reasoning was hilariously straightforward, as he simply desired the power to cast every single spell in existence without any annoying restrictions. 8-Man traded his skepticism for fascination with this wacky newcomer, finally realizing why the teacher claimed this year's students were uniquely gifted, then asked for a name. The boy smirked, lifted his limb, then conjured a glowing string of energy that brightened the room. which then clumped into a mysterious ball of power he called the bubble. That huge fellow felt quite startled. Rummaging inside a brain, the lady recalled just one mythic dude named Kyle using that term, making her excited to see potential progress. Perhaps this boy might verify the legendary Kyle was truly real. Following the quickest huddle in history, the judging committee passed their final grades over to the teacher for the big public reveal. The moment Professor Lenz glimpsed the scorecards, a grin appeared because, obviously, Plov walked away with the academic equivalent of a golden ticket. Returning towards his seat, the student recalled failing a similar task long ago, yet he swore this attempt might actually succeed. At last, the final pupil prepared to showcase unique sorcery by rising from a chair with an extremely serious expression. Now it was the girl's moment to impress the panel after her rival melted their brains. Prior to resting, a worried classmate checked if the intense girl felt okay. Given her current appearance mirrored a wilted lettuce leaf, a student named Muller marched onto the platform, standing as rigid as a wooden board. Judges already knew she was the smartest student present, so they expected her to showcase something far more impressive than simple tricks. Moments after beginning this speech, the lady's vibe shifted entirely, while declaring her creation of an eternal blaze which never dies. Within that palm, a scarlet flame flickered with an incredibly aggressive and wild attitude. Other pupils felt confused, because the girl normally controlled frost, so selecting flame appeared to be a backwards, silly, and completely bonkers career move. The girl just stood there like a bewildered garden gnome. The judging panel, clearly underwhelmed, felt Chloe's fiery display was about as exciting as a damp match, especially after Abad and Leo's showstoppers. Should this be her entire contribution to the examination, with no further magical marvels on display, her grade would undoubtedly be a spectacular disaster. Therefore, Chloe dramatically commenced the true exhibition of her sorcery swore, conjuring water to gracefully pirouette through the very air itself. With a casual snap of her digits, she compelled the Wu to descend in a torrent, resembling a mighty cascade designed to douse any common blaze. But her fire, darling, was anything but common. Abad's jaw dropped. Meanwhile, Leo suddenly experienced an unsettling sense of impending doom. A shadowy glint flickered in Chloe's gaze as she detailed how she'd bestow true immortality upon her inferno, meaning it would merely blaze into eternity unless she decided to intentionally snip its magical lifeline. She then wrapped up her spectacular demonstration by performing that exact feat, effectively dousing an undeniably unquenchable blaze. Chloe, seizing a piece of chalk, proceeded to meticulously transcribe the revolutionary doctrine underpinning her earth-shattering revelation. In this realm, magical incantations conventionally adhere to the dictum that without a constant mana supply, any spell simply poofs, and naturally, her fellow students observed the entire explanation with jaws practically hitting the floor. Essentially, she conjured an enchantment that brazenly defied a foundational principle of folds since the very primordial origins of magic, which was, frankly, just utterly preposterous. Even the distinguished judging panel found themselves truly struggling to intellectually process her remarkably ambitious theories. Chloe Muller, with a flair for the dramatic, pristined her advanced magical art the undying inferno of every single individual present in that chamber. Leo remained absolutely convinced that such an impossible phenomenon simply could not exist. Nevertheless, her theoretical framework appeared sufficiently robust, and her captivating display had etched an indelible imprint upon the collective consciousness of the observers, earning her in a grade identical to Leo's. Leo remained utterly unconvinced, sensing a definite whiff of something profoundly amiss. As fabricating an inextinguishable blaze represented a magical riddle even the illustrious Luna herself had been unable to solve. To his knowledge, a singular entity alone had ever wielded such a persistent inferno, none other than the very embodiment of global catastrophe. Air pose. The instant the final examinations wrapped up, Leo immediately embarked upon a quest to locate Chloe. However, she had already retreated to her dormitory, seeking the sweet embrace of slumber, as the poor girl hadn't caught a wink of sleep since the examination schedule was posted what felt like eons ago. Her preparation rituals clearly bordering on the deranged, so Leo wisely decided to postpone his inquiries, allowing Chloe her well-deserved nap. Celia subsequently voiced a few personal anxieties of her very own. Throughout the preceding days, she had observed Chloe's disposition growing progressively more delicate and easily ruffled. Chloe had engaged in several minor skirmishes with fellow students in their class, and Celia had also caught whispers suggesting she'd started associating with certain unruly individuals from the less stellar magic studies curriculum. Pondering his perplexing observations, Leo thoughtfully retreated to the vacant lecture chamber. For the inaugural occasion since the epic race, he invoked Fiora, who had now reverted to her adorable, tiny phoenix chick iteration. The legendary creature and its devoted master shared a mutual, heartfelt delight at their long awaited reunion. Nevertheless, Leo concurrently summoned an additional individual to solicit advice regarding his unsettling hypotheses. From within a tempest of twirling, fiery inferno, there emerged an exquisitely stunning woman who quite literally embodied the distilled spirit of flame itself, none other than Fiora's dear mother, the formidable guardian phoenix, Miss Farina, truly the most scorching, magnificent maternal figure anywhere, seated with an air of aristocratic disdain and perfect composure. Miss Farina imperiously instructed Leo to dispense with pleasantries, and cut directly to the chase, demanding to know precisely why he had summoned her via Fiora. With an inquisitive tilt of his head, Leo then probed the reason for her prolonged residence within the esteemed Lumini Academy. Considering that the magnificent phoenix represents the absolute antithesis of vile demonic creatures, there certainly had to be a far more profound justification for her continued loitering about the hallowed halls of the institution. Miss Farina finally confessed about an incident that happened half a decade ago. The Lumini school had been rocked by a truly dreadful act of terrorism. During the chaos, a pair of students and 3 faculty members sadly lost their lives, but the perpetrators were never even identified, much less apprehended. Eventually, the headmaster, Didian, was so desperate he pulled strings, placing the Phoenix in charge of thoroughly searching the institution for any leads, and Miss Farina has pursued every possible clue regarding the culprits ever since. Leo realized she must know about the demonic beast handler from the recent summoning exam who caused another student's death, so he pressed her about Tartaros' involvement in this new tragedy. Unfortunately, Miss Farina went completely silent, confirming she views the sinister organization with suspicion, but absolutely refusing to elaborate further for Leo. Realizing he had hit a dead end, Leo decided to give her a piece of advice instead, asking her to relay the message directly to Headmaster Killian. He brought up the idea that Sin Li was perhaps just one among many students potentially manipulated by Tartaros. When the following day arrived, the endless series of tests continued, bringing all the first years together for a practical exam combining heroics and combat studies. The proctor was Professor Edmond, whose management style could be described as horizontal, so he promptly offloaded the task of explaining the exam to the class representative, who happened to be Leo. Leo enthusiastically took the floor to describe the combined practical exam, explaining that they would be organizing teams to enter and explore a hero simulation world, specifically the notorious Chenmer incident. The moment those words left his mouth, a collective shiver ran through the class, and every student instantly froze in anxious terror. Eliana was the sole individual completely unfamiliar with the Chenmer incident, which was particularly embarrassing since it had appeared on the written exam. Noticing the combined class starting to descend into a panic, Professor Edmond stepped in. Professor Edmond's voice thundered throughout the hall, silencing the unruly crowd instantly, and demanding they show respect by listening to Leo speak. Leo continued to explain the test's finer details, stating that everyone would enter a Heroes World simulation from 30 years past. This event depicted a group of first-year Lumen students on a mission within the central Chedmer forest who were abruptly ambushed by Tartaros. Professor Albi, who was just a second-year student back then and known as the Magic Eye Sorcerer, was sent with a team, preventing a total bloodbath. With his quick thinking, students must rescue the wounded first-years, defeat any aggressive demonic creatures, and support the holographic version of second-year Professor Albi in the exam simulation. Professor Edmond emphasized this wasn't the standard test, requiring constant caution and alertness, because anyone deemed to lack heroic potential during the exam would face immediate expulsion. The severity of the punishment immediately caused significant anxiety for all the students who felt less than confident about their practical skill level. The professor's stern expression softened slightly when he witnessed the fearful reactions of his students. He reassured them, reminding them how much progress they had made, stating they possessed enough strength to face this challenge if only they would trust their own abilities. While he might appear lazy, Professor Edmond definitely understands the finer points of motivation, knowing exactly when to offer encouragement or a threat. To proceed with the exam, team selection began immediately, with students from Class 1 first being instructed to approach the front individually. This suggested they weren't allowed to form their own groups, meaning they would likely be forced to collaborate with strangers they had just met. The random selection method means you might either end up on a powerful, stacked team or a completely disastrous one. When it was finally Leo's turn to select a number, he stepped forward. Leo reached into the box and drew the number 11, which was designated as the final team for this test. The teams were all prepped and ready for the main event, so the first squad got the official summons to stand before the shimmering portal. With Celia Zerdinger and Chelsea Llewellyn leading the charge, Team 1 looked like a perfectly balanced, high-performance unit. It was time for them to finally show all those watching nobles exactly what the Lordran Empire was truly capable of. The man running this entire examination was Of course, Professor Albi, known for his ability to aura farm or, less respectfully, as knockoff Gojo, with a swift flick of his wrist, he opened Albi's world, specifically loading prologue chapter, the Chedmer incident. A powerful torrent of blinding magic completely enveloped Team 1, transporting them into a detailed vision of the past. A gigantic magical screen on the field displayed a live recording of the team's every move, much to the impressed gasps of the onlookers. Team 1 had barely started, yet they were already blazing through the hero's world, combining Chelsea's magic with Celia's tenacious swordsmanship. They were essentially speedrunning the entire test, proving that kids from prestigious hero families really are just built on another level. Next to Professor Edmund sat his eternal pest, Professor Sejin. Since Celia was Sejin's star pupil, he insisted she was Team 1's factor, while Edmund argued that Chelsea's actions were actually having a greater impact. These two big-shot professors just couldn't help themselves, constantly duking it out in a verbal sparring match whenever they were within earshot. The headmaster entered, cutting short their incessant bickering, and immediately praised Team 1's astonishing pace, calling them truly deserving rising stars. The headmaster likely knew full well that those two professors would start arguing like fussy little kids, so he dragged a chair right between them, explaining he simply wanted to see how much the first years had improved. He then faced Professor Albi, offering an annual apology for forcing him to relive that unpleasant memory for the exam year after year. Albi declared that Headmaster Kalyan should actually be thanking him, claiming he needed this yearly reminder to stay focused and ensure he never forgot the terrible incident. Team 1 finally finished their raid with a fast and intense conclusion, as Chelsea and Celia executed a perfect combination move on a large beast. The headmaster made a mental note of the Zerdinger and Lulin girls, noting how flawlessly they were together despite their constant squabbles, truly embodying the pride of their country. Team 2 finished without much fanfare, but Team 3, in contrast, absolutely tore through the hero's world in a truly dominant display. They focused on having their strongest firsts, Years, Abad and Duran, form the vanguard, while the rest of the team provided support. The headmaster certainly approved of their quick and efficient methodology, which resulted in a flawless victory. Team 4 surprisingly landed in the upper echelon as well, mainly thanks to Nell Carvin's remarkably strong healing aura. But ultimately, the team was truly carried by Chang Xia's incredibly unusual and agile movements. The headmaster logged a mental note about that intriguing girl from the eastern region. Team 7, guided by two of the most promising summoners, similarly completed the hero's world in impressive speed. Headmaster Kalyan and the professors were absolutely glued to the screen, watching every moment unfold. While plenty of exceptional students had demonstrated their prowess so far, the most promising competitor was still waiting to take his turn. Team 11 was summoned to step up at last, with Leo Plav and another familiar face, Thoe Mahler, comprising the final group. Headmaster Kalyan fell deep into thought, feeling nostalgic for his own youth as a valiant hero, when he used to take on missions alongside Miss Faria herself. Team 11 took their places atop the glowing magic circle. Leo and Chloe locked eyes, sharing a moment before the inevitable. Professor Albi opened his magic book and activated the hero's world for the 11th and final time. Albi's world prologue chapter, the Chedmer incident loaded, appeared on the screen. Not a single soul spotted that sneaky smudge of gloom polluting the fancy doodles on the teleportation ring. As the glowing flash gulped down his squad, Leo felt his inner alarm bells screaming that things were getting weird. Unlike every other time a portal cracked open, this illumination appeared to be in a particularly grumpy and violent mood. To the total shock of the gallery, only a lonely pair of students actually vanished from the training grounds, except for Leo and Chloe. The remaining members of the group stayed glued to the dirt once the neon rain faded. Sejin jumped from his seat, looking quite anxious about the unfolding chaos. Headmaster Kalyan Badian grilled Albi regarding the chaotic nonsense that had just occurred, sounding like he just saw a ghost. Albi insisted that they pull the plug on these tests immediately. That legendary paper documenting the Chedmer mess has been thoroughly vandalized by some unwanted supernatural graphic. Things went south fast. A legendary dungeon just popped into existence without him. Leo finds himself totally baffled as a glitchy interface appears instead of the normal menu, signaling they are stuck in a mythic zone. Chloe scans the area frantically, because the history books are not supposed to malfunction. Meanwhile, Leo gets ghosted by every teacher he tries to call. Chloe begins to panic, begging the heavens for the faculty to swoop in and rescue them. However, Leo slaps her back to reality, noting that if the teachers were capable of helping, they would have crashed the party by now. So they only have one path forward. The ancient labyrinth is demanding their presence, and they must answer. Trembling, she wonders if he has a screw loose, because the last visitors died horribly, making this little stroll into the villain's lair look like suicide. Her legs basically turn into jelly, and her brain checks out as the final crumbs of her optimism turn into dust. But the lad stays cool, praising her as the local genius, and insists that their friendship power is way too strong to fail now. The girl nibbles her lip, feeling salty about how the golden boy keeps his composure while the world is literally ending around them. She drags her dignity back and insists on hearing whatever half-baked scheme he has cooked up to save their hides. Leo clarifies that they have a couple of primary objectives to tackle. They must save the newbies and secure an exit, which requires them to hit the gym and level up their skills immediately. Chloe instantly rejects the idea, arguing that grinding for experience is impossible while they are locked away from the rest of civilization. Yet Leo nonchalantly mentions that they are not the only poor suckers who got tossed into this overgrown backyard. This realization makes Chloe freeze, remembering that several other victims should be nearby. Then with a straight face, he stares her down and suggests she should just hop on his back. Chloe nearly melts from pure shame at his crazy level of confidence. However, Leo stays steady like a total boss, arguing the older kids cannot face the big bad alone. Plus frail wizards like her have zero cardio. Meanwhile, in the dark woods, a demon named Chubarn watches the students closely. Those creepy little magical surveillance devices. He seems mildly taken aback to see only 2 people show up as the rescue squad, but he remains completely unfazed. He firmly believes he'll absolutely dominate these aspiring heroes without any effort at all. That is, until his head spins around rapidly, and his entire demeanor shifts completely. He notices that one of the rescuers holds an all-class designation, and his arrogant sneer vanishes instantly. His focus immediately switches from the group of 4 students to the walking spectacle giving a piggyback ride to his mage. Meanwhile, Leo notices his ability to see begins to diminish as they travel deeper into the dark forest, so he decides to put Aaron's aura cultivation method into practice immediately. By completely enveloping himself in aura energy, he forces his perception into overdrive and maximizes his instincts. As they advance, he warns Chloe there is an orc pack ahead, but she has already detected them. With a single flick of her wand, she launches a powerful volley of ice projectiles directly at the group, striking them down like bowling pins. Or at least that's what she hopes. One orc somehow survives the attack and pulls out a horn to summon reinforcements, causing her heart to skip several beats in surprise. But our hero quickly intervenes, slicing the creature in 2 before she can react. Chloe watches the display and instantly recognizes the difference in their strength levels, wondering if she'll ever be able to surpass him. Following that, the pair stumbles across a large group of demons surrounding a party of 4 students. Without hesitation, Leo charges straight into the center of the fray and commands Chloe to support him like a proper mage. The girl in the front frantically attempts to complete her incantation, but the powerful demon easily outpaces her, moments away from tearing her apart like a piece of paper. Before she can even shriek, Leo materializes directly in front of her and cleanly bisects the monster, leaving the rest of the demons completely stunned in place. The other students simply stand there gaping like goldfish while Leo holds a dramatic pose, following his flawless, last-second intervention. Impressed by the action, the girl he rescued asks if he arrived to save them, and Leo simply replies yes while turning his attention to a different demon in the back, which is already charging its strongest spell and screaming about avenging its fallen brethren. Suddenly, a downpour of hideous, fleshy leech demons begins to rain from the sky, but our hero does not flinch. He pivots, looking like a budget version of a Dalek from Genshin, ignites his blade, and converts the parasites into roasted meat skewers. Once again, the students are left speechless by this guy's ridiculous skill, but Leo doesn't let them relax, immediately ordering the female student to use her magic. She charges up her arc ray to full power and fires the beam, erasing the demon from reality, totally vanishing without a solitary digital speck remaining. Chloe gapes in shock, identifying her swiftly because those supernatural vibrations are unmistakable, while the celestial furnace begins its descent. The young lady praises Leo repeatedly for rescuing her from certain doom, yet Chloe barely acknowledges her presence, stating she has vital business to discuss with her teammate. That maiden fires off hateful glares at such a gutsy maneuver, but Chloe disregards her, leaning toward Leo to whisper that the chick is Alia Axiran, the younger sibling of Albi Siren who passed away 30 years ago, and then Chloe reveals the truth that is truly eating her. Since this group belongs to Alia, they are fated to suffer a gruesome end in this cave, no matter the circumstances. Chloe explains that a high-ranking devil called Chubarn attacked 3 decades prior, turning Alia's squad into the first speed bumps. Honestly, the primary objective of that entire raid was to liquidate Alia, a brilliant talent among trainee, which caused her memory to be locked in the archives for eternity. She advises Leo to focus on staying alive by finding a different team, though Leo asks if she actually intends to just ditch them there, and Chloe retorts there is no other path. as this tomb is heartless and the fallen cannot be revived. However, our protagonist declines to retreat, and vows he will never desert the group, which promptly makes Chloe's blood boil. She shrieks at him with such intense fury that Alia's companions watch like they are caught in a messy divorce court drama. Fuming with irritation, she screams that while he is talented, this is not the moment for peacocking, so he must mature and quit playing savior. She starts weeping while Leo remains perfectly composed, reaches out, softly stroking her hair to soothe her internal storm. He suggests she avoid such talk since they are both candidates, and this trial is the path to becoming true legends. And he mentions they have already altered the flow of history, which leaves her feeling quite perplexed. Leo clarifies the firmament turned black long before they ever encountered Alia's bunch, and by this point, they should have been wiped out by that monster Chubarn. Noticing his sincere expression, Chloe suppresses her doubts and agrees to follow whatever scheme he is brewing. He tells her their priority is fleeing this hellhole together with Alia's crew. From the rear, Chloe notices Leo's energy shift, realizing with a sting that he is once again far beyond her. She balls her fists, filled with envious frustration, and contemplates pulling out her spellbook. Meanwhile, the verdant-haired student called Tao asks why only 2 upperclassmen were dispatched to assist them. Dina and Bellic instantly begin wondering if he might be a mole planted by the abyss. Alia immediately shut down that nonsense, reminding them that this guy had literally saved their lives by tearing through demons like they were a stack of junk mail. She then let slip her actual feelings, admitting that she found him quite attractive and exactly the type of person she usually goes for. This earned her a serious round of judgmental stares from the rest of the group, though Alia couldn't figure out why Dina looked so shocked. Dina quickly explained that she honestly thought Alia's ridiculously high standards meant only their senior, Albi, could ever possibly measure up. Interrupting the very personal gossip session, Leo told the juniors to get their heads straight and insisted they needed to vacate this forest immediately. Tao questioned why they needed to hurry since backup had finally arrived, but Leo gave a grave warning that a night-ranked demon was lurking nearby. That single statement instantly grabbed everyone's complete and total attention, since just one of those beasts could wipe out an entire platoon of 100. The sudden sense of urgency finally made perfect sense to everyone. Leo reiterated that avoiding conflict was their highest priority and stressed that staying alive was always the #1 goal. Alia quietly studied him, thinking to herself that he felt a great deal like her older brother. With that, they all began sprinting through the thick forest as if their continued existence depended on it. Chloe, however, was clearly still bitter about the argument that had happened just before. Alia, always perceptive, quickly noticed the lingering bad feelings from Chloe. Back at the academy, the staff was frantically digging through ancient records. They were searching for any possible information regarding hero pages mysteriously turning into hero dungeons. The headmaster told Professor Albie it was fortunate that no outsiders had managed to interfere yet, and the blonde professor confirmed only 2 living beings were still inside. The headmaster figured night had to have fallen since 3 hours had passed, and he asked Albie when he last finished off the creature known as Chubarn. Albie stated that he had successfully finished off the trash demon right around midnight. At that exact moment, Elena burst into the room to announce a new lead on whoever sold the demonic creature summoning catalyst to Liu. Before she could finish her sentence, the headmaster's attention snapped toward a powerful surge of energy, magical power about to explode within the room. He immediately saw Albie losing control of his emotions and quickly stepped in to try and calm him down, but Albie violently jerked his arm away, declaring he needed to step out for a breath of fresh air. Elena instantly figured out what was truly fueling Albie's sudden explosion of anger. His hatred for demons runs far deeper than a sibling rivalry, which makes sense since he lost his sister in that incident and not a single trace of her body was ever found. The headmaster instructed Elena to disregard the outburst and continue with her rapport. She added that the black market seller who moved the goods had been active in the area for a long time and was surprisingly popular with the freshman class. Hearing this, the headmaster immediately began to suspect that Tartarus had somehow managed to sneak in a spy, but Elena clarified that the individual wasn't directly affiliated, explaining that Tartarus had simply used him as an indirect backdoor for smuggling things in. The venerable old gentleman ran his hand over his impressive beard, musing over the baffling objective of those troublesome youngsters, right up until his pupils snapped wide open like a startled owl, having spotted Chloe listed as a buyer for a certain forbidden black book. Without even breathing, he barked an order for Elena to fetch Professor Len on the double. After her departure, his ancient, battle-scarred instincts, forged during a long, awkward dance with the Grim Reaper, sprung back to life, blaring like a broken siren that something truly dreadful was about to hit them. Meanwhile, over in the conveniently named Heroes dungeon, Leo and the rest of the crew paused their journey at the base of a truly enormous tower. Deep inside the dungeon complex, our protagonist continued mowing down monsters indiscriminately to forge a forward path, but the constant strain began to drain him, having relied on super sense far longer than anticipated for this particular excursion. Furthermore, Alia's team, and even Chloe, looked like they were running on fumes, prompting him to order an immediate timeout. Tao and Balak stared blankly, baffled that this guy looked like he just finished a relaxing massage instead of surviving a brutal, gory battle. While they rested, Chloe occupied herself quietly with a textbook on the topic of Chubaran. Just as Alia casually walked over to her, nonchalantly brought up her relationship status with Leo, then proceeded to ask directly if Chloe was crushing on him. Chloe appeared ready to vomit at the mere suggestion, but Alia only smirked, noting the disgusted reaction felt suspiciously over the top for an innocent denial. Chloe let out a long sigh, and studied the so-called genius, who supposedly lived 3 decades in the past yet resembled an average high schooler in Chloe's own social studies class. She immediately turned the tables on Alia, asking if she was the one with the crush, and that's precisely when things got interesting. Without blinking, Alia confessed that Leo genuinely made her heart start doing a little pair, had her dance. This admission instantly annoyed Chloe, not just because Alia was a legendary figure from history, but because she also fell head over heels for Leo at first glance, further solidifying just how unfairly magnificent the guy actually was. Despite the confession, Alia admitted she couldn't decide if the feeling was genuinely romantic or just that strange, fluttery sensation she experienced whenever her brother struggled intensely with a problem, only to successfully pull off the solution in the end. Chloe quickly realized what was happening, and asked if she was referring to Albi Siren, which Alia confirmed with a nod. She explained how her brother absolutely lived for impossible challenges, specifically the kind that no rational individual would ever attempt, such as mining bedrock in vanilla Minecraft. This specific revelation cemented Chloe's belief that Leo was essentially a carbon copy of this guy, leading her to impulsively spill the entire story, admitting to Alia that she was once close friends with Leo before jealousy completely destroyed their relationship. To Chloe's astonishment, Alia responded by stating that the two girls were almost frighteningly alike. The genius girl explained that she herself had always harbored jealousy towards her own brilliant brother, who looked like a total goofball yet somehow managed to stumble into groundbreaking new discoveries. She sheepishly admits her special magic is merely a repurposed version of her brother's original design. Since she possesses absolutely zero knack for inventing unique abilities, she proceeds to completely shock Chloe by cheerfully recounting the humiliating story of failing the entrance exam on 2 separate occasions. This only served to worsen her deep-seated inferiority complex, fueling an even greater resentment toward him. Eventually, however, that deep-seated animosity transformed into full-blown admiration, and Chloe realized she had undergone the exact same transition herself. Before she can fully digest this revelation, Leo suddenly stands up and warns everyone to prepare themselves immediately because their only escape route has been completely sealed. The visibly terrified students quickly grab their weapons and attempt to brace themselves for the fight to come. But our guy quickly reminded them all that they were future heroes, and fear was definitely not a required part of the hero training curriculum. Even so, Alia's entire group began sweating profusely as a huge, terrifying demonic figure stepped into their line of sight. The monster declared dramatically that he had successfully located the potential seat of a genuinely great hero. He immediately unleashed a powerful blast of destructive magic directly at Leo, who had to quickly dodge out of the way. Leo realized that this particular monster was supposed to eliminate potential heroes before they ever had a chance to bloom. Yet, hearing him use the word great to describe someone like himself caused our hero a great deal of discomfort. Nevertheless, he shouted to Chloe, who already had her magic circle prepared and ready to go. She instantly summoned a massive iceberg from the ground to effectively shield everyone from Shubaran's powerful attack. In the meantime, our main character used the opportunity to charge his own sword with magical energy. He then quickly maneuvered himself stealthily behind the Nitrank demon. Leo delivered a satisfying, deep slash directly to the vile monster's thick neck, which oddly resembled a phone racer. The girls held their breath in anticipation, mistakenly believing that the battle was already over, but their hope quickly evaporated when Shubaran's body began to regenerate instantly, stitching its disgusting flesh back together as if it were simply made of cursed jelly. Seeing that outcome, Leo commanded everyone to fall back quickly, as the demon activated a powerful cursed magic called Void, which nullified all incoming damage like a black hole. Tiao and Alia started panicking, wondering how in the world anyone was supposed to defeat something so obviously broken, but Leo remained calm, recognizing Void wasn't absolute and possessed a specific limitation for the user. Shubaran began taunting Leo, relentlessly mocking the notion that mere remnants of a hero could ever possibly stand a chance, but our boy quickly shot back, asking why. If the demon was truly so powerful, he felt the need to worry about a mere sprout. He then shouted for everyone to launch a synchronized, coordinated strike immediately, and while every member of the group performed to their absolute best, it was Ilias' truly unique magic that actually hurt him, as she rained down a brilliant cluster of stars onto his head, forcing Shubarn to realize his mistress Lady Salatna had been right all along to order him to destroy these hero seeds before they grew too dangerous. Finding himself completely surrounded, he abruptly raised his weapon, forcing Leo to immediately back off. The very second our main character spots the danger, he lets out a powerful roar for everyone to duck immediately. Unfortunately, one of the sharp spikes manages to pierce right through Balak's side, so Leo quickly snatches him up and drops back behind the convenient ice barrier Chloe just conjured. He checks on the group and assures them he can quickly stop the bleeding using his own powerful aura. Then he instructs Chloe to ready a final, decisive blow against the enemy. With that, he charges off to stall the monster, giving Chloe the precious time required to prepare an attack strong enough to bypass Void's defenses. Chloe then opens the mysterious black book she has been carefully guarding this entire time. As she frantically flips through the pages of the ominous tome, she finds exactly the perfect spell to completely incinerate that repulsive demon, and vaporize him permanently. All the freshmen watch in stunned disbelief as Leo darts around Shubarn, creating multiple clones to strike him from every possible angle at a speed far too fast for anyone to follow. The demon swings wildly at one illusion, only to miss entirely and get smacked by another clone. Witnessing this incredible display, Tao wonders aloud if he could ever pull off such a cool move, but Dina immediately shoots him down without hesitation. Meanwhile, Alia stands absolutely frozen, a mixture of awe and confusion, because Leo's magic clearly originates from the stars, confirming he is no ordinary person, and definitely hiding his real identity. Before that realization can fully register, Chloe snatches all the attention by floating into the air and summoning a sinister black magic circle, with a terrifying grin that honestly makes people question who the real monster here is. She declares her plan to erase this demon from existence. Alia immediately panics and screams at Leo to get clear of the potential blast zone, because absolutely nothing good could possibly be about to happen. Chloe issues a casual warning about not being liable for property damage, then immediately unleashes her attack. A blazing ray of pure destruction shoots directly toward Shubarn. This raises immediate red flags for Leo, as he recalls she is supposed to be an ice user, not a raging pyromaniac. Watching the demon get absolutely annihilated by the force of the attack, Chloe cackles hysterically like she has completely lost her mind, boasting about her unstoppable, eternal flames and ordering Shubarn back to whatever fiery pit he belongs in. As the fire consumes him, the flames suddenly shift into a terrifying black fire, reminiscent of the divine flames of Amudaraj. This sets off blaring alarms in Leo's mind, prompting him to shout at her to stop the attack before it spirals out of control. However, she flatly refuses, arguing that trash like Shubarn deserves no mercy, and must suffer properly. Clearly embracing her inner supervillain R, Leo charges forward in response, and swats the cursed tome right out of her hand, treating it like a scandalous magazine his mother found under the bed. A short time later, Chloe finally snaps out of her trance and comes back to her senses. Leo calmly questions her, asking truthfully whether she actually created that powerful flame magic or if she acquired it somewhere else. She admits she is no genius and confesses the spell came directly from the book, confirming his suspicion that it's just a copy of the Flame of Erebus. Shubarn begins regenerating immediately from the flames, like a stubborn weed, so Leo urgently breaks the news to Chloe, explaining that the specific spell she had performed was actually black magic, and the book itself was just a sorcery machine disguised as literature. The news makes her stomach turn over what she's done, and with a sad look, she mutters that she is now too morally compromised to qualify for a hero license, but Leo quickly snaps her out of that negative thought spiral, administering some tough love. He clarifies that even he didn't realize Shubarn carried the Void Curse until this exact moment, concluding the demon must have deployed it during his previous scrap with Elief and her companions. Back then, they were just academy students who totally overmatched in an impossible fight, yet they still refused to admit defeat. He reminds her that their academy's motto, much like Goku's philosophy, is to always go even further beyond, and that's when everything finally clicks for Chloe. Chloe realizes she doesn't resent Leo for always being ahead. Instead, she admires him, because he simply has too much style to reasonably compete with. After that, Alia steps in and delivers the motivational speech, assuring Chloe that she has complete faith in her, providing the blonde with the precise amount of motivation she needed. With the Void Curse finally gone, Leo prepares to end this ridiculous fight once and for all. Just before that, he senses a powerful, unexpected surge of magic from close by, and the source of all that sudden power turns out to be Chloe. finally breaking her limits and becoming someone who can fight alongside him without feeling like a supporting character. Backed by this new waifu candidate, Leo feels ready. Leo's past life memories come flooding back as he recognizes the familiar magic Chloe is using, which reminds him of the powerful allies he once fought alongside in another lifetime. The familiar light provides him with a sudden, fresh surge of courage. Shubarn suddenly lunges forward and smashes Leo with a powerful finishing strike. Leo blocks the first hit successfully, but the demon sneaks in a second blow, which breaks Leo's guard and sends him flying straight into the nearest available tree trunk. While he struggles to stand, Shubarn saunters up and declares that it's time for the so-called hero remnant to go back to sleep. But at that exact moment, a single snowflake drifts down directly in front of Leo, and the surrounding forest starts to freeze over completely. His fear melts away as he stands up straight and declares that demons like Shubarn never beat him before, and today isn't going to be the day that starts. The demon stares at him, completely confused about what kind of high-quality copium Leo must be smoking, completely oblivious to the fact that Chloe was right behind him, preparing to unleash the mother of all magic. In her mind, she gave a quiet shout out to Leo for accidentally pushing her past her magical limits. She then let loose her unique magic, Frostbite Frenzy, engulfing the entire battle area in a terrifying wave of freezing energy. With a flick of her wrist, everything beneath her froze solid, turning the ground into a giant ice cube thick enough to qualify as an ocean. Hovering gracefully, Chloe summoned immense crystalline spikes designed specifically to eradicate anything foolish enough to be caught underneath. Shubarn didn't even twitch. He was already completely encased in ice, looking like a demonic popsicle that had forgotten how to function. Leo strolled over toward the petrified creature. The instant his hand made contact with the ice, its essence vanished into a plume of inky darkness. Immediately afterward, he spotted the infamous black magic book. He focused his internal flames into his blade and plunged it into the tome, resulting in a fierce explosion that reduced it to ashes. A cascade of system messages appeared, showering him with praise for both rescuing the first-year students and successfully eliminating Shubarn. What truly grabbed his focus, however, was Chloe completely upstaging him by spontaneously inventing a brand new form of magic right there in the moment. It turned out to be field-specific magic, a type he wouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole unless he developed a sudden, catastrophic lack of self-preservation. He was genuinely shocked when Chloe revealed she intended to confess everything, ready to risk expulsion to clear her conscience. He quickly calmed her fears, explaining that someone with her incredible talent wouldn't be dismissed for a single slip, but rather would likely become a legendary champion. Eliath and Dina charged toward them, praising their wild rescue efforts without hesitation and highlighting just how truly heroic the pair appeared. Leo reciprocated the compliments, acknowledging their impressive bravery. Chloe returned the magical staff to Elia, expressing gratitude because it helped her finally discover her true power. However, Elia delivered an unexpected shocker by insisting Chloe keep the staff as a thing, a gift for saving everyone. Meanwhile, Dina presented her sword to Leo as a serious gesture of appreciation. He accepted the offering instantly. Just as the chaos began to subside, they suddenly heard voices from a search party announcing that survivors had been found. In that moment, Albie appeared, completely winded, drenched in sweat, and overwhelmed with genuine panic for his younger sister. Chloe almost had a meltdown upon seeing her professor resembling a classmate, as both of them simultaneously realized they were caught inside an illusion from 3 decades prior. They watched the frantic brother reunite with his sister, while Aaliyah told him about the amazing heroes who saved her, claiming one of them was almost as impressive as he was. That's exactly when Albie's reality, and Chloe felt a huge surge of satisfaction, knowing she had given everyone a new lease on life. Aaliyah attempted to point out the enigmatic hero to her brother. However, when she finally looked back, they had vanished without a trace. As the hero dungeon started crumbling into digital dust, it made sure to disappear in a dramatic fashion right before going offline. Leo received a digital notification, a glowing system message announcing that he had just hit the jackpot with a new reward. The final image before everything went dark was young Albie, utterly overwhelmed with gratitude and sobbing tears of joy for saving his sister. The setting abruptly changed to a sterile hospital room, where our protagonist finally regained consciousness and immediately saw Albie standing nearby. Thankfully, this was the legitimate, non-dungeon, simulation version of Albie. The professor, maintaining his usual level of detached cool, delivered a genuine thank you for rescuing his younger sister. He requested Leo to deliver the same message to Chloe when she finally regained consciousness. Having completed his duty, he promptly strolled out of the room as if he were simply grabbing coffee, totally nonchalant. Immediately following Albie's departure, the headmaster made his entrance. The sharp, Looking old gentleman inquired about Leo's health, then quickly abandoned pleasantries to discuss the serious business at hand. He revealed that he was fully aware of the black magic tome that Chloe had been carrying around. Leo felt a low astonishment that this ancient walking relic of a headmaster had somehow managed to deduce the whole situation. The headmaster explained he had the receipts showing Senlu's purchase of the summoning catalyst and Chloe's retrieval of it, expressing astonishment that such a high-level sorcery machine had bypassed all academy security. These cursed devices, forged from fragments of Airbus and intended solely for demons, caused the user's mind to decay from within, making them feel like they were trapped watching endless runs of a certain children's cartoon. Leo figured it was time to just confess and gave the headmaster a complete, unfiltered rundown of exactly what had transpired. This led the headmaster to question whether the black book was the source of all the chaos. A hypothesis Leo readily confirmed, noting the world returned to normal instantly upon its destruction. Just then, Chloe shot upright in the hospital bed, completely bewildered by the imposing figure of the headmaster in her room. He quickly told her to stay calm and then summoned Elena, his exceptionally efficient secretary. Elena entered carrying a conspicuously large and elongated object swaddled in a protective cloth. The mysterious bundle contained the sword and crystal previously surrendered by Dina, alongside Ilias' powerful staff. Chloe's eyes went wide as saucers when she witnessed Ilias' staff miraculously materialize right here in the physical world. The headmaster immediately shot Leo a suspicious glare, demanding to know precisely how he managed to snag a reward that was fundamentally impossible to obtain. Based on Chloe's reaction, our guy realized he was the sole recipient of the rewards, instantly recalling the similar, equally baffling situation during the entrance exam. It's traditionally considered completely impossible to receive an attack reward from a living hero's world, a rule that has been strictly enforced for literally forever. Leo pondered internally whether this entire anomaly might be connected to the pledge made by the Fairy King. He openly conceded that, yes, the item was undeniably categorized as an attack reward, but the headmaster, still suspicious, pressed him again, questioning if he was truly certain the reward originated from Albie's world, forcing our guy to quickly fabricate a plausible excuse. He pinned the blame on the black magic for transforming the hero world into an actual dungeon, a brilliant excuse that held up for exactly 1 second, until the headmaster hit him with the obvious follow-up question, demanding an explanation for why Leo received the reward while Chloe was left empty-handed. Thankfully, the new best girl candidate intervened, suggesting that perhaps the system recognized Leo's role as the most critical part of the mission, hence why he collected all the loot. The headmaster reluctantly accepted this logic, at least for the time being, and announces he's starting a discreet investigation behind the scenes. He explains they can keep the rewards for now, but they will be returned to the proper families once the investigation concludes, all to bury the truth about the magic contraption. Chloe looks utterly perplexed and shocked, questioning why he's shielding her from scrutiny. The headmaster flashes a knowing smile beneath his glorious mustache, replying that not every source of trouble originates outside the institution. After delivering that loaded statement, he advises them to get some real sleep and egg hits the room. The moment he's gone, Chloe's whole personality instantly flips, as if she pressed a switch, and starts twisting her hands together like she's about to write a romantic letter on parchment. She comes extremely close to confessing her emotions to Leo immediately, but fate intervened, interrupting her confession with 3 girls bursting into the space, all looking intensely concerned for Leo. To increase the chaos, the elderly headmaster unexpectedly reappears from behind them because he apparently forgot to mention a celebratory event for the cadets tomorrow, and everyone needs to bring their most fashionable formal attire to celebrate everyone's survival of the midterm exams. The academy chooses to host a grand celebration for the entire student body. The master of ceremonies appears thrilled as he introduces new arrivals, pondering aloud whether the next group will contain more beautiful girls or dashing young men. Instead, the background students from Class 5 make an entrance, immediately acting like nobility and pretending the midterm exams were completely simple. As the crowd fills the space, more people enter to enjoy the refreshments, and rumors begin circulating rapidly from all directions. The pair devours the food like famished beasts, but Care pauses mid-chew and asks why their class hasn't shown up yet. Suddenly, the announcer's voice echoes throughout the venue again, introducing the next pair of champions making their dramatic arrival, which completely catches the pair by surprise. Nella and Ileana make their entrance like they just came from a high-fashion runway, looking incredibly magnificent, wearing gowns that immediately turn all the young men in attendance into slobbering, stary-eyed zombies. The girls immediately begin mocking their suits, humorously asking if they perhaps stole them from their father's closets. The announcer continues his hype and introduces the Llewellyn siblings, who arrive looking extraordinarily elegant in formal clothes as the entire crowd erupts in cheers. Kar remarks on how quickly they are swarmed, while Eliana casually shrugs, pointing out it's expected considering their superstar reputation. The announcer breaks in once more to hint at a specific couple arriving next. When Celia and Leo enter side by side, radiating strong power couple energy, Celia looks noticeably rigid about their joint entrance, while the class rep beams a flirtatious smile bright enough to cause temporary blindness. Nella springs up in astonishment, and Kara and Eliana cannot help but enthusiastically applaud their charismatic class leader. The microphone mysteriously ends up back in the possession of the spirit-controlled girl, who excitedly questions the attendees about their current level of fun. Kara's face immediately loses color when he sees her again, though a few students gratefully shout that they are enjoying themselves, which prevents her from losing control. She stays unexpectedly collected, and responds that she's pleased to hear that response, but then drops a shocking piece of news, announcing that she will reveal the midterm exam results right away. The ambience in the room just evaporated, and Kara grumbled that the super plans were now officially toast. The young lady mentioned she had foreseen that particular response, and clarifies that the assembled faculty only intended to shout out the top 3 scholars from each area tonight, leaving the rest to get their news via their homeroom guides tomorrow. The students definitely seemed relieved and let out some cheers when she added that the announcement duties would fall to the professors specializing in those specific fields. Aeon then gracefully ascended to the platform, prompting Eliana to whisper a compliment about his exceptionally dashing appearance this evening. The master of the blade wasted absolutely no time, lavishing praise on everyone's hard work before starting to read the highest achievers in the nightly discipline. A 3-dimensional projection popped up, showcasing Celia at the pinnacle, with Duran and Chen trailing closely behind. Celia wore a look of confusion, clearly expecting Leo to be situated right at the summit, and Leo appeared to clock this fact as well. The instructor from the arcane arts major took the stage next, proclaiming Abad, Tulsi, and Emio as the triumvirate of excellence. Chelsea grew visibly anxious since Leo's name hadn't yet surfaced, but Leo offered a calming word that such clerical mixed ups occurred and she ought not to stress over it unduly. Kar chimed in that it was quite strange Leo hadn't been mentioned even a single time, also noting the conspicuous absence of Chloe's appellation. Chloe flinched momentarily, but managed to pass on a semblance of a cheerful expression. The professor recalled that even though she had to mark Chloe down for utilizing a grimoire, her fervor and proficiency as a conjurer were truly remarkable. Sejun entirely concurred with this sentiment and puffed up like a proud dad, but Herod mockingly gestured for him to resume his seat, while Celia offered quiet words of solace to Chloe. Then the true highlight, Yura, graced the floor to unveil the rankings for the conjuration discipline, and the devoted admirers instantly yelled out desires to be her enchanted pets. She commenced reciting the roll call, and for a second time, Leo's designation was nowhere on the printed list. Celia began to feel a small dose of apprehension, while others around started murmuring about the peculiar nature of him not achieving a ranking anywhere. The microphone eventually landed back in the grip of that same spirited young woman, who checked if everyone was still enjoying the festivities, before abruptly declaring it was now moment to reveal the varied best overall student who would represent the academy next year. Allowing the rising suspense to really build up for maximum effect, she finally uttered the name, Leo Ploff, which sent his assembled schoolmates into an eruption of cheering as they loudly hyped him up. However, the applause quickly diminished when a student suddenly piped up with a strong dissent, Emio questioning how Leo could possibly claim the highest honor when he failed to place in any specific discipline, suggesting the whole affair smelled fishy. Leo admitted he was equally bewildered, and directed his attention toward the presenter, who was now starting to stammer and shuffle her words, attempting to construct some plausible explanation. Then she had a sudden break, as her alternate persona took command, launching into a tirade of insults directed at the students that would ordinarily result in immediate expulsion. She hissed that she would only furnish this explanation a solitary occasion, so they should pay close attention and stop their incessant chatter. Herod observed with clear amusement, pondering if she was undergoing another unwelcome inhabitation, and Seijian unhappily concurred that he also found the spectacle quite diverting. She launches into an impassioned tirade, explaining that students holding dual majors are not considered in specific rankings because their statistical prowess is spread across multiple disciplines. She illustrates this point by mentioning that a magical knight possesses a weaker aura than a dedicated pure knight, an inferior magic compared to a true sorcerer. However, she clarifies, the combined power level still exceeds either individual path significantly, adding that Leo's joint practical scores were higher than everyone else, though Enio continues to mutter under his breath about the other students having better theoretical grades. She promptly and mercilessly destroys his argument, and reveals that Leo successfully completed the perilous mission in the hero's world. He even managed to exterminate Chubarn, leaving the entire audience in shocked silence. Meanwhile, Leo does his best to appear completely unbothered, calmly continuing his aura farming as if nothing noteworthy occurred. The other students simply stare at Leo in stunned disbelief while both Ileana and Kara abruptly exclaim. They demanded to know how on earth he managed to clear that dungeon with just one partner. Leo stays perfectly composed, not even bothering to offer a reply as the announcer girl immediately reverts back to her naturally awkward personality and begins stuttering over her words once more. Though Sijin casually mentions that her presentation portion is finished anyway, she concludes her speech by telling everyone to thoroughly enjoy the upcoming celebration. The atmosphere instantly shifts, as widespread gossip rapidly fills the room. Yura pauses her meal and asks Len what the rankings would have looked like if dual class students had been included in the major scores. Len immediately responds that the leaderboard would have experienced a dramatic reshuffling. He calmly explains that every single student's position would have fallen by exactly one spot. When Yura asks if this means Leo placed first, the magic professor confirms that their boy did indeed take the top position. Yura expresses visible astonishment, stating that the situation would have been identical in summoning, while Ain confirms the same applies to his department as well. Yura tries to wrap her mind around the implications, though Ain suggests that Leo's goal to conquer all classes suddenly seems much more realistic. Len interjects again, declaring that regardless of this, Leo's future path is absolutely in sorcery. Yura refuses to back down, insisting she wants Leo in the summoning major instead. Meanwhile, the Glacial Knight overhears their bickering and calmly suggests that Leo seems to be a natural-born swordsman, causing the other professors to shout insults while the assistant professors share a look of extreme concern in the background, clearly sensing trouble ahead. The following morning, Tart is completely wiped out from overconsumption, and Chelsea observes that she has never witnessed anyone chug 2 full liters of orange juice so quickly. Professor Herod walks into the classroom, immediately demanding that everyone settle down and cease talking. He displays a world map and announces the destination for their class trip, revealing they will be heading to the beautiful land of the elves. The students instantly become animated, realizing this trip allows them a choice in destination, and they begin daydreaming about a variety of exciting locations. However, Herod quickly points to a specific spot on the map and announces their chosen location, El Saldaquilla. This instantly deflates their excitement like a burst balloon. The location is notoriously frigid, so naturally, everyone immediately erupts in protests. He silences them by announcing the decision was made by the class representative, catching everyone completely by surprise. Leo maintains a perfect poker face of innocence as care whirls on him, demanding to know why he would possibly select such a hostile and unpleasant destination. Leo simply instructs everyone to stop complaining and get their packing done, suggesting they should buy necessary supplies right away. Eliana dissolved into a dramatic puddle of tears, announcing she absolutely required new gloves, while Chelsea was already planning a fashion show for her collection of winter coats. Meanwhile, Leo started diving into his memories, recalling how everyone dismissed El Salbaquilla as completely basic, despite it being a secret, totally magical haven for fairies. He felt a pang of nostalgia, wondering how his old pal Sora had managed to get on with things after all this time. Upon finally rolling into the bustling city limits, Leo informed Nella he would handle all the boring logistics of food and equipment, while she got stuck with the slightly more glamorous task of potion procurement. Following an agonizing, drawn-out session of haggling, he secured a decent price and staggered off with the newly acquired supplies. Leo felt completely drained and exhausted after running all those tedious errands, but just as he started to droop, he suddenly snapped to attention, sensing a truly creepy feeling emanating from a nearby, poorly lit alleyway. He recognized this as the infamously unlucky 13th block, and immediately diverted toward a specific building he remembered, realizing it was the very spot where Senlum and Chloe had purchased their questionable sorcery gadgets. He unceremoniously dropped his bag. Leo entered and found the place totally deserted, except for one adorable yet very suspicious teddy bear sitting right in the center of the floor, which didn't feel quite right. While it made sense that the place should be empty after the investigation team finished, the whole vibe was still completely wrong. His brain finally registered the glaring issue. That teddy bear definitely should not be there because Lumerm was supposed to have collected every single item. And then, the bear suddenly spun like a tiny possessed top and vomited out a stream of thick black goo, which Leo immediately identified as a demonic entity. This wasn't just any regular demon either. It reeked of highly potent curses and an extraordinarily foul energy signature. As the writhing lump of darkness began to congeal and solidify into a more coherent form, it opened its mouth and attempted to speak. Leo squinted, realizing the voice coming from the monstrosity sounded strangely familiar. The demon mocked his sharp senses for having picked up on the curse so rapidly, then locked its sinister gaze onto him. He finally recognized the entity as Witch Queen Salatna, one of the 3 Legion commanders the heroes previously failed to vanquish. Though this was clearly just a decoy body, the demon questioned if he was truly a magical knight, then mockingly assured him that his so-called heightened senses would be precisely what caused his demise. It launched itself forward aggressively, and Leo barely managed to twist away, the attack only grazing his arm slightly. Our unfortunate hero quickly realized that he didn't actually stand a chance against her in this current state, as she slowly slithered closer, thanking him for being such a delicious and cooperative offering. Just as she prepared to deliver the finishing blow, Leo cracked a confident smirk just as a powerful flash of light erupted directly behind him. A blinding holy blast slammed directly into the demonic creature, sending it flying backward and smashing it hard into the ground. The beast made a desperate, rather pathetic effort to scuttle off. It let out a piercing shriek, dramatically invoking the sorcerer of the magic eye, while Professor Albie stood in the doorway, striking a pose straight out of an overly self-important anime series. The creature let out an exasperated hiss, but then decided an audience was actually a bonus, claiming that a little crowd always spiced up a good show. But just as the monster attempted its next sneaky attack on Leo, Albie was already far ahead of the curve, showering the creature with insults, as if they were party streamers at a terrible birthday celebration. He activated a massive, glowing arcane circle, simultaneously declaring the demon to be nothing but a steaming pile of cursed garbage. Enormous bolts of light immediately erupted from the formation. The beams promptly decapitated the enormous creature, cutting its head right off just as it was being labeled demonic trash. The thing lunged at Golden Boy, hissing about how delicious those juicy fairy eyes would taste, but he immediately retorted, explaining that he wasn't interested in some bargain bin knockoff clone like her, and then bellowed loudly, "Just die already," he demanded, unleashing an enormous Mika beam that probably sounds cuter than it is powerful. The creature was instantly vaporized, turning into nothing but a collection of scattered teddy bear fluff and stuffing. Meanwhile, Leo recalled that Professor Albie was famously known as the Decimator of Tartarus, which made sense given the carnage. Apparently, the rumor was that he only became a Lumen Professor to gain special border clearance, allowing him to hunt demons in otherwise restricted zones. Leo finally let out a sigh of relief, feeling immense gratitude for the local hero of the current generation. But Albie simply stared him down with a grim expression, demanding to know what exactly had just transpired in this mess. Leo explained that the demon had emerged during his investigation, using a high-level curse to conceal itself inside the seemingly harmless teddy bear. Albie picked up the shredded teddy bear head, and declared that the investigation department would absolutely be taking the fall for this entire debacle. Turning around, he declared he would let the unauthorized solo investigation slide on this specific occasion, but then instructed Leo to request proper backup next time if necessary, mentioning that Leo still owed him for whatever past transgression had occurred. Leo was caught completely off guard by that comment, picking up his supply bag while internally contemplating the implications. House Xiran happens to be one of the 3 powerful and influential founding families in the region, so perhaps he could leverage Albie's influence to gain access to the Forbidden Library. As he headed back, he finally located Ella, who looked absolutely thrilled to catch sight of him. That excitement immediately turned to panic when she noticed his injuries, so she rushed over to cast healing magic, while demanding to know what had occurred. Leo was deep in thought, concluding that this incident pretty much confirmed Solathna's involvement with both the demonic beast and the nefarious cursed book of sorcery, but he remained completely unable to determine what their ultimate purpose or endgame was supposed to be. A week later, the students assembled in front of a truly enormous, shimmering magical gateway, portal. While Leo meticulously reviewed the checklist with his class to ensure every essential item was accounted for before departure, Celia wandered over, inquiring about his group's destination in Salbaquia, to which he replied it was essentially a summer vacation to escape the oppressive heat. She flashed a grin, mentioned her disdain for cold weather, wished him a good time, and then departed with her own group. He watched her group leave, and then spun back around, instructing the students that it was time to get moving. Chelsea is buzzing with excitement while Kerr whines about his disdain for freezing weather. After looking back to ensure total readiness, he eventually enters the gateway leading to the Forest Kingdom. Over at the Siren School, a duo of pointy-eared jerks harass a student, mocking his gear and wondering how a dork like him got into this elite academy. They insult him for being a hybrid while the lad hangs his head in humiliation until a bystander intervenes and demands they cease their bullying to act like proper educated scholars for once. The bullies attempt to spin the narrative, asking if she isn't disgusted by a mutt wearing such trashy rags. Losing her patience, she begins hurling profanities, and suggests they get undressed to offer the boy their own apparel. The duo is stunned by her spicy language and begs for some dignity, but she keeps the insults coming. She asks if they are not ashamed to bully a totally innocent kid, ordering them to be it. She ignores their complaints about her behaving like a dog with a bad case of rabies. Shifting her focus to the victim, she inquires why he is wearing such flimsy garments in this climate. The boy explains that thieves took his wardrobe, and says his name is Luca Inaris. Runia gets incredibly angry at those local punks, while Luca desperately attempts to return the neck warmer she lent him. He acts somewhat timid, but she ignores his hesitation and tells him to just chill out. Luca notices her strangely upbeat attitude, so she reveals that her spiritual partner has finally cracked its shell. The kid glows with happiness and offers his congrats, earning a quick grin before she zips away. Runia dashes into her father's workspace, though he promptly warns her to avoid family titles while on campus. Her father looks quite nervous while he verifies the news that the offspring of Fernia has indeed broken free, making her grin like a toddler on their birthday. However, he confesses a problem exists. An agreement has already been finalized. This news instantly sucks the life from her expression, but he promises he is currently vetting the situation. Instead of being patient, she thumps the furniture and demands to know exactly who dared to steal her contracted pet. Meanwhile, the fifth group arrives at the campus unharmed. The whole gang instantly commences belly-itching about the frost, yet Leo commands them to grow a spine already. Herod silences all the noisy chatter. He orders the group to assemble and inquires about the local legends, leading Chelsea to volunteer some information. She claims the main city of Velchia honors a mythical combatant who learned from Luna, the celestial verse maker. Leo recalls a version of history where Velchia was actually a spoiled little punk apprentice to both Luna and Aaron. He quit that for someone so prickly and arrogant. The fellow somehow still snagged the prestigious title of Fairy Knight. Professor Herd verified her information, explaining that House Azra held the reins of power here, being the direct lineage of the original Fairy Knights. Suddenly, a mysterious individual began making their way toward them from the thick mist, which Herd detected as the approaching figures slowly materialized into clear view. Gar's face crumpled in alarm, demanding to know whether these strangers were robbers, and the professor retorted that nefarious individuals were commonplace in this world. Yet even Herod looked startled when a recognizable voice greeted him by name, and inquired about his current health. A contingent of elves ultimately materialized from the mist, headed by an impeccably dressed individual sporting stark white hair, and the female contingent promptly erupted in squeals, behaving as if a famous celebrity had suddenly appeared before them. The pale-haired elf stepped forward, remarking that he had been anticipating their arrival. He was revealed to be Lunas Ra, the council's highly regarded chairmember. Herod gave a nod and noted that Luna appeared unchanged, while the girls were collectively melting into puddles of pure adoration, declaring that their future soulmate had finally arrived. As their romantic interest level spiked dramatically, Leo cut short their blissful fantasy by questioning if the factor of age genuinely held no importance for them. Ileana playfully jabbed him, asking if he was feeling jealous, but Leo stayed collected, reminding her that elves possess extraordinary lifespans and maintain their youthful appearance for centuries. He swiftly turned the tables on her, challenging her to estimate exactly how old Lune truly was. The two senior figures overheard the students' chatter and noted that this particular new batch of pupils was certainly spirited, unlike earlier cohorts who typically behave much more formally, though Herod simply excused their antics as first-year students letting loose. Ileana, ever courageous, marched right up and directly requested Lune's full name and current age, and he offered a polite apology for the belated introduction, giving his name before casually mentioning that he happened to be 97 years old. Ileana's romantic delusion instantly dissolved, and Care quickly pushed the stunned girl out of the way, inquiring if perhaps Lune was serving as their trip guide. Lune extended his hand in greeting, clarifying that he was indeed the council's primary chairmember. Care hesitantly shook hands, experiencing an internal meltdown as Professor Herod grumbled quietly that a serious discussion was required later. After some time had elapsed, the group arrived at a dilapidated and rather dusty accommodation, and, exactly as expected, a small mouse darted across the floor in front of them. The students erupted in collective disgust, demanding confirmation that they were actually supposed to stay overnight in this dilapidated shack. Leo simply shrugged, proposing an alternative accommodation for them, and Ileana immediately started lavishing praise on him as their highly regarded class representative. Leo then offered the tent he had set up outside, but Care quickly reconsidered and proclaimed that they had an extensive amount of unpacking to complete. Following a minimal amount of tidying and cleaning, a few boys began creeping toward the stairs, and Care's expression transformed, gaining his signature rawish grin as he declared that the funnest aspect of school field trips involved secretly observing the girls, Arriving at the summit, the group halts instantly as Chelsea awaits them with an expression of pure, unadulterated fury. Without delaying, she unleashes a cyclone spell that sends everyone tumbling while they shriek like terrified infants begging for survival. Leo enjoys the entertainment, joking that the vacation appears quite lively, so he decides to wander off for some solo exploration. Prior to his departure, a shout addresses him as the noble Lord Leo, making him rotate toward a pointed-eared person in official attire who mentions that the primary master of this estate desires an immediate audience with his lordship. Time passes. Leo enters the study of Loon, where the council official is so swamped he only barely acknowledges the visitor from a colossal heap of scrolls, inviting him inside, expressing regret for the delay, and requesting just a few more spare minutes. However, Leo inquires about inspecting the dicker since the room contains fascinating relics, a wish that Loon enthusiastically permits him to fulfill. Leo strolls toward the armaments displayed on the masonry, observing that the blades appear ancient enough to belong to a museum. His vision focuses intensely when he notices one specific piece of hardware. Urquint is the label that triggers an immediate, sharp reaction. Loon displays shock, questioning how Leo possesses such knowledge, as that lore is strictly reserved for the leaders of the Ifrar bloodline. Leo begins to perspire but masks it by claiming he studied it in the Lumen archives, a lie Loon swallows like a hungry fish. Upon handling the metal, he feels the cosmic energy but rapidly concludes that this is merely a cheap imitation, and not the genuine article. His consciousness resides into a vivid memory from his previous incarnation as the brave warrior known as Kyle. His old comrades were praising a fresh blade back then, and Luna displayed it with arrogance while seeking his professional critic, though he mocked her, saying she resembled a thieving green monster, which caused her to lose her cool in a heartbeat. The authentic Urquint was Luna's prize before going to her apprentice Berkia, but it disappeared before their ill-fated journey to the abyss of Tartarus. Loon sneaks up from behind, explaining that his forefather claimed Urquint after subjugating the specific hero world that belonged to Berkia, yet artifacts from those dimensions remain useless to any individual other than the warrior who originally seized them through conquest. Leo understands why it seemed like a hollow trinket. Then Loon motions toward a chair for him to rest. Since Herod explained that Leo masters every discipline besides acting as the rookie chief, an assessment Leo validates as truthful. Loon then reveals a peculiar favor, asking if Leo would be willing to go talk with his young granddaughter for a moment. She is an elite scholar at Siren School, but she lacks any ambition lately, so Loon hopes a non-elf like Leo might finally motivate her. Leo proceeds toward her living quarters, doubting the wisdom of the old man just handing a random guy the key to her room. Nonetheless, that fellow wraps his strolls inside, solely to find himself standing in what he considers the absolute champion of all disaster zones. He clears his throat and remarks that the atmosphere is more clogged with filth than a neglected attic, then begins spotting the wall decorations and realizes the girl is likely a massive worshipper of the legendary saviors of old. He's certainly witnessed kids collecting things before, but this particular display demonstrates an almost frightening level of dedication. He identified a uniform hanging nearby as belonging to Siren Academy, just as the girl emerged from another room, and immediately assumed he was her grandfather. She began ranting about how completely inappropriate it was to barge into a young woman's private quarters without knocking, only to abruptly freeze in absolute shock when she realized Leo was actually standing there instead. Her complexion immediately turned beet red, letting out a horrified shriek that a flesh and blood human somehow infiltrated her private quarters, and promptly dove headfirst under the nearest blanket. Leo calmly introduced himself, explaining that her grandfather had specifically requested he come meet her, yet she remained completely silent, tightly cocooned in her blanket like a very shy burrito. Receiving no response, Leo picked up a book, noting that her collection on Hero Kyle rivaled his own, and expressed curiosity about the elven perspective on the legend. Flipping through the pages, he genuinely complimented her meticulous organization and deep grasp of Kyle's accomplishments. Finally, she tentatively peeked her head from beneath the covers, and whispered, wondering if he shared her admiration for Hero Kyle. In response to her question about the Battle of Darna, he clarified that it marked Tebrika's defeat, and represented the first joint combat effort by all the heroes. Her eyes sparkled as she swiftly inquired about where Commander Zerga's forces met their end, prompting his immediate and certain reply that it happened at Edvilla. She practically vibrated with thrill, thoroughly impressed that he possessed knowledge most people overlooked regarding the legendary figures. In her estimation, Leo instantly transformed from stranger to magnificent idol, as if he were a knight clad in shining armor, prompting her to shyly look down, introduce herself as Aaron, and wonder if her obsessive rambling had alienated him. Leo quickly reassured her, suggesting the heroes themselves would be thrilled to know someone still appreciated their sagas so deeply. She went on to explain her theory that Kyle should actually be considered an undocumented fifth hero. Leo wholeheartedly agreed, stating he considered Kyle a genuine hero and planned to join a club dedicated to researching his legacy, which briefly cheered her up until the mention of school caused her spirits to plummet. Observing her sudden quietness and reserved demeanor, Leo cautiously inquired about her reluctance to return to school. She confessed feeling out of place at Saren Academy, believing she didn't fit in with the other students there, because everyone was striding to become the hero, while someone with her weak heart didn't deserve to stand in their presence. Leo noted the impeccably maintained state of her uniform, and correctly deduced that, beneath the surface, she still harbored a desire to attend classes. He assured her that he wasn't the sole human in the area, and that his fellow students would likely adore meeting her and discussing her historical theories. She appeared surprised, but he elaborated by mentioning the existence of other academies that trained heroes from various non-human races. He smiled, and suggested that if she was truly curious, she should visit the school and see for herself. Concluding their conversation, with that, he took his departure. The instant he stepped out, Loon was waiting with gleaming, almost obsessive eyes, and the sudden appearance nearly made Leo jump out of his skin. Loon leaned in closely and excitedly whispered, asking if he had truly been speaking with Eren for the entire duration. Loon wiped away a dramatic tear, overcome with emotion that Eren had actually managed to participate in a lengthy conversation for once. Having successfully saved the day, Loon decided Leo deserved a magical item as a reward, and since it would be impolite to refuse a gift, Leo agreed and was escorted to the treasury. Loon instructed him to select whatever caught his eye. Initially, nothing truly stood out, but then Leo noticed something quite peculiar. He picked it up, and Loon casually remarked that it was merely a jewel imbued with fairy power, suggesting it was mostly decorative. Leo simply said he found it suitable and wanted that particular item, which made Loon very happy to oblige. However, our hero sensed that the fairy contained within the jewel was definitely alive, not simply carved into the stone. Later, Class 5 gathered in the hall as Professor Hird proceeded to outline their challenging new schedule. Starting tomorrow, they would be waking at 6 in the morning for intense personal training, followed immediately by mission exercises in the afternoon. Eliana attempted to object, pointing out that they were already subjected to endless training sessions back at school, but Hird shut down her complaints, stating emphatically that this trip was not a vacation. It was designed to target and improve their weaknesses. He then casually dropped the bombshell that this entire grueling schedule had been designed by their very own class representative, prompting a full-scale glare of betrayal from everyone directed at Leo. Leo simply smiled, suggesting this place was absolutely perfect for practical combat training, which caused Eliana to rationalize that he surely must have noble intentions after all. Hird concluded the meeting, advising them to enjoy this final day because it would be their last taste of freedom for a while. Later that evening, Leo was in his room. He studied the jewel intensely, quickly concluding that it contained the magic of the Fairy King. This explained why Loon had dismissed it as decoration, especially since the Fairy King's contractor disappeared following the Age of Calamity, and no one had accessed that magic since. But Leo knew precisely whose power this was, Silrod's, and began pouring his own magical energy into the stone, causing it to glow fiercely. It was finally time to activate the Fairy King's pledge that he had received previously. With a soft shimmer, the jewel began to crack open. A tiny voice stirred from inside, asking if Father had finally managed to break the seal. When the fairy actually spotted Leo, confusion replaced expectation, and he immediately demanded to know why a random human was standing there. Leo simply asked who he was supposed to be, causing the fairy to take offense and proudly declare his name was Siren. He was the firstborn son of Silrod, the Fairy King. Siren started spouting off in a high and mighty royal fashion, but Leo, completely unimpressed, merely prepared his fingers, while Siren smugly said his name. Leo delivered a swift flick right to the fairy's forehead. Siren instantly froze, trying desperately to process this human's unbelievable audacity. Leo's expression shifted as he stated that even Silrod treated him with respect, making him wonder exactly who this tiny brat thought he was talking to. Siren became enraged and started hurling several highly offensive insults. But as he continued his verbal tirade, Leo kept flicking his head, one after another, much like an annoyed parent dealing with a toddler. Eventually, Siren finally found some manners and stared up at Leo in utter awe, realizing this human must be the pledged one his father had spoken of. Leo gets close and threatens him to voice any grievances, so Siren retreats, figuring a contract with a mere mortal beats unemployment. The man ruffles the boy's hair, jokingly mentioning how if Silrod plucked every single wing, the youngster likely acted like a complete nuisance. The youth gapes at how Leo knows his secret, but before he can ramble, Leo orders him to just summon his old man. The boy acts arrogant once more, claiming Daddy only appears following the recovery of his 6 wings, mentioning the initial one is currently hiding nearby. Leo grins while suggesting it was destiny that the group met today, before delivering a swift forehead tap to ensure he remains humble. Tomorrow comes, and the group marches into the woods while freezing breezes try to turn them into popsicles. Advancing further, the entire squad suddenly halts once again, this time gasping, because the student just got smacked into the dirt by a random gust of mystic air. Leo assists her up while mucking her, suggesting that more practice is required to match his legendary speed. Previously, Eliana got angry because Leo claimed her sword techniques and magic are about as synchronized as 2 left feet, justifying her theory that he is currently practicing his moves alone. Leo ignores those words, choosing to roast their summoning skills instead, which upsets the pair, because they felt quite confident about that skill. Then the girl chimes in, recalling his insult from the test where he claims she has the elemental wisdom of a ceiling fan. Unsheathing her blade with a grin, the girl dares him to exhibit his actual power instead of merely boasting. Plus the boy happily agrees. She believes his showing has been way too impressive lately, making her wonder what other tricks he has stuffed in his sleeves. However, she refuses to let him pose, immediately launching her signature breeze, blasting spell before he can even blink. Magic quite unexpectedly, hurling a massive wall of screaming air directly at his face. Leo remains completely unfazed, launching a matching dust that causes both enchantments to vanish into thin air like magic, making her jaw drop. The blonde girl feels stunned because rapid fire magic was the student's main talent, yet Leo simply mimicked that velocity without effort. She persists, while triggering her restrictive sky shackles. But the boy just grums, reminding her of the very first time they ever crossed paths. He cautioned her against using air magic in such a clumsy fashion. Afterward he discharges an air projectile, a terrifyingly powerful blast that shreds her defense, zooming toward her, while she stands there like a confused bird. The hit launches her into a sturdy trunk, followed by a heavy heap of snow landing on her head just for comedic effect. Leo strolls forward, aiming his steel at the girl, while casually announcing that he is clearly the superior combatant today. The girl remains bewildered, contemplating whether that previous storm actually counted as authentic aerial sorcery. Tar mentions his surprise at the defeat, while Eliana struggles to process how their leader became such an absolute unit of power. Professor Herod chirps in that Chelsea packs heat, yet she lacks the sophisticated breeze manipulation skills that truly separate the pros from the Joes. Leo strokes the moody feline, while the teacher rants about how fresh talents are cool, but skipping the basics is just asking for a faceplant. He finishes by ordering training under their leader, sparking a chorus of whining about the weather being colder than a polar bear's toenails. Shortly after, Leo wanders the frozen woods solo to pluck weeds for some TE as quest requirements. He recalls his lazy buddies quitting early, swearing on their lives they would definitely finish their chores some other time. He grins, imagining them still snoring away like logs at the local tavern. Suddenly, Kirin flies in like a tiny rocket to brag about his massive mountain of leafy loot. Leo offers a congratulatory tap, making the pint-sized fellow swell with ego until he practically radiates magical fairy smugness. Having seen plenty, Leo concludes this pile is sufficient. While hiding the sack from view, the boy contemplates launching a proper investigation into these woods, declaring the great quest for Kirin's stolen flight gear has finally kicked off. While they trek forward, he halts abruptly to inquire about the date of Kirin's booting, to which the sprite replies it happened a century back. Leo squints, warning that some visual trickery is afoot, which Kirin realizes belongs to the royal line although it lacks his dad's specific signature vibe. Leo deduces the enchantment belongs to Silred's old man, the ruler during the disaster age, noting the 100-year duration fits the timeline for this mess. That juice powering this charm is likely Kirin's missing wings, recycled inside some dusty old magical equation. Without warning, a raspy voice echoes, claiming that some shiny treasures are stashed in the immediate vicinity. The pair tenses up when foul, sinky energy starts drowning out the fresh forest air. A fresh arrival approaches inquiring why fleshy mortals are loitering in elf zones, though Leo retorts how witnessing a walking corpse is far more bizarre. The hideous bag of bones bellows how the territory fell under Tartarus' stark sway many ages ago, though Kirin argues loudly, screaming how that soil remains a sacred haven for winged folks like him. The rattling ghoul chuckles, ridiculing why such a pathetic shrimp like Kirin dares to claim any fairy heritage at all. Such an insult strikes a nerve, causing the boy's energy to explode while he lunges at the bony trash talker without thinking twice. That creature fails to flinch ahead of Kirin, punching a massive gap right through its ribcage, effectively making the leftovers become gravel. Kirin grumbles how the noisy jerk fell apart similar to wet paper, While Leo wonders why that tiny sprite brawls like some roguish gladiator, Kieran limbers up, explaining how it makes sense because fairy dust plus zombie juice tend to negate one another on contact. However, the boy stops cold when the skull resumes its yapping, conceding that although Kieran is a total noob, his lineage remains noble while those bones reassemble. Kieran pinches his nostrils to block the graveyard smell before preparing for another round, promising he will pulverize that rattling nuisance forever on a second attempt. Yet during his lunge, things get weird, so Leo screams for the guy to move his butt. That bony jerk thrashes his blade down, ripping out ripples of nasty, stinking magic flames. Kieran leaps away just barely, only to drive himself right into poor Leo's chest. Our main man catches the dizzy sprite, who wonders what kind of ugly freak they're facing. He explains it is a dusty old beast coming from that grumpy, antique skull. The bag of bones looms large, says his name is Kargor, admits he works for the Lich boss. Then instantly, he tries to stab them. Leo stands firm, attempting to parry the blow with his own shiny toothpick. Instead Kargor teleports like a cheap magician, appearing at his back, raising a weapon while whispering that he's taking the kid to the graveyard permanently. Reacting with speed, Leo goes ghost mode, popping a bubble shield to stop the monster's jaw, making a loud bang that rattles the creepy, quiet trees. The villain paces closer, shocked that a mere fleshy mortal could summon a glowy wall so fast without tripping. He wears a nasty grin, then takes another swipe. But this go around, Leo actually manages to stop the hit. The skeletal bully laughs at his struggle, calling it pointless, while shoving Leo backward with his massive gim muscles. Kieran loses his cool, flying into assist, but gets swatted into the dirt like a pesky fly. Whining while massaging his noggin, he mumbles about being out of juice, really missing his fancy flying flaps right about now. Not missing a beat, Leo starts babbling magic words, suddenly turning into a human barbecue, which totally confuses the bony warrior. Boom! Firebird wings explode from his spine, turning the spooky woods into a bright disco party for a moment. Kieran stares with a dropped jaw, figuring out that Leo is signed to a supernatural talent agency too. Our protagonist swings a super fast, surgical hit that cuts through the scary skull man quite nicely, right in half. A miniature fire chicken perches smoothly on Leo's upper arm area. Then Kieran shows up, acting like a worried mom toward the spacey, glowing pigeon. Kieran tries to wave it away, causing the grumpy bird to expand like a balloon. Yet before the petty fight grows, the skeleton's voice roars again, promising that nobody is getting out of here without a funeral. He stabs his blade into the mud, casting a hex that cracks a hole and calls forth a whole bunch of zombies from below. Slowly, rattling soldiers crawl out holding sharp toys, making Leo see that it is an eternal spell that keeps bringing back the corpses. So he drops his guard, making Kieran panic and ask if he's quitting. Leo just grins like a smug model, while flexing his muscles, declaring he finally sniffed out Kyle's mystic energy. In a flash, he triggers an earth ripple sending rocky vibrations in all directions which forces the brainless zombies to trip over their own clumsy feet. Our hero zooms ahead, dissing through the crowd with surgical precision using a vortex slash while ghosting the scary armored commander completely. The beast bellows like a rejected prom date, begging for a real fight. Yet Leo mocks his cowardice for lurking behind bony minions, activating his springy legs. He launches skyward like a rocket, leaving the angry skeleton shouting at his disappearing heels. Finally, the guy catches his breath, thinking he is safe, though a skeletal warrior in the sparkly woods feels weirder than a fish on a bicycle. While he ponders this mystery, a confused bag of bones wobbles out from the bushes. He grips his sword, guessing this creature is just a lonely leftover wanderer. However, the poor monster gets turned into literal confetti before he can even blink. A pointy-eared fellow shows up, brandishing his weapon while demanding to know if Leo summoned the monster, though our hero coolly clarifies he is just a Lumaran student with no involvement. Our boy recognizes the Saren school outfit, remembering what Aran usually wears. However, that pointy-eared jerk ignores the truth and starts throwing hands. Our hero dodges like a ninja, then boops him onto the grass with his sword hilt. A sudden voice cuts through the tension to demand a halt as a crimson-haired elf marches forward and apologizes for her friend acting like a total dumpster fire, then introduces herself as Runia while promising that most Saren pupils are not complete garbage. He nods his forgiveness, wondering why she is loitering in this magical neighborhood. She explains she is doing some practical field work, whereas Leo mentions his squad is just on a fancy school excursion. He leaves to tell his teacher about the whole mess, and Runia waves him goodbye with a friendly smile. Yet he stops briefly, scratching his head because her name rings a bell from somewhere. In the background, she is already scolding a clumsy pupil, basically labeling the poor girl a total moron sandwich. Returning to school, Loon looks remarkably chill regarding the skeletal warrior drama, and notes that while hostile beasts have popped up, the situation has never been this wild. Old man Herod stands by Leo, swearing the boy is not the type to weave such tall tales. Suddenly, a random voice chimes in, claiming that being totally clueless often leads to some really silly confusion. A dark-haired elf pops out and scoffs at the thought of a fresh recruit meeting a death knight, introducing himself as Professor Herdium. As Loon gives him the floor, this guy argues that Leo probably confused a basic bony guard for a real deal, since the actual boss would have ended him fast. He asks if Herod actually buys into such a silly yarn, but Herod strictly answers that this happens because Leo reigns as the ultimate schoolroom king. This shocks Herdium, who starts thinking Leo deserves some serious talking if he can truly flip the script for the Saren kids. That man grills Leo about his wizarding prowess, and suggests a teen obsession connecting both fancy academies. A short while afterwards, the whole gang is partying hard at a fancy gala, while Care questions the massive budget of this gala, though Chelsea remarks that imperial funding explains the ridiculous luxury. Both Eliana and Nella are basically buzzing with joy over the prospect of sampling Saren's elite training style directly. Yet the protagonist stays wary, assuming that elderly educator is a grumpy man who purely trusts personal optics. That boy's internal monologue is wrecked when Ronia pops up once more, requesting a spin on the floor. The pair glides in perfect harmony, looking as though they practiced for a whole decade, and the girl feels overjoyed to find he knows elvish grooves. While Leo casually says he mastered those moves ages ago, the girl suddenly notices his identity was never mentioned, so she demands to know his moniker. As soon as his handle is revealed, her friendly vibe evaporates instantly. Then the girl snatches his clothing, while screaming that he is the bandit who hijacked her spiritual partner. The girl squeezes his neck while vowing to delete that guy right now, yet our hero barely reacts. Just then, our hero recalls the Firebird mentioned a previous candidate for the Spirit Pack, concluding that Ronya is that bitter loser. She shakes with pure fury while shooting daggers from her eyes, labeling the guy disgusting, heartless rubber. However, the boy simply smirks, and mentions that the fire spirit is currently enjoying her prime, which basically pushes her way beyond her limit. The girl yells for his death, and charges forward with zero survival instincts. After some time, the girl bows her head, offering a formal apology regarding that freakout, yet the boy stays silent, care enough to get upset, plus grants the girl instant mercy before strolling away beside the scholar Herod. In the background, the professor starts roasting the girl, ordering the student to avoid such moronic blunders henceforth, particularly as the freshman lead. The girl sulks and nods her head, yet the teacher insists the squad must humiliate Lumern to verify Saren's dominance, plus begins rattling the girl like a salt shaker, bellowing they must dominate every single rival warrior institution. Yet that man instantly panics, worrying his aggressive rattling might have broken the poor girl. Instead, Ronia screams with fresh motivation, vowing to totally wreck that petty criminal to restore her academy's honor. Once morning arrives, the shared lecture commences, plus Herod welcomes the Saren group while promising they will experience a brutal look at Lumern's methods, which immediately gets them all curious. The professor requested Car, Liliana, and that advanced to the front, telling them to basically run the show, which resulted in 3 perfectly synchronized looks of pure panic. Herod coolly announced that since they were among the handful of top students remaining at Lumern, it was high time for them to demonstrate their hard-earned knowledge to everyone else. The praise made their hearts melt like butter. Chelsea instantly noted that the professor had shrewdly selected one student from every major discipline, whereas Leo just assumed the teacher was trying to slack off and dump his responsibilities onto others. The trio started frantically dumping every scrap of magical knowledge they possessed on the class. Their sheer enthusiasm easily caught the attention of the elf students, a rare feat indeed. Meanwhile, Professor Herdium wore a slight smile and mused that interacting with different species often revealed entirely new ways of using magic, or at least provided amusement. Still, he found himself internally pondering why the class representative hadn't volunteered to participate in this little educational exercise. Chelsea loudly cheered as they completed their presentation with a bow, receiving high praise from the elf professor for their hard work. He added that he could practically feel the immense dedication they had invested into their magical studies. He picked up the chalk. He started explaining that here at Siren, they had a completely unique educational system. Even though elves naturally utilize magic as a core principle, he insisted they must avoid total reliance on it to maintain a certain level of equilibrium. A very elven concept. Leo mentally scoffed at this statement, noting that despite the professor's claims of broad education, the curriculum was still fundamentally drowning in magical theory and practice. He decided elves were inherently pretentious, and clearly, absolutely nothing had changed. When the professor started dissecting a truly complex piece of spell theory, Leo couldn't help but let out a very noticeable yawn out of pure disinterest. Herdium internally observed that the boy who supposedly defeated a Death Knight had an utterly deplorable attitude, so he made the executive decision to completely change the direction of the lesson. He immediately dropped the lecture on theory, and instead conjured a shimmering golden star, which he declared represented the very essence of Siren. Surprisingly, even Leo started paying attention to the spectacle. He went on to elaborate that elves were fundamentally a species that originated directly from magic itself. Next, he launched the glowing star upward, towards the ceiling. There, it burst apart into a cascade of miniature stars that rained down upon the astonished students. The students reacted with visible wonder. Chelsea's eyes lit up immediately, and she excitedly proclaimed that this must be the star magic spell system, the unique creation originally devised by the elves. The professor affirmed her statement with a proud nod, explaining that this was indeed their magical core, directly derived from the legacy of the great Luna, forming the bedrock of all star magic, which incorporated countless different variations. He beamed at them, then asked the entire class if they didn't find the display absolutely breathtaking. He paused as a hand went up. He acknowledged the class representative, signaling that they could now speak. Leo, who honestly couldn't care less about star magic, calmly declared that the professor's understanding of the spell was fundamentally flawed. That statement immediately made the room freeze over with tension. That old scholar looks ready to explode as Leo clarifies that the mystical spark is definitely on strike today. The whole class gapes like he just drop-kicked a precious family heirloom, and the teacher attempts to save face by grumbling that of course it failed because the incantation is missing its pants. He claims their dusty grandpas painstakingly decoded the ancient scribbles to patch this magical mess together throughout the long centuries. Leo promptly recognizes that hidden Luna original which stayed obscure because she only tailored it for Kyle while engineering the cosmic network. The lecturer takes extreme offense and dares the kid to step up and point out where the historical genius is supposedly tripped over their ropes. Old Herod tries to waddle in and stop the fight, but he stands frozen as Leo boldly marches forward. Meanwhile, Leo sighs knowing the elves are just playing with a cheap knockoff since he got the premium version from Luna before his inconvenient demise. He gazes at the chalkboard and ponders if the universe has a weird sense of humor for setting up this awkward reunion. Herod begins sweating like a pig in a sauna because messing with elven star heritage is a one-way ticket to a social catastrophe. However, Leo just rolls up his sleeves and starts scribbling over the ancient math using his own personal brand of spicy mana, while the pointy-eared teenagers start gossiping nervously because they have absolutely no idea what this crazy human is trying to pull. After a brief interval, Leo declares the repair finished as the fresh equation starts pulsing with energy, radiating brilliantly. The lecturer gawks at the shimmering symbols while his eyes leap. He whispers to inquire about this strange power and whether the student previously performed such a unique feat. Leo abruptly finds himself trapped in a memory while perched on the rim of a massive drop, where that girl Lume yells his name and brags about finally finishing her latest magical masterpiece with a big smug grin. She beams brightly while promising her friend that she shall explain how this enchantment works, which simply causes vegetation to sprout while he remains stationary clutching a radiant yellow blossom. Leo mimics that ancient Luna lesson by flooding the auditorium with shimmering petals, immediately brightening the whole space as the teenagers freak out with joy. Ileana pokes her companion while questioning if their leader just broke the universe once more, and her buddy silently agrees. Runia is mostly fascinated by the teacher's soul leaving his body and begins to wonder if this kid just debunked 1,000 years of history. The scholar collapses onto the floor while caressing a radiant petal and grumbles that their holy ancestral power is basically just a glorified gardening trick. Leo keeps his cool and clarifies that vegetation was actually a luxury during the apocalypse, meaning these sprouts were probably the pioneer's favorite thing ever. In his past life, he recalled negging Luna that this decorative nonsense wouldn't do anything to stop a monster from biting their heads off, but she insisted that petals were pretty, and she dreamed of a future where the whole plant looked like a giant flower pot. The educator nods solemnly and suggests the architect of their civilization must have hidden a profound secret within these shiny little plants. And while the glittery vegetation disappears, the teenagers start murmuring among themselves about which planet this weirdly talented dude actually came from. Leo quietly confessed to the professor that he was self-taught, having learned all his magic just by reading dusty old scrolls. He further clarified that he was a natural, born dual class mage, but completely lacking any trace of elven ancestry. Professor Herod immediately stepped in, apologizing for Leo's unusual behavior, and offered to wrap up the joint class for the day. He tried to argue that it was too early to pass judgment on Leo before an official verdict, but before he could finish, Professor Herdium interrupted by grasping Herod's hands completely out of the blue, then directly demanded to know if Leo could be transferred to Siren Academy. This proposal completely blindsided Herod. causing the entire room to erupt into instant chaos. Later, returning to their dorms, Chelsea proudly presented a mysterious soup that looked like a shortcut to the great beyond, while Eliana offered a risotto that was just as mortally dangerous. The boys immediately started debating which dish would kill them faster, but Eliana quickly ran out of patience and force fed Kara a massive spoonful. He froze solid for a second, before instantly rejecting the foul substance without any hesitation. Loon walked in, finding the entire scene hilarious, but Hera didn't waste time and pulled Leo aside for a serious private discussion. Loon informed him that the Grand Assembly had finally come to a conclusion concerning the recent Death Knight incident. Concurrently, Nella quietly snuck off to eavesdrop as Loon revealed that there had been numerous sightings of undead monstrosities and even a Death Knight within the fairy forest. He added that a formal investigation and a joint search party were being assembled, while the others continued to secretly listen in. Loon added that the mission was too hazardous for first years, so they would be paired with experienced Saren upperclassmen, which prompted Leo to ask if that was truly the only purpose for Loon's visit. Loon shook his head, admitting he was actually here specifically because his granddaughter had insisted on coming to see Leo. Erin then shyly stepped forward. She quietly asked how he was doing, reminding him he had invited her, prompting Leo to turn and introduce her to everyone. But the girls immediately swarmed her, fangirling loudly about how incredibly adorable she seemed. Erin became completely overwhelmed and quickly fled upstairs, while apologizing profusely to everyone. The girls looked at each other in confusion, wondering if they had somehow botched the welcome, and Loon then informed Leo that he was relying heavily on him. Without saying anything, Leo went upstairs and discovered Erin curled up quietly on the balcony. He placed his jacket around her shoulders, which made her jump slightly. She immediately tried to return it, but he insisted she keep it on, then asked her why she decided to leave Saren. The girl claims her motivation stems from lacking inherent heroic qualities, a dull excuse that makes our hero want to nap. She recounts her darkest hour being interrupted by a radiant figure, claiming her idol appeared as a perfect legendary warrior. Afterward, the student tracked her idol's every move from a distance, discovering that the legend was the complete inverse of herself. Such inspiration pushed her to copy those achievements, ultimately resulting in her grabbing the premier ranking among her peers. Yet a disaster apparently occurred during the combat evaluation, as their friendship took a sharp nosedive right afterward. The blonde girl developed a massive grudge. These bitter vibes feel remarkably out of place, causing our main character to seek the full story once they are alone. Our hero notices a resemblance to an ancient legend, inquiring if the student is familiar with those family myths. Her eyes sparkle with excitement, because the tale involves a famous ancestor from her own family tree. Leo explains how his former comrade followed elite paths to earn her title, proving that greatness is usually crafted through discipline. The man suggests ignoring societal expectations, insisting that the girl prioritize creating a personal legacy, instead of following others. These encouraging words successfully brighten her spirit within seconds. With a cheerful grin, he tells her to stop moping and come join the others, promising his students are actually fun. A bit later, the whole group clusters together to prepare for their upcoming wilderness trek. The fiery girl stumps over, asking what kind of wizardry he used to brainwash the poor girl. It completely blindsides the grumpy girl when Leo explains how he merely encouraged her friend to stop feeling terrified. Furthermore, the girl mistook those intense expressions for genuine loathing, assuming her presence was completely unwelcome. The grumpy girl claims her focus was strictly on the kid's potential, but our protagonist recommends providing some friendly guidance instead. Suddenly, the teacher shouts a specific name, causing every person present to turn their heads toward the newcomers. A cluster of seniors arrives. The young man offers a polite salutation, receiving verbal rewards from his instructor for excellent documents submitted previously. Our hero inquires about that mystery man, whom she describes as an upperclassman who transformed from a complete nobody into a campus star. Leo suspects something fishy is going on with this sudden transformation. The instructor demands quiet for organizing students into 3-person squads, noting such clusters are ideal for the upcoming task. The teacher declares the primary group involves our hero, the moody girl, and the senior, a choice which looks far from accidental. The girl begins whining immediately, grumbling about forced cooperation while Leo mocks her earlier accusations of criminal activity. This triggers another explosion regarding his status, yet our hero disregards the shouting as if listening to a distant radio. The girl eventually halts her screaming to search for the missing senior, as maintaining a unified group was their primary objective. Our protagonist mentions that the elusive student decided to journey on his own. He assumes the senior has secret plans, dropping a palm onto this soil. Leo instantly perceives an eerie vibe while Rooney remarks that despite their marathon of a hike, 0 solitary zombies have bothered to appear. However, the hero is occupied with separate notions, since the terrain nearby simply does not look unique compared to previously, which triggers a memory regarding his prior chat with Kirin. A grim lethal juju saturates this soil, although just an ancient relic such as himself who endured the grand cataclysm could perceive it. The grim sovereign Hellkaiser acted as the most devoted henchman for Airbus, and commanded the dark armies of Tartarus. Leo suspects the big boss skipped the trip, sending that bony subordinate Kargor as his representative. Standing tall, the warrior deduces that past this boundary lies a treasure within the Sprite King which Silrud is desperately protecting. Runia looks absolutely bamboozled, wondering aloud if his nose picked up a trail, yet he gets interrupted before answering. Noisy heavy stomping ruins the quiet moment, signaling that a random person is walking toward their position. The youth immediately aims his sharp toothpick ahead, only to find himself facing Lauder, who asks in a relaxed way how the scouting mission is proceeding. That fellow inquires whether the pair encountered roaming ghouls, a claim the duo flatly rejects. Besides questioning whether Leo acted as the leading whistleblower who initially mentioned seeing a skeletal warrior, our hero agrees and grabs the man's palm, though he spots a very peculiar bony band on Lauder's finger. Lauder suggests the youngster reached a hasty judgment, perhaps because the freshman is suffering from too much beginner excitement. The man notes that fancy ghouls require a constant magical buffet from a wizard to exist, so demons usually hang around to pay the bill. Runya deduces that should such claims prove valid, a camouflaged Fend is likely lurking within the foliage. However, the fellow argues that this city serves as El Solbisha's heart, and tells her that being a Saren pupil, that girl needs to grasp the glittering cosmic enchantments protecting the Burkia territory. Runya signifies agreement, but Leo interrupts quite harshly, arguing that zero regulations mandate a soul snatcher to originate from demonic roots. Multitudes of distinct species possess the ability to wield gloomy sorcery, notably those pointy ears. Lauder chuckles, while retorting how those snobbish tree dwellers feel much too dignified to handle such filthy sorcery. The man abandons that dispute immediately, demanding the youngsters to conclude their dull search for evidence, although the student easily notices how that man is scouting for a particular item. Furthermore, Runya begins to notice that his current vibe is remarkably suspicious and weird. When night fell, the classmates assembled to swap info, collectively deciding that no rotting stiffs appeared, much less an armored skeleton. Chelsea instantly concludes it is fishy that every monster vanished the exact moment those scouts began searching. Kara attempts to escape early by pretending to be sleepy, but the bussy girl yanks him back regardless. Meanwhile, a specific dude who is obviously up to no good hops out of his sleeping quarters. Glass casement then hits lawn like a ninja. The protagonist creeps towards student housing, entering the target bedroom with the grace of a buttery cat burglar. Thinking that his friend vanished was correct, but finding himself indoors changed things. Eyes catch an odd paper chart, showing exactly where the magical realm begins. Suddenly, Runya crashes the party, yelling and asking why he decided to trespass in a place like this. He instantly mutes her face with his palm, waits until she relaxes, then states he arrived, seeking the same person she wants, even if their quarry fled. Prior to any further bickering, noisy people chatter nearby, checking for a sleeping roommate, so Leo snatches the girl and performs an unplanned vertical exit through the casement. Aaron notices a ruckus, looking out to witness him carrying the lady in a romantic bridal style. Blushing hard, she fumbles her reading material, imagining scandalous wedding bells and dramatic love triangles in her head. Soon, they vanish into Timberland where the boy questions how long she intends to act like a shadow. She asks if he truly blames the new kid, considering he just showed up today whereas the skeletal warrior appeared earlier. Conversation halts as another person speaks, revealing that Aaron was playing a long game of hide and seek behind them. Runya nearly has a mental breakdown, questioning their stalker's duration, while Leo mentions he felt her presence for miles. Sporting a bee-colored complexion, she screams that romantic entanglement is against the rules for pupils at this school, making both heroes look extremely confused and surprised. Jackally, she mentions seeing their stealthy departure, blabbering about their amazing looks while insisting their forbidden attraction is quite naughty. Touching his forehead, he groans that she is totally misinterpreting the situation, requesting that his companion fix this weirdly awkward mental error. However, the girl is also flustered, failing to explain that they are definitely not a secret couple. Momentarily, the boy stops moving, detecting a nearby lethal threat, while a rotten palm explodes out of the dirt, as several corpses wake for a morning jog. Without stalling, he unsheathes his blade as a spooky tone says hello from the darkness, offering a creepy greeting to those enchanted woods. While the zombies crawl from pits, he prepares for combat, telling the girls to focus, because these skeletal warriors are elite soldiers of the grave. The fellow yells back to verify his partner is prepared, then she whacks her fist against the flooring, invoking spicy blazes as a reaction. This maiden triggers her heat wave, making the whole neighborhood glow like neon, beaming with joy while requesting a review, totally oblivious to the armored jerk sprinting to flatten her. Our main man spots the disaster way past being helpful. However, Iron leaps into the scrap, tanking the strike like some legendary muscle mommy, alerting the youngster that the girl wears very fancy soul-bound gear. Without delay, her blade slices the bone bag, creating a new member for the Headless Losers Club. The redhead roots for the quiet pointy-eared girl, who turns into a human tomato, while the guy mentions she looks like the legendary queen, basically giving her a one-way ticket to Cloud 9. However, the bashful maiden changes the subject, wondering why they were hanging out by themselves. The fire girl finally talks like a normal person, confessing they were trespassing in senior housing to play detective. Panicking again, she claims romance is just a distraction from her books, while our hero has a total broad moment. That pointy-eared girl disagrees, claiming the redhead will forever be the top scholar since she is destined for greatness. Such a statement impacts the girl deeply. Once she discovers her companion truly admired her, she remembers their old fight, when the elf barely survived her blast using a bubble of magic. The fiery girl grins, knowing only this quiet girl has the guts to challenge her supremacy. Thus she chooses to give it her all, charging up a truly spacey magical inferno. Sadly, her scary resting beach face terrifies the elf, who stops defending herself. Moments later everything ends, as the flaming orb strikes the target with a massive blast. Now she understands that fearful expression, sighing as she accepts she was the total villain here. Because the girl quit attending class, she begs for her return since they are besties, while the firebrand radiates pure certainty, asserting their bond is unbreakable and demanding the girl continue their eternal competitive streak. Then the elf pauses, wondering if they are a secret couple, which makes the guy stare blankly, as the redhead denies it loudly, while our main man plays the role of an ancient elder, calling them silly children. Elsewhere in a spooky secret lair, that skeleton warrior makes a cranking noise, reporting the sorcerer reached his breaking point since uninvited pests are roaming throughout the building. Yet the hooded spellcaster replies that the heavy armored dude should handle those issues alone. He removes his mask to show Lauder, whom the bone guy dismisses as a total pun. Getting annoyed, the rattling monster walks closer, asking why he's treated like a minimum wage employee. Despite serving as a spectral soldier for that supreme skeleton king, Lauder stays calm and flexes his magic ring, mocking the fact that the big bone boss preferred him. As he departs, he mentions that once the magic circle is ready, they can finally dump the underworld's trash, expressing faith in the soldier for now, while the heap of bones simply chuckles in a disrespectful manner. Then it promises to follow every single command, definitely not intending to betray him by shoving a blade through his ribs. Meanwhile, the trainees discuss how their upperclassmen could possibly join the hell spawn, which leaves Rania totally confused. Aaron complains about the sudden winter weather. The red-headed elf feels something spooky, while Leo stays silent and focuses on a mysterious threat. He pulls out glowing runes like he is swiping on a dating app, saying they need to prep for the darkness. The boy calls out a couple of loyal magical monster companions. Furthermore, Renia totally freaks out upon spotting that hefty, circular, Ginger avian, instantly trying to hug the creature, as the blonde girl seeks names. So the boy reveals Fiora and Chiron, leaving his friend stunned. However, he ends the fun, saying it is time to move toward the very woodland center. The group enters the gloom, while their leader predicts that the vibe is becoming rather nasty. Right after entering, the three heroes start sprinting, and begin a heavy clash with several nasty creeps. Then the girl concludes the fight by launching a spicy flaming orb. Immediately following that, those scorched remains start oozing a nasty, shadowy mystical goop, and the corpses stand back up, making Rania realize something, that some creepy bone wizard is hiding nearby. Regardless, the boy starts swinging and absolutely wrecks those calcium warriors, while asserting the absence of any nearby caster. However, the girl remains unconvinced. The guy clarifies that they are witnessing a lingering zombie hex, which shocks the pair because Rania never studied such magic. However, Aaron soon intervenes, describing a spell, which floods a territory with zombies, transforming the region into a cemetery. The boy concludes the point, adding that only the hellish General Hellkaiser possesses enough power for this ritual. The girl begins trembling with terror upon hearing that title, proposing they notify their instructor about the situation immediately. But right then, a wave of freezing air hits them like someone opened a walk-in freezer. A spooky voice greets the future legends to the lovely realm of the expired, and that armored skeleton appears once more, charging in to trade blows with the hero Leo. The Finn cackles like a madman, while asserting escape is impossible. However, the boy disregards the taunting, and parries effortlessly. The skeletal fighter jeers at the youngsters as a legion of ghouls shuffles closer to the group. The hero advances, proclaiming his intention to solo the armored ghoul while his female friends crush the decaying stiffs. The beast chortles at his sudden bravery, while their blades engage in a noisy metal tango, parrying the next smack. He triggers that dusty old family cheat code known as Providence. Harnessing that mystical mojo, he shoves the Tin Man away effortlessly and prunes one of its bony head ornaments. The Calcium Warrior backpedals, questioning if that spicy heat was just the Phoenix fire, yet Leo stays aggressive, mentioning he spiced it up with a dash of Zerdinger's flame aura. The creature appears quite rattled while one more Wallop launches the knight backward, landing him straight into his pile of bony interns. The Grim Reaper wannabe gawps at him, pondering how a mere brat got so beefy and acquired such terrifyingly crazed eyeballs. Prior to any response, a ginormous orb of spacey doom plummets from the heavens. Rania grins, flipping her combustion switch to turn that whole bone squad into a backyard barbecue. She strikes a sassy winning stance while Iron stands speechless, because she basically fried nature itself. And then later, Kieran questions if the Jinger is truly Elven, given she behaves more like a rabid honey badger. Leo halts his stroll upon spotting a footprint in the dirt, remarking that this chaotic party is far from being over. Strolling through the trashed woods, the ladies feel slightly suffocated by the heavy scent of mortality. A shout emerges from the bushes, demanding why they are loitering in this off-limits zone, and Ronya flinches upon spotting Senior Rata, who claims he is just checking on the local zombies. The carrot-topped girl insists the culprit is actually a very spicy Hess, though Rata seems skeptical. She feels horrified, because the surrounding evil vibes are thick enough to swallow. Leo channels his inner detective, remembering some students poked sketchy items from the underworld and accidentally went goth. He hoists his palm, and triggers a cosmic flashlight charm, which illuminates the residue of forbidden sorcery, leaving the ladies thoroughly creeped out, observing the glowing magical leftovers. He exposes Rata, accusing him of fighting with dark spells and moonlighting for the pit of despair. The elder squeezes his knuckles, grumbling that Leo is more irritating than a persistent mosquito. He then spills the tea about Lady Luna's legendary scrapbook piece being hidden around here, which delivers yet another massive jolt of surprise to the entire group. Rata jeers that those clueless bureaucrats have zero awareness of the item, insisting it belongs in his greedy hands. Iron bellows that he is disrespecting an iconic legend while clearly plotting to hoard the shiny loot alone. Rinya feels the heat, and suggests to Leo that they pummel this clown before dragging him to detention. He unsheaths his blade and cautions the pair that things are about to get extremely fatal very quickly. Rata abruptly hurls a spicy bolt of electricity that leaves the whole squad smelling like burnt toast. Leo mirrors the technique immediately to negate the blast, recommending those ladies prepare themselves for a true battle against a budget villain. Rata chuckles at a mere mortal wielding ancient forest spells and wonders about the true identity of this peculiar child. Internally, his ego bruises, because the brat neutralized his moves with style while reading his schemes like a comic. He figures out that if those roadie ladies jump in, the entire situation will spiral into total chaos. Consequently, he lifts a digit to unleash a gloomy cloud of edgy vibes all over himself. Leo senses some nasty energy, screaming for those ladies to hit the dirt immediately. While that seasoned antagonist discharges a massive explosion, Iron triggers her soul plating to protect Rinya until the massive fireworks show finally subsides. She is stunned such a simple trick possessed such raw horsepower. However, her initial surprise transforms into pure terror within a heartbeat. Leo sprawls across the dirt as Rata stalks forward resembling a hungry wolf. She screams for aid, yet in that moment, that armored skeleton makes an abrupt and dramatic return. He obstructs their route and announces their imminent demise, which strangely serves to boost Runya's competitive spirit. She instructs Iron to distract the Tinkin as she cooks up some spicy magical hexes. Rata looms above Leo and inquires if he has any last wishes before the credits roll. Leo retorts that the elf is clearly high on his own supply and signals Kairin. That tiny sprite zips forward, striking the violet glowing balls floating near Rata, resulting in a loud boom that launches the pointy-geared men through the air. Leo rises wielding a prepared blade as Rata attempts to recover his balance and dignity. Observing the frosty and merciless gaze within the young boy's stare, he begins whining for mercy. Unfortunately, time is up and he officially forfeits the privilege of keeping his noggin attached. Kairin celebrates their victory over the undead goon but stops cold when noticing that Rata's remains start vibrating anew. A magic surge strikes the pixie, and the elf stands up, reattaching his cranium to his neck like a broken doll, looking positively deranged. He informed Leo that he was looking forward to personally sending the shining prodigy straight to the great beyond. The elf began pontificating that once he combined Lady Luna's power with the skeletal knight's strength, he would easily crush talented nuisances like Leo. Leo noticed the demonic ring's influence creeping into Ruta's mind, all while watching the elf hurl another blast of dark magic. He deflected the attack with a swift swing of his blade, realizing that the mind control wasn't quite complete, and the poor guy was still fighting back. With the quickness of a striking viper, Leo closed the distance and cleanly severed Ruta's arm. He then drove his sword deep into the elf's other shoulder. Our hero mocked him, pointing out that individuals like Ruta never bothered to develop actual combat skills, relying only on borrowed power. He challenged Ruta to keep regenerating, promising to keep carving him up until he completely ran out of magical juice. The ring's voice echoed in Ruta's mind again, mocking him for having trouble with a mere child, especially when the boy wasn't even the primary objective of the plan. It reminded him to focus on finishing the summoning circle instead of wasting time. As the severed hand slowly crept across the ground behind Leo, Leo quickly checked on the girls from the corner of his eye, confirming that they were holding their own quite well. He turned back to the elf, but a strange feeling washed over him as he realized Ruta's right arm wasn't regenerating, triggering an internal alarm. Chiron shrieked and pointed at the ground frantically as the dismembered hand finished drawing the final lines of the summoning circle. Ruta coughed up blood and announced that it was far too late for them to stop him as his entire body began to glow red. The girls froze in shock as the circle blazed brightly, a spectacle so intense that even the formidable Death Knight paused to observe the developing scene. Leo quickly leaped backward as he sensed something truly terrifying beginning to rise from beneath the earth. The ground shook violently and split apart as a giant, skeletal hand began to pull itself out. Chiron asked what this monstrosity was, and Leo responded that it was a skeleton king, warning them they were facing a truly formidable opponent. Ruta tackled like a lunatic as he felt a rush of new strength entering his body. Wondering excitedly if it truly belonged to Lady Luna, Leo realized that the senior elf had fully surrendered to the influence of the black magic and immediately rushed forward. He launched himself into the air, yelling angrily that such vile and disgusting power could never possibly belong to the founder herself. Ruta grinned broadly in amusement as the enormous skeleton king raised its massive hand, preparing to crush Leo. Leo managed to narrowly avoid the colossal strike, repositioning himself several feet away from the point of impact. The senior elf laughed even louder and boasted that he now had absolute control over the skeleton king. Chiron asked if they should make a tactical retreat, but Leo replied that something about the monster king felt fundamentally wrong. As he continued to dodge the monster, he clarified that the summoning process had been too hasty, meaning Ruta couldn't possibly sustain it indefinitely. He reminded them that the absolute first principle of summoning magic required a sufficient amount of energy to adequately maintain the summoned creature. He told the fairy that their only strategy was to keep it occupied until its energy source completely extinguished itself. Pumping a bit of his own magical energy into the fairy, he requested Chiron's assistance in providing backup. Chiron zips around like a hyperactive fly to bait the beast, letting Leo zap it with a flashy light show. That bony monarch looks entirely unfazed, sporting glowing crimson sockets while lifting his giant butter knife for a fresh swing. Leo bounces back while contemplating how badly he is outclassed, realizing his main job is just stalling for the clock. Rada stays busy by chucking a magical orb at Leo during his landing, catching him off guard right then. Ronia teleports into the fray with impeccable timing, manifesting a spicy sheet of flame to stop that projectile. She claims she can handle the cranky veteran, allowing Leo to focus on turning that skeleton into calcium powder. He wonders if Aaron can survive this solo date with a scary undead warrior, but she insists that Aaron is no fragile flower who needs her handheld. The camera pans to our introverted pointy-eared friend, currently parrying a massive blade with her sturdy dinner plate, yet the impact sends her sliding backward across the dusty floor. The beast mocks her solo mission. Then Kargor swings again, because he smells her getting way too close. She drops low, escaping a messy haircut from his sharp blade. She mentally notes that failure is not an option, lest her companions end up as monster snacks, plunging that sharp steel weapon deep inside his rotten torso. That armored zombie giggles at her pathetic attempt, launching her into the stratosphere using a nasty boot. She wobbles on her feet, hearing him jeer about her low-level status, and how he intends to collect her head. She argues that legends rely on their friends before rising to her feet again. Darren finds her inner power, mentioning that her ancestor Berkia was also a fan of the righteous path, promising to never let her convictions get wobbly or doubt her own strength. At that point, she lifts her blade, sporting a fresh, determined attitude. The dead guy gets nervous because she smells like pixie dust, so he runs at her, feeling herself. She explains that this fancy move is a family recipe guarded by the Winged Warrior Club. When the spooky raider gets close, she pops her leafy evergreen ability, carving through bone like a hot knife. Having endured the ultimate Gojo brand destruction experience, The bony soldier begins to dissolve, utterly salty that a literal child just ended his whole career. Erin attempts to keep her balance, whispering that her teammates still need her to save their butts, yet her eyes fail, and she hits the dirt like a falling sack of potatoes. Returning to the primary scuffle, Rada asks Renya if she is hungry for another serving of pain. He hurls a spicy electric lizard at her, fully intending to turn her into a pile of ash immediately. Renya calls upon her flaming turtle buddy, using its hard shell to bounce that lightning right back. That old geezer peepers nearly pop out when his own Sparky Zap pulls a turn and ventilates his torso. Renya giggles at his stupidity, wondering if he genuinely expected her to wait around like some frozen mannequin. She launches a second spicy firecracker that turns the poor guy into a human marshmallow roast. Rada hits the dirt hard, smelling remarkably like a backyard barbecue that someone forgot to flip. As the crimson-haired lady starts strolling off, her face crumples in pure disbelief when he abruptly launches a prickly barrage of sewing pins through her physical person. Leo screams her name like a startled fanboy, losing his concentration completely, allowing that bony monarch to sneak up for a royal snuggle. The beast clobbers him so violently that he launches into the air like a faulty rocket. Miles from the scuffle, Leo hauls his bruised bottom out of a splintered oak and clutches his appendage while Chiron orbits his head like a caffeinated moth in a panic. The tiny sprite freaks out about his health while pointing at the boo. So Leo tells him to relax, since he is still sucking air, then starts trekking back. The boy freezes mid-stride, because the calcium overlord casts a funky hex that turns the world into a dizzying merry-go-round. Seeking an antidote, Leo calls upon Fiora and suggests she crank the volume up to 11. The tiny firebird shrieks a high-pitched note that shatters the spell while mending the wounds of Renya, and also requesting her magical assistance once more. Leo glows like a radioactive golden anime warrior while locking onto that nasty villain. The skeletal sovereign takes another gigantic haymaker swing with his bony limbs, though Leo scoots back just in the nick of time. Observing his brawling, Renya notices the kid lacks any survival instinct whatsoever, dancing around with the spirit of a legendary champion. She remembers her spicy tortoise and gives it a mental gold star for being a good boy. She then hurls a sizzling projectile that latches onto Rada's paw like a persistent parasite. He laughs once more and claims her fire is as pathetic as her, so she mentions her lineage has forever been pals with the Firebird, and granted promise to incinerate the underworld and its pests. Rada tells her to quit yapping that fairytale garbage. However, he quickly realizes things are going south. That fire on his mitt simply won't quit, making him twitchy, while Renya declares that as long as she draws breath, the vow persists. The lady notes his sinister left eye is pure evil, hence the heat won't subside until he looks like a blackened rabbi. Shuffling closer, she clutches his limb with fervor, foxing the blaze to surge like a spicy barbecue gone wrong. That girl admits this spicy trick roasts users, which prompts Rada to label her some nutcase. Yet she is determined to drag his sorry hide along for the ride. Suddenly, the heat kitters out like a cheap candle, granting him a momentary pause from his existential craze. The sky vows to repay that kindness, perhaps by planning petty revenge. Yet that round trinket acts totally wild. A swirling hole erupts, vacuuming the guy up where he shrieks for that thing to quit such nonsense. That metal band gulps him down, and he vanishes entirely, causing Renya to flop onto the dirt in absolute shock. She ponders why that bony marsh lingers when its boss just got sucked into a cosmic drainpipe. The trinket begins radiating a fresh, spooky vibe, and Leo stiffens, recognizing a spooky energy that feels like a bad case of déjà vu. That big devil boss instructs a pile of ribs toward finishing those chores. Now that Calcium Keep hoists a giant kitchen utensil again, Leo hunkers down, guessing that big scary boss is squatting inside the jewelry like a parasitic roommate. Our hero reckons that Dark Overlord wants to smash the bubble wrap guarding this entire neighborhood. The protagonist sprints forward, shouting for Karen to provide some much-needed backup. That bony monarch swings some heavy metal, which Leo blocks using every bit of remaining muscle. Our fighter notices he is sliding backward while the protective shield starts resembling a broken windshield. The beast punts our hero like a bacon, sending him flying through that disintegrating dome. Chiron howls that name while Leo performs an aerial stunt across this field, thudding into a far-off structure as the protective wall finally turns to dust. Eventually, our protagonist blinks tired lips, whereupon those magical pets scramble toward his side, though they have shrunk into tiny, glowing marbles. Leo inspects both palms, concluding that his internal mana pool is totally empty now. Heaving himself upright, he scans the debris and feels a heavy sadness, realizing this magical realm is now just a dumpster fire. Suddenly, a glint grabs his attention, drawing his gaze to a sharp utensil perched on a rock. Those pupils dilate once he identifies that specific piece of pointy cutlery. A sudden flashback concerning that previous existence smackdowns the poor guy today, calling his memories to when he gifted a pointy shank to his pal Berkia. Text, end. She snapped back fast, wondering if he just wanted to dump the trash, after she acted like a toddler claiming it was junk. He laughed and reminded her this antique survived more wars than her attitude. His former squad started shouting his name, making him understand that his ride was officially here. Berkia felt utterly destroyed. However, he just stroked her hair, mentioning his departure was mandatory. Leopold stepped inside the glowing gate, perceiving her eyes drilling into his back throughout the exit. Suddenly returning to the present, our protagonist grabs the blade, labeling Berkia a little monster. He clearly recalls her whining about never wanting that pathetic Tuesday. A flash of brilliant light erupts, shocking him completely. Tons of magical energy explodes from the blade, recognizing its actual master at last. Leopold, sensing that power surge, Leopold debates which hex might best annoy the giant bag of bones. Leopold watches a fireball punch that beast within its snout. Noticing those ladies remain currently struggling, Renia plus Aran are wobbling like jellies. Seeing as that beast targets them exclusively, Aran looks shocked, detecting a giant wave of arcane juice flowing from the rear. Shimmering yellow rays erupt from a closed structure, making them prepare for the boom. Renia mentions how, provided the fellow truly inked a pact concerning the Firebird, so he should definitely be capable of such a flashy stunt, morphing into a cheap knockoff of a celestial deity. Leopold insists that magic is barely a fraction of its true form, yet it will work. Leopold thinks those ladies might enjoy the spectacle, eventually causing actual stars to plummet downwards. Both girls are stunned, while Aran becomes a human encyclopedia, reciting lore she found in some dusty old books. It represents Final, the most overpowered move in history. Falling cosmic debris smashes into the Boeing Monarch, deleting him from the server. Leopold wanders out casually, acting like nothing happened, then requests Karin. This sprite appears prepared for combat. However, Leopold delivers unpleasant news regarding the scrap being finished, demanding Chiron to reclaim those missing wing flappers. Plus that sprite departs at light speed. Those females shout toward him. Meanwhile, he investigates whether their health is stable. Renia rages about that fellow being the person requiring medical assistance, whereas Aran feels glad Leopold remains upright. Renia queries that magic, so Leopold credits a rusty knife regarding the assist. Aran feels hype over some legendary loot, whereas Renia suspects Tartarus plotted this theft throughout. Kirin returns, bragging that he located the feathers his father hid in the attic. Our protagonist recruits Leo for some emergency gas removal, while Renia watches like a computer stuck on a frozen loading screen. The girl suddenly hollers, wondering whether that lustrous bauble represents some legendary shard. Right when it begins emitting neon light, that ancient chronicle expands, and every team member is unceremoniously vacuumed into a completely different reality. The girl twirls, looking completely flabbergasted, but a cryptic spirit suddenly speaks, inquiring whether the squad actually possesses the bravery to confront Lord Erebus. That invisible commentator labels the group moronic regarding their attempt at such a ridiculous mission, yet she nonchalantly decides to join the party, mostly because she finds the concept of cosmic mayhem quite charming. The boy rotates his neck with caution, watching as the celestial stranger identifies herself as Lumen, that cosmic being responsible for illuminating every beacon across the midnight heavens. Precisely in that singular moment, the boy eventually understands that this legendary splinter was his own property during his previous life as Kyle. Elsewhere, the duo of instructors sprint toward the location, feeling sick with anxiety over their missing, prone pupils. The girl hollers for the attention of Instructor Herdian, displaying the glowing scrap of champion soul which was rescued. The instructor observes the item with complete shock, while Herd praises Leo, and inquires if any other students vanish. That fellow responds somberly, admitting a certain individual remains missing. Meanwhile, Erin provides a depressing report for her aged grandpa, discussing the fate of that older pupil, Rata. Every student departs, yet Leo cannot help stealing a single, nostalgic peek behind, visualizing that celestial girl. That setting transitions toward the concluding afternoon of this trip, while every student huddles before the magical doorway. The faculty members swap farewells, shaking hands before finally departing. The girl informs our protagonist about her plans for becoming significantly more powerful, insisting on another duel very soon. At that precise second, a noisy holler erupts, as Iran barrels at the guy using her peak velocity. This lady proclaims a sudden commitment to attending lectures, a surprising choice providing the young man a rare, amused grin. The fellow touches those messy locks, promising that their paths shall eventually collide once more, then commences walking in the direction of a mystical doorway. Returning to that famous Lumeran campus, Kieran feels incredibly hyperactive, because he eventually recovered those feathery appendages meant for soaring through the atmosphere. That boy treats the juvenile fire, Bird as a literal dodging dummy, chasing the creature with the intensity of a starving predator. However, the fire bird evades each attempt using a fierce scowl, delivering an epic sideways glance, as the boy prepares another stray. Pet guy maneuvers for trapping the bird during its descent, snarling about a desire for exhibiting some authentic fairy sorcery. At that very moment, Leo snatches the little fairy right out of thin air, delivering a firm warning that he would seize his wings again for being such a tiny little pest. Then, suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed. Fiora's entire shape started changing, morphing into a young girl who finally introduced herself in a polite manner. The protagonist deduced this transformation was clearly Kieran's doing, so he knelt down and assured her she didn't need to be quite so serious. The tiny fairy, meanwhile, immediately tried launching another attack, which just made her significantly more annoyed. She clenched the little guy firmly in her hand and informed Leo she needed to show this new appearance to her mother first. He readily agreed, opening a bright portal, and suggested she bring the fairy with her for the trip. Kieran vehemently objected, and threw a complete tantrum, yet his efforts were absolutely pointless, resulting in the pair completely disappearing into the magical gateway. The protagonist finally got a chance to relax on his bed for the first time in ages, having just surrendered the dagger and hero fragment to Siren Academy. First, there was the Queen of Monsters creating chaos at Lumaran, followed by Hellkaiser's antics over at Siren. He now realized it was incredibly obvious that Tartarus was trying to completely obliterate all evidence of the legendary heroes. There were still hidden agents inside Lumaran Academy that absolutely needed to be found and removed. Similar to Rodda's case, he assumed there were other direct betrayers hiding within the Academy's walls. He decided Lumaran needed to identify these individuals with the utmost urgency. The perspective then changed to the main Academy hall, where the head of the night department was making an announcement that the headmaster would arrive shortly. In the meantime, the students were buzzing with quiet speculation, completely confused about why they were all grouped based on their specific area of study. The headmaster walked onto the stage and immediately inquired about everyone enjoying their time off. He then proclaimed they had been summoned for the school's next major occurrence, a department-wide competition. The students finally realized precisely why they had been separated into distinct groups. This significant occasion would decide which department held bragging rights for the entire grade level. The old headmaster explained that professors would provide guidance, and that they had also invited some special guest speakers for the occasion. Chelsea seemed absolutely overjoyed, while Carrie yawned widely, completely unaffected by the news. Suddenly, another student yelled out to him, claiming she had finished reading his magic report. Torua immediately started criticizing Care, declaring that his entire report was utterly worthless garbage. She then loudly proclaimed that she considered all the first-year students to be essentially garbage overall. She totally ripped into them, saying she knew they only scribbled down those magic essays just to get by, and nothing more. Emil then piped up, asking if his own report had made the cut, and nervously sweating over her potential reaction. She remembered exactly that it was 17 pages long, but pointed out that it was basically just a lengthy, boring explanation of the obvious. The professor went on a detailed tirade, but the students' brains instantly disconnected, unable to catch even one word of her lecture. Her lecture was mercifully interrupted when Senior Lee entered the room and announced his presence. He dramatically flexed his biceps while emphasizing that knights solve everything with brute force, and that pumping iron is the only true key to victory. The students instantly swarmed around him, escaping the boring lecture at maximum velocity. Another upperclassman named Ulta made his entrance, posing a question to the group about the essential quality for a great summoner. The students tried guessing in a flurry, but failed spectacularly. Ulta declared that the single most important quality for a summoner was, wait for it, love, which earned him a collective blank stare from everyone present. The principal went on, explaining that the top students from Lumaran would be guiding the others during the forthcoming competition. The old man suddenly paused, looking bewildered, and asked why Leo was just standing by himself in a corner. Everyone else looked in his direction, completely bewildered about what was happening. Leo, however, simply grinned smugly and announced that he was occupying the designated all-class area. In the meantime, demanded to know exactly what he was talking about, and whether he was thinking straight. The principal clarified that this specific event was a tournament between various departments. Every single department started trying to sign him up individually, all at once. The principal smiled, and considered that perhaps he was right, then noted that this was an exceptional opportunity to acquire instruction from top-notch teachers. Our main character replied that he certainly wouldn't let this chance pass him by, explaining further that he planned on participating in every single lesson offered. The principal's expression became serious as he questioned whether Leo truly understood that he would be confronting every other department by himself. Yet Leo stood his ground completely. Following a short confrontation, the principal conceded and requested him a moment to prepare. At the same time, Torua and the magic instructor concentrated completely on convincing him to join their ranks. Conversely, Lee watched him standing isolated like a dominant leader and remarked that he was indeed a perfect fit. Absolutely ideal for the night department. Yura unexpectedly materialized and placed Ulta in a headlock for failing to engage properly with the student body. The principal continued his speech by announcing that the contest this year would be a chaotic free-for-all, with every department fending for themselves. Back in his office, the instructors voiced disagreement with the plan, fearing that fighting among themselves would break their cohesion. The principal argued instead that fighting together would actually fortify their relationships. Professor Lan kept pushing, stating that nothing like this had ever been attempted. The principal then reminded them that they had a truly exceptional student this year. Initially, everyone found it astonishing that he had been designated as an all-class student. The faculty believed he would inevitably hit his ceiling pretty quickly. However, defying every expectation, Leo maintained his position at the very top. He drops the bomb that the academy's ruling body has taken a serious interest in him, which completely baffles the teaching staff. The night instructor wonders aloud if the board actually intends for Leo's name to enter the official hero records as an all-purpose specialist. Yura shifts nervously, remembering the board members, and finally understands that these influential individuals are the ones currently manipulating events on our protagonist's behalf. Professor Len is overcome with joy for his student, seeing this as a sign that future generations might finally inherit the versatile class designation. The headmaster interrupts their celebration, pointing out that Leo will still need to declare a specific academic discipline eventually. The scene shifts to the training grounds, where the entire group immediately starts complaining about the biting cold. Professor Ain silences them, explaining that he created the ice wall specifically to help teach aura techniques, then calls Celia up to the front, a request she clearly wasn't expecting. He challenges her to test if her fire aura can possibly melt the giant ice barrier, which instantly energizes her competitive spirit. Feeling extremely confident, she prepares to unleash her most powerful fire skill, delivering a tremendous blast that results in a huge, fiery explosion. Meanwhile, Leo strikes a dramatic, JoJo-style pose in the background, just because. However, much to Celia's shock, there isn't even a tiny scratch on the ice wall. Professor Ain then reveals that he will be teaching a specific aura technique known as Hero's Breath. He walks up to the frozen structure and clarifies that the technique originated with the beastskin, but was later adapted for human practitioners. Celia is completely caught off guard as the ice professor suddenly manifests a flame aura and launches an attack far more powerful than hers. The students break out in a cold sweat as the ice shatters into fragments, wondering if that special breathing technique is the secret behind his aura's tremendous power. One student yells that the instructor is supposed to be an ice user, but the blonde student, Duran, explains that the teacher once conquered dungeons and must have acquired different abilities. The professor confirms that Duran's hypothesis is entirely accurate. He elaborates that even though this fire aura contradicts his innate ice ability, the strength surpasses Celia's output, because the technique amplifies his inherent energy. He then announces that the training session has officially begun, while Leo stares at him in complete, slack-jawed astonishment. Leo quickly understands that this technique is actually Arian's method. Sometime later, everyone is diligently practicing the breathing technique. The instructor smiles to himself, noting that the students appear to be progressing quite effectively. Heliana collapses onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Once the session finishes, Jen offers her a tissue, making Heliana's eyes light up as she declares that Chen is truly a kind-hearted soul. Their attention then shifts toward Leo, who is struggling intensely despite his deep concentration, leaving them puzzled as to why he is failing. The professor smirked, finding it quite entertaining to witness Leo in such a flustered state, especially since this particular ability remained dormant for him. The professor calculated that this was an excellent chance for the boy to finally buckle down and actually apply himself during his late-night academic sessions. Suddenly, Ain's gaze sharpened, his eyes nearly popping out of his head as he spotted something highly peculiar about the student's breathing pattern. He strode right over and cornered the boy, demanding to know precisely which instructor had passed along that unique breathing style. The professor disclosed the surprising fact that this technique was originally developed by a beastskin student attending Asnia Academy, and was intended for their species. He had to heavily modify it, essentially watering it down for human consumption. Yet, Leo's current execution of the technique looks exactly like the aggressive original version utilized only by beastskin, not the modified human variant. Our hero simply nodded, confirming that the professor's observation was indeed spot on. Professor Ain then challenged Leo to essentially reroute his entire magical circulatory system, shifting where his aura appears and drawing mana from a new internal source. Taking the professor's guidance, Leo let loose an explosion of power, igniting his aura into an absolutely enormous flame that shot upward into the heavens. Duran was absolutely floored by the immense strength of the ability, while the surrounding students immediately started buzzing with frantic rumors. They had absolutely no idea what they had just witnessed. The teacher beamed, lavishing praise on him and declaring that he was a complete anomaly unlike any student who had come through these doors before. Leo responded with a simple smile, thanking the professor for the kind words, before the scene immediately changed to show a busy hallway. There, Chloe was completely buried under a towering stack of textbooks, struggling desperately with the excessive weight. Leo appeared, stating the painfully obvious fact that her current reading material seemed quite cumbersome. He then offered to walk with her, pointing out that both of them were coincidentally heading to the magic presentation anyway. She immediately blushed crimson for absolutely no discernible reason, internally panicking about why she couldn't look him in the eye, given that he was behaving perfectly normally. At that very moment, Taru materialized out of nowhere, and promptly began mercilessly ribbing the poor, flustered girl. Chloe was stunned that the upperclassmen even recognized her, but Taru clarified that she was an admirer, having devoured her entire dissertation on northern magic. She then, with all the subtlety of a runaway train, demanded to know when the boy planned to formally join their department. He pushed back, pointing out that pressuring him to choose was explicitly forbidden by regulations, while simultaneously thinking that she was far too aggressive in her recruitment style. The trio walked up to the clearing, and Taru abruptly slammed on the brakes as if hitting an invisible wall. Immediately afterward, she charged forward at full speed, demanding an explanation from Professor Albee as to exactly what business he had there. He nonchalantly explained that he'd been hired as a special lecturer effective immediately, which caused her brain to short-circuit entirely, resulting in an immediate tantrum about how he never signed up to teach their specific group. The other students behind them found themselves highly entertained by the unexpected live show. Leo observed her meltdown and mused that any sensible student would jump at the chance to study under a man proficient in fairy magic. Just as Professor Len arrived to announce that the Golden Professor would be leading the lesson, he spotted the strange figure loitering nearby, which distracted him long enough to realize he needed to drag Taru away like an unruly toddler so she could focus on getting the tournament materials ready instead of causing trouble. The professor finally began the lesson, introducing himself with his infamous and slightly dramatic moniker, the Evil Eye Magician. His often called the Tartarus Destroyer, Obel, deserved title for all the demons he has so thoroughly evicted from existence. The professor then quizzed the students on what they considered to be the most critical element for success in a magic duel. Emio, brimming with confidence, declared mana quantity was key, only to have his theory instantly shot down. Chelsea suggested chanting speed, but her answer met the same fate as Emios. Tar guessed that the type of spells was most important, which the professor similarly dismissed. Leo raised his hand, and when called upon, he confidently stated that mobility was the single most vital factor. The Golden Professor immediately affirmed Leo's position. Doro, still feeling salty, grumbled that she obviously knew that already while Professor Lin told her to stay on task. Emio persisted, arguing that magic had progressed to the point where mobility was irrelevant. Professor Albee inquired if he was referring to the commonly used wing magic. The other students quietly agreed, noting that since everyone possessed the spell, it must be the expected standard. Time for some background knowledge. Wing magic is actually a high-speed levitation spell that vastly outperforms the standard Phi spell, and can even carry large objects through the air. The professor then summoned Emio and Leo to the front of the classroom. Emio stared daggers at our protagonist, who couldn't figure out what he had done to deserve such hostility. The Golden Professor asked Leo directly if he believed Emio's statement held any merit. Leo instantly and emphatically said no. The professor proposed a practical test to resolve the disagreement, asking if they had brought their magical devices, only to find Leo was empty-handed. The professor simply smiled and told him to manage somehow, and Leo instantly adopted a posture of readiness for the impending challenge. The instructor announced the objective, a high-speed race to the Isle of the Beasts, and back to the starting point. Emio immediately lit up with competitive fervor, channeling energy into his magic board and rocketing forward toward the destination. After covering some distance, Emio looked back, ready to gloat over Leo, but was cut short by a sudden jolt as a lightning bolt struck him from out of nowhere. Tar demanded an explanation from Leo, as our hero prepared to launch yet another lightning spell. Leo calmly explained that since the test was about mobility, he was merely evaluating his opponent's ability to dodge. The professor agreed with the logic, though Care remained visibly skeptical. Our hero then activated his aura skill, Teenake's Step, and shot into the sky. Gar shouted in protest that Leo was breaking the rules by using an aura in a magic class. The professor simply called out his name and explained that they'd be facing departments in the upcoming tournament who absolutely use aura, so this was necessary preparation. The narrative focus then returned to Emio, who somehow managed to keep his balance on his unstable board, vowing vengeance for the humiliation. However, Emiya's expression shifted instantly from anger to profound shock as he saw our hero rapidly closing in, gaining speed from directly behind him. This unlucky fellow witnesses his impending destruction when Leo collides with the target forcefully, eating that fellow beyond the core. That silver-haired shrimp bellows, while plummeting downward. However, he is intercepted quickly. Then we return to the classroom. Emio suddenly awakens exactly when the educator finishes criticizing Feathered Flight regarding poor agility. Levitation beats everything, while wing work is a messy imitation that is remarkably difficult to steer. The golden-haired instructor orders the pupils to prioritize their floating technique starting today. The showy display excites the crowd, leading to a frenzy of magic waving. Our protagonist sidles up to the teacher, requesting entry into the top-secret Pokeballs. The instructor claims it is off limits. However, Leo explains he is addressing a Kira noble rather than a teacher. Hearing at the pupils, the creepy egg mage questions his goal, so Leo mentions hunting for an anonymous savior file. The educator decides to scribble a glowing referral for our protagonist. The man explains that entering requires approval from the chief. Ultek. Our hero recalls the Infinity Wizard is legendary for having a massive mental spell book. The shiny teacher mentions the boss is currently working elsewhere, meaning Leo must deal with a substitute. The boy inquires about the person's identity. That golden-haired wizard discloses the proxy is actually his academic superior, Miss Gurin. Our perspective moves over to the beast, calling Isel. Leo catches rumors regarding other groups starting their drills, while the gold lover visited the sorcery room. Our hero thinks back to when his peers provided a briefing regarding Elena. Chelsea explains this maiden is academic royalty while also heading the third-year class. Despite being 18, the girl dominates the wizardry division as the silver medalist of power. Par interjects to state the girl is also a complete stunner, thus folks dub the girl Armach. She commands hordes of simps, and she may lead the school. The lad gets lost in contemplation, pondering how to greet such a famous icon. The lad is startled when Yura begins shrieking concerning the specific location, where Ulta vanished. The youngsters get excited because their unique monster taming drill is likely starting at last. Suddenly the student bursts inside offering the eater level excuses and holding bizarre machinery. The fellow struts forward looking quite smug. Yet, the whole group becomes paralyzed after noticing his strange cargo. Professor Yura's face turned beet red, threatening a full-scale meltdown, as she demanded an explanation for the obscene number of butterfly nets he'd hauled along. Ulta simply announced in hushed reverence that a fairy sighting had occurred, causing a collective jaw drop among the students. Leo immediately thought back to that miniature disaster known as Chiron, and wondered if this whole ridiculous situation was his fault. The professor looked like a kettle about to whistle, asking if this truly constituted his master plan for their rigorous academic training. Her self-control finally evaporated, prompting her to lunge at him, only for the associate professor to quickly intervene and de-escalate. Ulta then shifted his attention to the students, inquiring if they had ever envisioned snaring one of the elusive legendary three beasts. He inquired about their level of excitement regarding the potential fairy encounter, which naturally sent the students into a frenzy of anticipation. Yura managed to regain her composure, lowering her voice to demand the genuine objective of the exercise. Ulta quickly reassured her that the expedition wasn't entirely focused on capturing tiny magical beings with nets. He then challenged the students to recall the essential attribute he had emphasized earlier regarding successful summoners. Eliza suggested tolerance, but he gently corrected her, reiterating that the true answer remained love. He elaborated, explaining how genuine summoners must extend affection beyond their contracted companions, embracing every natural entity, and learning to navigate the world in harmony with them. He insisted this philosophical approach represented the core principle of successful summoning. Leo let out a massive sigh, deciding the guy was still completely eccentric, even if his core philosophy was surprisingly sound. Professor Yura chimed in, emphasizing the necessity of establishing connections with creatures outside of their personal contracts. She informed the class that they would be staying for 3 entire days to complete these special lessons, while Ulta added with a slightly terrifying grin that he had already officially revoked their dorm access, ensuring there was no escape route. The students promptly panicked at the thought of fending for themselves in the wilderness, complaining about previously scheduled engagements. Eliza seemed unfazed by the predicament, though. Ulta then subtly placed a butterfly net directly into her hands, causing her to jump in genuine surprise. The final, crushing realization then hit them. They were absolutely prohibited from utilizing their summons, or any magic whatsoever. They would be forced to survive in the forest using only their wits and physical capabilities, sending the entire class into a state of utter hysteria. Ulta promptly vanished from sight, leaving the students to protest loudly that this specific forest was notorious for its dangers. A brave student attempted to argue with the professor, but she calmly pointed out that summoners possessed distinct characteristics compared to other departments. They are individuals who forge deep connections with other creatures, which necessitates that they develop skills in adapting and understanding nature on its own unique terms. She reiterated that this concept fueled Ulta's emphasis on love, then questioned how many of them had actually witnessed a genuine summoning ritual. She observed that most of them relied heavily on their family's inherited spiritual mediums rather than truly experiencing a beast's natural essence. She then offered a small smile, assured them she would return in 3 nights, and wished them all the very best of fortune. The following days went by quickly as the students frantically learned essential survival skills while desperately sharpening their instincts by engaging in various challenging activities. The perspective transitioned to Leo, busy foraging for berries, as he reflected that the summoning classes were significantly more difficult than his other studies, yet in a genuinely rewarding manner. Suddenly, an ear-piercing scream echoed through the woods, proclaiming the discovery of a fairy. Our protagonist whirled around in the direction of the noise and witnessed one unlucky student currently halfway consumed by a colossal carnivorous plant. The rest of the class simply gawked at their peer, making no move to assist. Instead of showing support, they hackle him for bolting forward without observing any potential traps nearby. Leo eventually identifies a winged prankster lurking atop a high branch, deciding that Sprite needs to zip line, as Kieran zips away wondering which victim to bully. Sadly, our hero is totally blindsided when a hidden snare pops up, resulting in a common bug net scooping him from midair. This creature feels genuinely insulted about being defeated using some equipment that costs less than a cheap sandwich. Leo hoists his captive, reminding this pin-sized menace about earlier warnings regarding keeping himself in check. Kieran insists he was not being a jerk and claims he was merely doing some scientific field work on the spooky vibes in the woods. Leo does not buy the story for a second, but the fluttering brat Pinky swears that something genuinely creepy is happening out there. A bit later, the duo lawyers beside a campfire where Leo demands to know every juicy detail about the current situation. This pixie describes how island creatures started acting like total jerks, while his investigation accidentally turned him into a famous celebrity among students. Leo mentions this territory belongs to a phoenix called Purina, who normally incinerates trouble long before it grows. Kieran drops a massive bombshell, revealing Purina is currently away from this island, leaving Leo feeling quite stunned. This small fellow clarifies how Fioret discovered a written note regarding her mother visiting that mythical figure called the Oath Bearer. This news really upset the tiny firebird who longed for her mother, so they started investigating when the local fauna turned hostile, leading Fiora into the thicket with Kieran following. Such a tale leads Leo to believe that, because Fiora ranks as the second mightiest creature, she should have detected trouble. Our hero ponders why such chaotic events began exactly when Purina departed, questioning if the timing represents a mere coincidence. He attempts a mental phone call to Fiora, but she apparently has her brain on silent. Leo assumes she is occupied, so he snatches that winged pest as if carrying luggage. Leo plops the creature onto his jacket and declares a rescue mission, mentioning he detected a weird frequency on the western shore, though the annoying sprite just continues, moaning regarding getting conscripted into such a perilous mess. Transitions move to a luminescent lagoon where a gentle sound rings out as Fiora kneels beside the stream, starstruck while cherishing a peculiar boulder she gripped. Fiora whispers that her shiny find looks absolutely incredible. The feathered infant shoves the mineral into her maw and starts munching on it like a gourmet candy bar. Our little bird enters high alert mode once a deep voice demands to know her current activities. Fiora attempts to look blameless, yet Leo stares down, questioning if she consumed mystical minerals since the moment she arrived. Leo recalls how enchanted pebbles form within monster habitats, which juveniles consume to accelerate their growth and transformation. Fiora argues that heavy snacking assists her development, though Kieran notes she belongs to the highest tier of monsters. Leo suggests those gems look tasty yet scaring away neighbors is mean, whereas she pretends to offer shares until the sprite snitches. Once more, after which the pair commences their standard obnoxious squabbling. Leo halts their trivial argument, inquiring instead about the bizarre phenomena manifesting throughout these woods. Fiora clarifies sensing some bizarre vibrations within a particular groove, though her statement ends abruptly before conclusion. The two protagonists freeze as a menacing aura fills the air, and our hero instantly recognizes the familiar energy from that annoying beast summoner they encountered earlier. Sensing imminent danger, he swiftly readies his weapon, and warns his familiars to prepare themselves for the inevitable battle. Suddenly, without warning, he screamed for everyone to dodge as a colossal monster mouth closed in on their position instantly. Our boy manages to narrowly evade the attack and stares down the powerful creature responsible for the ambush. The beast summoner reappears on the scene, having apparently upgraded himself with a fresh batch of unsettling tentacles. The villain begins his monologue, pondering aloud where all the magic stones had gone, laughing like a maniac. He then informs our protagonist that fate must have engineered this second meeting. Leo smiles smugly and announces that their rivalry spans back through previous incarnations. While preparing his weapon for immediate use, the evil summoner launches a tentacle at him, hoping to end things quickly, but Leo effortlessly ducks out of the way, just in time. The tentacle instead grabs the massive tree behind him and lifts it as the summoner proudly declares that this whole fight ends right now. Another slimy tentacle bursts from below the earth and tightly binds his foot in place. This move completely immobilizes him, causing him to realize the enemy had hidden several tentacles underground. He was annoyed that he hadn't sensed anything at all before being caught. The summoner then uses the captured tree to launch a high-speed projectile directly at him. Leo closes his eyes for a second, lets out a surprisingly powerful scream, and begins charging his abilities. He releases his blazing phoenix aura, which explodes outwards in a massive shockwave. The powerful blast successfully severs one of the tentacles holding him, but it regenerates almost instantly, which frustrates him. He turns back to face the summoner, deciding that he needs to ask a quick question during the conflict. He asks if the tentacles at his feet belong to a gorgon and wonders if this thing is actually some sort of chimera hybrid monster. The evil summoner smirks in response, asking who Leo truly is to figure out the monster's complex origins so rapidly. Our protagonist smirks in return, and clarifies that he is merely a first-year hero candidate before commanding Fiora to charge. She rushes the summoner at maximum speed, and the impact from the hit triggers a massive, explosive detonation. Herein complements the little phoenix surprising attack string, but Leo immediately warns them that this fight is far from over. The beast summoner throws a major tantrum about his creature being destroyed, then resolves to return the favor by delivering a painful attack. He dips his hand into the water, and summons a giant death slime, mimicking a bizarre type of Pokemon trainer. Kirin complains about the sewer stench rising from the slime, but our boy summons a windshield and finds the whole encounter thrilling. Since this is one of the strongest slime monsters known, the evil summoner smirks once more, confidently declaring that the battle is as good as over now. A new voice suddenly calls out, demanding to know what exactly this villain thinks he is doing with his junior. A bolt of lightning descends from the sky, striking the summoner directly and eliciting a high-pitched scream from him. Ulta zoomed in astride his magnificent winged steed, leaving the villain behind smelling like a barbecue gone horribly wrong. That ruffian could not quite grasp how his supposedly mighty monster armor ended up in pieces so rapidly. He quickly conceded that it was just what you expect when facing the premier summoner working in this whole establishment. Kirin, ignoring the skirmish, zeroed in on the winged pony, inquiring what wisdom it was imparting, which our main guy clarified was a Pegasus, a legendary creature, just like themselves. Ulta grumbled that the freaks looked as hideous as usual, telling his airborne pal it was high time to tidy up the mess. The summoner recognized he needed a pit stop to regain strength, so he immediately directed the grim, gooey slime creature to engage. Another massive bolt of celestial energy plummeted down, frying the fleeing creature before it could make a successful getaway. Kirin pondered aloud if they were really meant to be matched against such power, but Leo clarified that the sheer might wasn't solely credited to the Pegasus. He went on to explain that the sheer devastation stemmed from his summoner's domain power synergizing perfectly with the aerial beast's assault. The rogue summoner tried to look nonchalant for a moment, then promptly activated yet another glowing summoning circle beneath his boots. Suddenly, someone darted in front of our protagonist, asking the brute if his bravado would hold if he himself were staring down the barrel of oblivion. Professor Hero burst onto the scene, scolding the nefarious mage for crudely welding spirit beasts together to fabricate those abominable chimeras. She engaged her own summoning pad, and the very atmosphere began to thrum with palpable magical energy. The beast master conjured a colossal one-eyed giant and sneered at the professor, boasting that whatever spooky critters she produced would prove utterly pointless in this fight. The professor then summoned a minuscule rodent, causing Kirin to completely lose his practiced cool demeanor. Leo cautioned him against dismissing the tiny thing, noting that while devour rats appear adorable, they hide serious venom deep within their core. Before long, that single rat began cloning itself until the entire location was encircled by a dense, scuttling horde. Professor Yura then gave the order for her rodents to advance and commence a grand, can-eat buffet featuring that gigantic cyclops. The cyclops shrieked dramatically as the wave of rats swarmed it, beginning to consume it limb by painful limb. The embattled summoner started glistening with sweat. Realizing the situation was rapidly spiraling into disaster territory, he fumbled to yank a magic parchment through a shimmering gateway that popped open. However, Ulta commanded him to halt his action and promptly unleashed another blinding electrical surge. Even while being electrocuted, the creature summoner managed to tear the scroll and instantly dissolved in a cloud of inky black vapor. The seasoned senior stared at the dissipating smoke, wondering if his powerful jolt hadn't arrived just a fraction of a second too late. As the entire locale settled into an unnerving hush, Professor Yura began sternly reprimanding Leo for venturing into a forbidden patch of land, to which he explained he was just trailing Fiora, the actual culprit who was munching on the energy crystals near the water. That explanation diffused the professor's anger, and Ulta began weeping with sheer happiness that our hero cherished his magical partners so deeply. But Yura grew sullen, declaring the monster bender was likely plotting to taint the local magic reservoirs. She hopped onto her dark, leathery wyvern, announcing she would be speeding straight to the headmaster with a full report of these shenanigans. Yura then instructed Ulta to carry on with the rigorous instruction, just remembering to keep a very sharp eye out for trouble. Once she departed, the senior spun towards Leo, and remarked that he was, in fact, the official agent for the legendary phoenix creature. Our protagonist, ever the observant one, spotted the invisible Kirin, yet decided to play it cool and keep his lips sealed. Our valiantly, quickly diverting the topic, inquired if the pint-sized Pegasus was, by some miracle, under his ownership. Stepping forward with grace, Aria presented herself with impeccable manners. With a gentle stroke of her head from Leo, she utterly succumbed to his charming touch. This development utterly baffled Ulta, as Pegasus creatures notoriously detested physical contact, prompting him to ask our young hero if had ever tamed one of these elusive beasts, a claim Leo promptly shot down. Leo's thoughts drifted back to a former existence, a time when he'd quite masterfully managed a Pegasus, and the recollection filled him with a comforting, familiar warmth. The elder instructor instructed him to persist with his regimen, yet made a point of mentioning that his impromptu display of powers would indeed be factored into his assessment, a condition Leo accepted without so much as a peep. Our hero then pondered profoundly, realizing that if this beast summoner wielded such immense strength, then the adversary lurking deep within Lumaran's halls must surely be a seasoned professor. Several days subsequently, the whole academic cohort convened, marking their first collective assembly in quite some time. Far questioned his pal about the rigors of summoner instruction, yet his wary companion was far too exhausted to formulate a coherent response. Eliana wondered aloud about the whereabouts of their esteemed class president, though Carr gently jogged her memory, explaining that all the student delegates had received individual summons. Concurrently, Leo strode into a sprawling canvas pavilion, where Reese instantly extended a cordial welcome. Luce, the second-year delegate, was, quite visibly, absolutely smitten with our dashing hero. Concurrently, Ark, the fourth-year representative, remained blissfully oblivious, deeply slumbering in his chair. Our protagonist's gaze swept the surroundings, seeking a familiar face. Just then, a hand delicately brushed his cheek, accompanied by a voice cooing how adorable he was. He instantly identified the speaker as she playfully inquired if he truly was their radiant first-year delegate. He instantly recognized Eliana, the notorious keeper of the hallowed archives, and without a moment's hesitation, she boldly proposed he become her designated romantic partner. Leo immediately, though politely, refused her, while Luce, ever the connoisseur of drama, munched popcorn and enjoyed the show. The older student then drew nearer, promising with a suggestive wink that Big Sister would certainly provide him with exceptional attention and care. Displaying the refined sensibilities of a genuine connoisseur, he declared her quite simply too juvenile for his discerning tastes, a retort that utterly blindsided her, causing her to erupt into peals of delighted laughter, gleefully proclaiming that things were about to get exceptionally entertaining. Luce found it utterly astounding that Leo was indeed every bit as charismatic as whispered tales suggested, and moreover, that he showed not a single flicker of hesitation when facing Eliana. Reese subsequently inquired with the third-year delegate regarding the outcome of her recent assignment, yet she casually waved it off as utterly unexciting. He then approached the fourth-year representative, delivering a firm shake to yank him from his deep slumber. Ark, jolted away, instantly threw down the gauntlet, daring Reese to a skirmish, to which Reese merely offered a knowing smirk, and promised he'd attend to that particular matter at a more opportune moment. Eliana wasted no time launching into a verbal assault, mocking his primal urge to brawl immediately upon stirring from his sleep. The four-year delegate promptly retaliated, scoffing that a mere faction mascot such as herself wouldn't possess the faintest clue about the true essence of a genuine confrontation. The pair promptly plunged into an endless stream of squabbles, until Luce, playing the wearing mediator, finally stepped in to warn them about the imminent trouble heading their way. Reese wanted Leo's opinion on the new representatives, causing Leo to stammer out a flustered response about how friendly they all seemed to be. Skipping ahead to the big assembly, the principal strode in, offered a greeting, and proceeded to explain exactly why everyone had been holden for this important meeting. He then declared that starting immediately, every single person at the academy, from students to professors, would be completely isolated from the outside world until the competition finished. No exceptions were allowed, placing the entire facility under a very strict, indefinite lockdown. Leo's muscles tightened as he realized this move must be the principal's cunning attempt to root out the traitor. Over in the classroom, Eliana and Chelsea grumbled about being disconnected from the city. Right before a student shouted out the official location for the battle royale, a forbidden zone called Negrong. Hare quickly checked the records and discovered Negrong was a city in the southeast that got completely obliterated by a monster stampede coming straight from the hero dungeon. Even though the dungeon itself had long since been defeated, the area remained cursed, making it impossible for humans to live there safely ever since. Nella looked quite concerned about visiting such a perilous location, but Chelsea quickly assured her that the rumors claimed it wasn't nearly as threatening as it sounded. Chelsea casually dismissed the danger, explaining that only mid to low-tier monsters were roaming around. Yet this explanation somehow managed to terrify the other students even more. Leo examined the pictures closely, feeling a strange sense of déjà as he realized he recognized the area. He started sweating profusely when he recalled this exact location was where he and Lysinus had first joined forces to take down a massive Legion commander. Rushing to the library, Leo furiously dove into stacks of documents like a man possessed by a quest. He soon discovered the restricted area contained 5 different lakes, making him immediately wonder which specific one might be Erdia. His goal was to track down the missing Oathkeeper of Lysinus, the spirit of radiance known as Luminous. The action suddenly fast forwarded to the day of the tournament. The announcer began his theatrical speech about the first years as parents in the crowd looked on, visibly concerned for their children. Up above, the principal and Yura observed everything, discussing how inviting such a huge crowd might actually be rather dangerous. The professor questioned if lifting the lockdown so quickly was wise, yet the principal assured her that their defensive forces were back in position. Verena showed off her flames in the distance, while Yura, completely starstruck, quietly fangirled over the Phoenix and desperately wanted to talk to her. Just then, Sejin appeared on stage and announced that he would personally serve as the competition's overseer. He confirmed that the battle royale would proceed exactly as it had been planned. The students were expected to put everything they had on the line until a single individual emerged victorious. The entire department of that winning student would take home the championship. Next, he revealed that every student would be given a bracelet designed to keep constant tabs on their vital signs. If a bracelet sensed that a student was on the brink of death, it would instantly teleport them to safety. Sejin then dropped the bombshell that this tournament actually counted as their final exam, which left the students completely stunned. He explained that simply surviving wouldn't guarantee a good grade. If they hid throughout the entire event, they would receive very low marks. Their bracelets would meticulously record every single action from the beginning to the end. The professor continued by clarifying that a student who fought bravely and was eliminated early could still score higher than someone who just hid and camped all game. Before wishing everyone good luck, Leo grins widely, realizing that sacrificing yourself for the group essentially ensures your final grade becomes burnt bread. The commentator screams that the collegiate brawl begins today, while shiny yellow sparkles give everyone a complimentary body wrap. Her wakes up, notices they got kicked off a flying bus like budget skydivers, and watches classmates scream while gravity wins the argument. However, our main man stays completely chill. He scans the horizon, spotting magical bad vibes exploding everywhere and fading away like bad dating advice from a friend. Leo feels that solitary patch lacking magical qualities is located smack dab within this map's midpoint. That guy assumes the herd shall sprint toward that safety bubble, giving himself the ideal chance to sneak toward the local pond. Kids finally stop screaming and start clicking their superpower buttons mid-air. Unexpectedly, Prince Duran plus Eliza bump heads, staring at one another like two cats fighting over tuna. The pair decides to scrap in that very spot, yet, quite unexpectedly, really, Leo zooms by them, rocking a spicy bird glow. He spoils their dramatic posing competition, which really grinds their gears. Honestly, the duo bellows Leo's title in perfect harmony. However, the fellow has departed, ignoring their synchronized shouting entirely. Touching down near a demolished hut, he recalls how Lysinus' glowing artifact is hidden within the specific region. Shortly after, some spooky magic attempts to muddle his mind, but he resists, believing his peers shall definitely fail. Miserably, Shen plummets into the dirt beside that fellow. Leo mentions how those ancient remains exist toward the other way. That lady admits she realizes this. Although claiming they have some serious beef to settle, she strikes a pose, demanding a solo dance of violent punches. Leo mocks that girl for bringing this up so randomly. Chen claims she has been measuring their power gap since day one, then charges at him like a caffeinated bull. She triggers her splashy fighting moves, although Leo barely even flinches. She praises him for deploying his spicy fire shield to evaporate her wet strike just in time. That girl adjusts her stance, while Leo immediately realizes she owns a fancy, tier wet ghost companion. The lady swings a fresh strike, extremely rapidly, yet he conjures a fire within that palm. That giant inferno barrier blocks her advance, but the guy quickly deduces that her performance was just a shiny decoy. Sensing her aura, he intercepts the sneak attack from the rear, and parries with total ease, skidding back. Shen is stunned he blocked her move, knowing her stealth card is gone, yet she refuses to quit. Master Li begins an impromptu class, stating that liquid energy can adapt to any container or situation. Striding ahead with his spicy glowing blade, he critiques her dance moves for being stiff as a board. Shen starts to panic, realizing that a single solid impact would definitely terminate her whole career. The girl creates a splashy wall, but her eyes go wide when something unexpected happens right before her. He pops up right beside her with a fireball, repeating that her agility needs a massive makeover. Once the dark mist finally vanishes, the victor aims his blade at her neck, declaring that the battle is totally over, and he won. Accepting the loss, she notes his elite skills, but he just tells her to return to the start. It baffles her that he spares her life, yet he claims he can do whatever he wants. Strolling off, he tells her to manage the two jerks approaching, leaving her standing there in a daze. But the message clicks as those two elite monsters from before sprint toward their spot like crazy. Duran and Eliza zoom by while bickering about who gets to punch Lei, acting like toddlers as they approach, gawking at them as if they went insane. Jen wonders why they showed up since the ruins are behind them. The royal kid figures she got wrecked, then asks where that school leader dude went. Jen confesses the truth, mentioning she is banged up and needs the midpoint, which makes Duran get all energetic. But she interrupts him immediately, noting they share a major, which means he really cannot ignore her favor. That specific comment effectively zippers his noisy mouth shut immediately. Voting toward Eliza, Shen requests a lift, but the pale-haired maiden points out they belong to different clubs. Shen acts totally betrayed, bringing up the time she helped the girl study for exams like a pro. That hits a nerve, so the snowy-haired lady says she pays debts, but is simply too busy now. Shen activates a devastatingly sad, dog facial expression as her ultimate kill, trip technique, and that finishes the argument, making the pair agree. Though Eliza says the peace is temporary, while Duran lingers awkwardly, glancing behind. The moisture maiden prays that Leo catches his target and finishes this whole messy business quickly. The camera pans to a ginger-haired side character, Jaredon, from the Pet Falling Club. He is booking it toward the middle fortress, whispering to himself that he can finally escape his magical hacks, but a massive ball of fire slams into the earth, forcing him to stop moving instantly. Some random speaker warns him against being all cocky and arrogant. With zero hesitation, Celia confidently dominated the north gate, and casually summoned yet another massive fireball, making it look as easy as microwaving popcorn. The students in that vicinity scattered like bowling pins, heading toward a different entrance, desperately hoping the next one wasn't also a trap. But the universe had other plans, as Chloe was holding down the west gate with her ice magic, leaving only the south and east exits as potential escape routes for the red-haired student. He desperately remembered Eliza's pursuit of Leo and prayed that Walden had at least successfully managed to secure one of the entrances, before they could even decide where to go next. An enormous, ominous shadow began to fall across the sky. A panicked student immediately screamed Wyvern, but Jaredon quickly shut him down, clarifying that this specific monster was the cursed version from the recent summoning trial. Chaos completely took over, as everyone wondered what possible reason this colossal beast had for showing up on campus. Meanwhile, C's Erdinger analyzed the combat zone, and observed Celia's impressive performance, though he found Leo's complete absence from the ruins somewhat peculiar. He glanced at Chelsea and praised her, declaring she had finally developed into the proper mage required for their distinguished family name. They paused for a moment to bond over how endearingly clueless the younger students seemed in the face of danger. However, Zia's focus abruptly snapped back to the battlefield, detecting an immediate sense of unease. A truly colossal monstrosity materialized in the combat zone completely without any prior notice. The instructors stormed into the control room, demanding an explanation for the unfolding catastrophe. A frantic mage inside screamed that communication with the secondary control room had failed, prompting Hera to order Sejin to evacuate every student immediately. The silvery Herr Professor desperately infused energy into the magic crystal, but it stubbornly refused to react. He grimly stated that the spell was failing. Herb refused to accept defeat, charging toward the headmaster, while insisting he continued trying the spell. The perspective abruptly shifted to a group of students engaged in a fierce fight elsewhere, and Angsty wiped sweat from his forehead while catching his breath, remarking that the other departments clearly had completely different priorities and designs. Walden casually sat atop a ruined rooftop, determining he absolutely needed to finish his task before the giant beast decided to drop by. In that precise moment, the previously mentioned cursed black wyvern swooped into view, eliciting gasps of shock from everyone on the ground. A warning cry rang out for cover as the beast unleashed a massive energy blast in their direction. Walden quickly deployed an immediate firewall to shield everyone from the attack, ignoring the fact that they belonged to rival departments. He contacted his teammate and gave a firm command to open the barrier, allowing everyone to get inside quickly. The teammate, clearly arrogant, snidely replied that he didn't take orders from someone like Walden. Walden effortlessly choked him out using a single arm, noting calmly that time was a luxury they didn't have. He proclaimed himself captain and reiterated the command to open the gate, making it abundantly clear that dissent would not be tolerated. Far away from the chaos, Leo was methodically eliminating potential leaks from his search list. As all previous attempts had failed spectacularly, he deduced that everyone must certainly be fighting by this point, and considered that he was probably missing all the fun. Ought to be crashing that party shortly. Suddenly, his eyeballs nearly popped out when he realized a truly obnoxious energy was oozing everywhere. He instantly observed this specific curse, which specializes in severing things, had definitely not filled out the proper local permits. The realization struck him like a rogue pigeon. He had only encountered this exact miserable enchantment, all brawling with Tartarus. He instantly channeled his flaming phoenix essence and flew like a startled cat, remembering that the nasty spell skips actual violence, but completely disables all the connectivity options. Like the world's worst way, Theodush, essentially snaring everyone in a massive fishing net. He mused that perhaps the snake lurking within the hallowed halls of the university had finally made its dramatic appearance, traveling so fast he blurred. He reminded himself he had to locate his companions before they all ended up becoming monster smacks. Over amidst the decimated central structures, Nella was desperately attempting to patch Care up, aggressively demanding he refuse to check out on her watch. A completely forgettable bystander started shaking like a leaf, whining why their safety bracelet had failed to initiate the emergency warp sequence. Simultaneously, Chelsea firmly decided to be extremely stubborn, and foolishly begin a solo wrestling match with the enormous horned minotaur guarding the eastern entrance. Without any warning, which is just rude, the colossal beast violently brought its ridiculous battle axe down, catching her completely unprepared. A mystery interventionist then unleashed a powerful explosion that sent the minotaur flying backwards before it could manage a second round. Her brother, a bot, materialized just long enough to scold her, reminding Chelsea that she actually possesses the brain cells needed to juggle several enchantments concurrently, and should probably try concentrating now. Chelsea wrestled with the ground, trying desperately to stand upright while simultaneously attempting to calculate the current level of chaos. However, an earth-shattering bellow interrupted her thoughts, effectively silencing the whole area. Her brother set his jaw and dramatically announced that the silly department competition was officially postponed indefinitely, adding that unless everyone decides to stop squabbling and immediately collaborate, they were all going to lose miserably to the hordes of grumpy creatures. He wisely guessed that those possessing actual working gray matter would likely be retreating toward the main fortress defenses immediately, and clarified that their assignment involved strapping in tight and getting ready to successfully defend the perimeter.